Hello there, voidlings. I've been planning to do this stream for a little while. I've just been not really caring to do so. Shit's probably gonna take like 15 hours. So we may very well get disrupted today. This is probably gonna be like 3 or 4 separate streams. I'm not doing this all in one stream. If I had like a perfect situation, I would do it all just like however long it's gonna take straight, but that's just not the case, almost certainly. I'd be doing this for like till like tomorrow morning. But anyway, if we get disrupted, we shall adjust or just pick up tomorrow or whatever. Where I'm currently at right now, I have about a week left here. What, Saturday? So like 6 days. And then after that, I have a plan of what I'm doing, but I can't stay there forever either. I can't stay on this earth forever. Fuck that. Like, if this shit does not start to change and go in the direction that I'm trying to steer things towards, at some point I'm gonna have to get all the way up out of here anyway. We'll see how long that takes. A year, 20, 30, who knows. But anyway, since I have this current situation that I'm in right now, I figure I might as well try to get this all out this week so I can have my full curriculum out there. Everything that comes after this presentation, like once I'm fully done with this anti-cosmic presentation, everything else will just be whatever comes. This is my last actual lesson for everybody. I wanted to get it done before 2026 began, but 2025 was a different year, so things happen. Here we are at the beginning of this year, so I'm gonna finish my final presentation for the people, and then after that, it's whatever, you know. I'll probably do things with illicit mind, Marcus, whatever, but that'll be my last actual official lesson for motherfuckers. Shout out to you, Vazen. May one be the void. Let's see. Let's get to this here. Come on. Get there. Motherfucker. Oh, matter of fact, go check out that video. Go to my posts and find it. It's there. Precisely. If shit shall only continue to get worse, then may we all just erase ourselves now. Exactly. At some point, that choice might be what it is, you know? But not yet. Not yet. We still got a little bit of time, but we'll see what happens. You know? Shit, honestly, even if it gets to the point where, like, I am, as you all know, I don't fuck with this world, this species, this society, this civilization, monetary system, economics. I don't fuck with none of it. So as of right now, I'm really just surviving as a fucking human parasite, you know? Like the human parasite that I am. I can't do that forever. If the people don't want to change and they want this world to be what it is and they want to go into their Borg life and they just want to keep going in that direction, who am I to fucking tell them otherwise? You know, I can only scream so long before it's like, all right, this world is lost, which it probably already is, but hey, we're still here, so. But we'll see. Soon enough, you know, I can't stay anywhere forever. Like, even if somebody would keep me forever, and my boy might. Like, he might be the type. They're like, nah, nigga, just stay here forever. I need an apocalypse buddy. But I'm not trying to be here for that particular apocalypse, because that is the Borg, and I'm not going to be the Borg. Not for shit. I refuse. But we'll see. Anyway, let's get this started. We're going to start right there with this recording right here. What day was that? New Year's Eve, 12/31. All right. Let us begin. So my final solo live stream, at least as of now, I don't really have much else to say. I've said it all. I've spent a... Oh yes, and as always, Vazen, if it's too loud or too, you know, grainy or like ear splitting, or if it's too low or too, just let me know so I can adjust it. Year saying it all, and that was my... So my final solo live stream, at least as of now, I don't really have much else to say. I've said it all. I've spent a year saying it all, and that was my That was the whole purpose of me beginning live streaming. That's what I decided last New Year's, that I was going to start making videos, and then I was like, I'm just going to live stream it. Like, fuck it. Like, instead of trying to curate videos, like, I don't need to do edits or anything like that. I just need to talk. But, was to spend a year starting at the most baby level of understanding, starting right here as humans, and speaking on all of existence, all the way up to God itself, like all of existence as one thing. Like, first off, all of consciousness is from individuated consciousness, human level, let alone every layer of reality, every tier of reality, going up to the level of all of consciousness, and then even beyond that to all of existence, and then beyond that to the chaos of the void, and then beyond that to absolute pure nothingness, and how we could actually possibly get there. So I didn't know how I was going to do it, but I knew I had to baby step. Anyone who wasn't ready for that, from right here at human level, with all their human level theories and thought processes, all the way up to the void. And I think I actually did a pretty good fucking job of that. And I think I affected this so-called truther community pretty deeply. A lot of motherfuckers know my name in one form or fashion, whether they agree or disagree. People are either praising me or they're really pissed off and they're insulting me. I caused a debate amongst the community on multiple levels of reality, from what to do right here as humans, talking about physical and material stuff, all the way into conceptual and non-conceptual, into the meditations, the magic, the spiritual, the occult, the astral, from right here to God, to chaos, Church of the Broken God, the broken consciousness that makes up all the individuated consciousnesses, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it caused what I would consider to be a large debate, and I think a spark that allowed people to go further into these conversations and start speaking on chaos and entropy and bringing things back to that state, so we can then maybe bring things to a state of nothingness. And if we can't bring it to a state of nothingness, like pure nothingness, at least we bring it back to a state of pure potentiality, so we get another fucking reality rather than this one, because we all know this one's already trash, right? Maybe the next one will be better. It'll still be trash. All of realities will always be trash. It's impossible for them not to be, because they're realities. But hey, maybe we'll have some better ones along the way if we can't just get rid of the potential for reality at all. You know what I'm saying? But if we can, hey, now we're having that conversation. We weren't having that conversation, but we weren't even having the basic level, stupid, retarded, mundane, human level of what to do here. Well, there's nothing we can do about the government or the elites or there's nothing we can do about anything. Like, people are such pussies, and they're so dumb, so unintelligent, so unknowledgeable, so ignorant, so stupid. They like to ignore a lot of things, and so pussy. That's the truth. They're so soft. They're so weak, mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally, magically, occult, you name it. On every level of reality, they're so weak, and they don't think they can do anything about anything, anywhere, at any time. So we weren't even having any, as far as I'm concerned, in this community, I ain't seen nobody really talking solutions for real, on pretty much any level of reality. There was bits and things dropped by Marcus and other people, but for the most part, they were just bits and things. I'm going to be real. Motherfuckers was not talking that solutions talk at all for the most part. It was mostly just complaints, and the solutions they did bring up would be like antinatalism, which isn't really a solution to anything. It's a personal solution for you not to produce another suffering being, which is a good thing, and I fully support it. But that doesn't actually solve the problem of this reality, of the imposition of existence itself, of the imposition of human existence. That doesn't solve births, because humans will never fucking agree to do that. They will never agree to go extinct, so it doesn't solve humanity. It doesn't solve all sentient life. You know what I'm saying? And I like to look at each level, from antinatalism to human extinctionism to pro-mortalism, going all the way up to anti-cosmic philosophy, and then anti-cosmic voidism, which to me is the tip tier that answers all the problems. It's the only thing that brings anything to a state of perfection, or at least as close as it possibly can get. Everything else is wishing for heaven. Well, when I just die, I'm going to go to heaven in some form or fashion, which is nonsense. And we're going to go over that in the live stream. So yeah, my final live stream will be wrapping up this year of that. I might start right now after this, to be honest with you, because I might have to do it in multiple parts. But I know it would get interrupted today, probably in a matter of a few hours tops, so I might wait until after tomorrow's live stream with illicit mind, and then do this as an explanation for everything in there, like the deepest possible dive I could possibly do on that topic of specifically entropy talk, chaos talk, nothingness talk. Bringing everything back to the state of consciousness of the broken God, back to the unbroken God, back to chaos, back to, or really for the first time, pure nothingness. We always say bring it back to nothing, but we're talking about chaos, because chaos is technically nothing. Potential and possibility themselves are literally nothing. They're not things that actually exist. They're not actualized, which is what actually means. They're not real. They haven't been realized. They're potentials, possibilities, meaning they're literally not real. They don't exist, but they could. Which we're going to get deep into tomorrow with Illicit Mind, and then I'm going to get real deep into that with my solo stream here on anti-cosmic voidism. Which is why I started the year out with the solutions live stream, so I can get it to the ultimate solution by the end of the year. And I think I did a pretty good job stepping it there. Thanks for the help from those of y'all who helped, and Mark, Illicit, even Sizzle, bringing it up on his channel and whatnot. And even the things he disagreed upon allows me to just expound that much more on it. And anyone else, I can't think of anyone at this moment. I've spoken with Chris this year. Shout out to Lindy. Because she allowed her brother to actually go visit these people. Even Aaron A. Shout out to Aaron A. for making the fucking server that I'm now in control of by the end of the year. Do you see how chaos? All hail his fucking name. Chaos works. This shit happens. Shout out to everyone who helped in some form or fashion. I apologize to anyone that I have harmed or hurt or done anything wrong to along the way, especially if you're a helper. Y'all know who you are. My goal is to always love y'all, but, I'm a fuck up. I'm not just imperfect, I'm trash. I can admit that to myself. I can look in the mirror and go, you are fucking trash, bro. I don't think most people can do that. And that's another thing I actually love about myself, is that I can see the trash that I am, and I think most people think that they're just these wonderful spiritual beings of infinite whatever the fuck, and I'm like, no, you're trash. You're garbage. All of you. All of us. You know what I'm saying? But whatever. Feel about yourselves how you want to feel about yourselves. I still love you. And I hate all of you. I love all of you, and I hate all of you because you exist. Same thing with myself. I love me, and I hate me more than anyone else because I exist. So I must have the most self-love and self-hate for myself. I am the Ouroboros. That is existence itself. You get what I'm saying? So anyway, that's what the final solo stream will be on. It will be on anti-cosmic voidism. I'll be talking about the entropy, how to increase it, how to enhance it, on every level, whether you're talking physically and materially, whether you're talking conceptually, non-conceptually, whether you're talking magically, astrally, occult-wise, through meditation, through all thoughts, all words, and all actions. So entropy, broken God, chaos, pure nothingness, we're going to go over all of that. Because anti-cosmic voidism contains all of existence and lack thereof. That's why it's the ultimate philosophy. All other philosophies are contained within it. And it also answers the question of which philosophies actually help lead in that direction and which ones don't. And which ones help more and which ones help less. This is why, for example, antinatalism, even though it'll never solve the problem of humanity, which is the problem it attempts to solve, as a whole, because if all humans agreed to be antinatalist, they would go extinct. So really what it's aiming for is extinction, but it's generally boiled down to, since it's purely about natalism, anti-natalism, meaning against birth, it comes down to the individual making choices of not giving birth. So of course, you could always extend that, because antinatalism isn't about choice or force. It's just about being anti-birth. What you choose to do with that is on you. If you choose to sterilize yourself, go get a vasectomy, go get an abortion, have your womb removed, be abstinent, use protection and birth control, or whether you choose to become some fucking rich, powerful person who can sterilize entire countries by force, that's all antinatalism. People like to think antinatalism is about choice, and I go, no, antinatalism is just being anti-natal. That's all that is. You are anti-natalism. How you choose to be that way is completely up to you. If you want it to be all 100% voluntary, then you want it to be all 100% voluntary. If you're like, fuck that, that's never going to work, I'm going to sterilize everyone to make sure no one can give births, that's still an antinatalist. They're both antinatalists. They just disagree on how to get there for moral reasons. They have different morals based upon how to get the job done. But if you leave it, but again, that's all within anti-cosmic thought. If you're going basically pure voluntary, you know it's never going to solve the problem because people are always going to choose to have children. It'll solve it on an individual level, meaning you will never produce a child that will then have to suffer. But also based on certain theories of reincarnation, incarnation, going from non-existence to existence. Yes, your biological child will never exist, but if they're souls or spirits or whatever the fuck, and they're incarnating here anyway in some form or fashion, that consciousness or soul or spirit or whatever you want to call it may end up in another body anyway. So maybe you didn't produce the body for it to be in, but another body was produced for it to be in. So you're not really solving the problem by not having children, because that will never solve the problem as long as humans continue to give birth. But it is a good personal choice, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Then you can move further into the more forceful aspects of antinatalism, like sterilizing people, which would actually solve the problem if you could actually get it done. Of course, at the back end of every philosophy and every solution, there's always the if you could actually get it done, no matter what the solution is. But the goal is to see if we could actually accomplish that goal, would it solve the problem? If it does, cool. If it doesn't, well, how much of it does it versus doesn't, you know? Antinatalism that's voluntaristic solves the problem on the individual level, and depending on how many individuals you can get to agree to the philosophy, it will solve the problem at that percentage of humanity. Whereas you force sterilize all of humans, that's a 100% success rate for the solution. So you know which solution is actually more logically effective at getting the job done. Whether you want to argue morals or whatnot, that's completely up to you. That's subjective. How you feel about that is up to you. But the logic of it, the 1 + 1 = 2 of it, the objective fact of it is, if you have a voluntary basis for antinatalism, you're only going to get a single-digit percentage at the maximum, and it's probably going to be very low single digits, but you're only going to get a single-digit percentage of humanity to ever agree to that. The other 97 to 99 point something percent are never going to agree to not have children in general, let alone for the specific purposes of humanity going extinct. But if you forcefully sterilize a larger number of humanity than the amount of humanity that would do it willingly, you are having a higher impact and more of a solution to the problem that is humanity than leaving it voluntaristic, especially if you can find a way to sterilize 100% of humanity. Do you understand what I'm saying? How you feel about that, how moral you think that is or isn't, whatever, your thoughts on your feelings on that are your feelings, but the numbers don't lie. The logic of it is still the truth. And that's what I try to focus on. Let me look at all philosophy. Let me look at all theories, all philosophies, all solutions to all problems that have been presented, and see what solutions are actually solutions, what percentage of the problems they solve, and which ones solve the problem 100% if they're capable of being carried out. And then presenting those to the community and letting whatever the fuck anybody else wants to decide. That's why I always say, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm not telling nobody what to do. Do what thou wilt. Do whatever the hell you are willing and able to do. But don't sit here and argue against the solutions as solutions just because you don't like them. They are what they are, whether you like them or not. That's just a fact. It's like people who don't like abortion versus people who do like abortion. If your goal is to not have a child, and if your goal is to have other people not have children, then you should probably want abortion to be a thing. Whereas if your goal is to have more children and your goal is to have people have more children, and you believe that it's murder to abort a baby, then you probably shouldn't want abortion. It all depends on what your goal is. And you can argue the morals of that all day. Somebody who's against abortion can tell somebody who's for abortion that they're an immoral murderer all the time. And somebody who's for abortion, someone who's for abortion, like a antinatalist, can argue the morality of it, saying, well, bringing the baby into this reality would be worse than not bringing the baby in. So you can call it murder if you want. Sure, I'm murdering my child, but my child is going to be better off being murdered in the womb than actually being allowed to be birthed into this world. While the other person will say murder is always wrong. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, anyone can argue morality from any perspective. That's why I laugh when antinatalists get mad at the idea, like voluntaristic antinatalists getting mad at the idea of forced antinatalism, because I'm like, yeah, well, the same people could argue against you for being antinatalist. You're immoral. Like, they can make their own arguments about you being immoral as an antinatalist, even through voluntarism. Just as you can make your own arguments against forceful antinatalists, just as a voluntaristic pro-mortalist who only agrees with people committing suicide, well, no, I should say human extinctionists, because pro-mortalists want the ceasing of all sentient life. The only way that'll ever happen is through force. So I really don't see how a pro-mortalist could actually be voluntary. I understand how a human extinctionist could be voluntary. They think human extinction should be, the thing, but they don't agree with murdering anyone or doing it by force. They only agree with taking themselves out. Okay? Somebody could then again say, well, that's logically never going to happen because you'll never get 100% of humanity to commit suicide. So your solution is not a solution. It's only a personal option. And even depending on other theories, other thought processes, also objective reality, how chaos works, how potentiality and possibility works, there will always be something else to incarnate into, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You have to actually take everything out for that to be the case. But then the same person who's a voluntaristic pro-mortalist or voluntaristic human extinctionist, I should say, could look at that forceful human extinctionist and say, well, you're immoral for forcing extinction on people. People should be able to choose if they want to stay alive or not. But then it's like, yeah, but if they stay alive and keep having children, even if I cease to exist after death, since I came into existence from non-existence, I could easily somehow be born again since I was born the first time. Like, anyone can make these arguments. So morality could be argued till you're blue in the face. That's a religious belief. It's all subjective. When it comes to the solutions themselves and what percentage of the problem those solutions solve, depending on what problem you're talking about, is really what I like to talk about. And that's what I like to focus on. When people talk about their subjective views of perfection, their own personal views of non-suffering and heaven and the things they would want in whatever reality, I like to go to the actual, what is perfection objectively, not subjectively, not based on your personal experience and what you want. What would it literally be? You see what I'm saying? I try to be as literal and objective as possible, so I'm not just basing it on my beliefs and my subjective feelings and experiences. I'm speaking objectively. And that's why anti-cosmic voidism is my philosophy, because objectively speaking, it is the only thing that even has a possibility of bringing us to a true state of perfection, which is the absence of all states. It's not even really a state. It's a play on words. And how I show that every other philosophy in it is just a sub-philosophy of that if you seek for anything to end. Whether that's human births, humans, all sentient life, this universe, the realm, the simulation, the matrix, material reality, physical reality. I should say physical reality, material reality, conceptual reality, non-conceptual reality, conscious reality, subconscious reality, unconscious reality, chaotic reality, which is not pure chaos, but as close as it gets to chaos as something that's real, something that exists, to all of it, to God as a whole, to all of existence as a whole, to the chaos, and then even to negative potential, canceling out the chaos, bringing a true state of pure nothingness, which has never actually existed. There's always been a potential. If there wasn't, we couldn't be here. If this was impossible, it could not be possible, meaning it would not occur. Yet it has occurred because we are here. Therefore, the possibility for it to occur has always been there. There was never a true, pure state of nothingness, which is true perfection, because perfection is so hard to attain. Like, for existence, it's impossible to attain. As long as anything exists, including the potential for existence, you can never have true perfection. Chaos itself is not true perfection. It's just as close as you could possibly get to it, because it's all potentiality, but completely unactualized. So it's as close to pure nothingness as you can get without actually having pure nothingness, because possibility and potential aren't literal things. They're the possibility of literal things. But anyway, that's what my final solo stream is going to be on. So I figured I would just consolidate everything here in preparation for that. So look out for that. I might start that right now, or I might start that tomorrow after speaking to Illicit Mind, or the next day as an anniversary of my first live stream, which was January 2nd, 2025. So maybe January 2nd, 2026, I will do my final live stream, or begin my final series of live streams on that topic. Anyway, back to your normally scheduled programming, gentlemen. So, as you can see, we did not do that on the 2nd. It's now the 11th. 11126. That's where we're at. But okay, let's climb up here. and get it started. We're going to do a lot of reading too. If you want to watch videos, you can always go watch them on your own. And then after a lot of reading, we'll have a lot of recordings. Today we're going to do a lot of reading though. So bear with me, because reading a phone through a phone is kind of retarded. But it is what needs to be done. All right. I did compile some things from older to newer just to have it all here in one place. So again, whenever you see something like that, like a post, if you want to go look at it directly, you can just go to my page and find it. But here we go. First thing we're going to read, right? That's the video I was watching and sharing, thinking about this. All right. Ignore the long numbers part. It's neither here nor there, because as you can see, do large numbers exist. Pay close attention to what's said about infinity. I've been saying it forever. It literally doesn't exist. Infinity literally is nothing. It's just a mathematical, what's the word? Not thought process, not theory. It's like a placeholder. It's not literally real. I can't even think of the word that I'm looking for, but anything that is infinite is nothing but a mathematical point in non-existent space, which is like a singularity. It doesn't literally exist. It's just a point of potential. Something that literally could never be physically explained because it exists before physics. The only reason why physics is because that is. Potential leads to physics. Without the potential for physics, there could be no physics. Like if physics were not possible, meaning they were impossible, there would never be physics in the first place, because it would be impossible for there to be physics, which means the potential or the possibility for physics must exist before physics actually exists. And since potential and possibility is literally nothing, yet required for something, yeah, we'll get there. Reality/existence is not infinite, nor is anything within it, including consciousness. You are not an infinite anything. I am an infinite being. No, the fuck you're not, you finite human mind. That's a modern religious belief that is definitively impossible. Nothing can be infinite. Nothing is infinite. Just think of the words. Think of those words. In order to be infinite, it would have to be nothing. Facts. Like I always say, even God, all there is as one thing, could never actually be infinite. If something exists, it is finite because it exists. The moment you exist, you are information. There is a thing that is you, and no thing could ever be infinite. That wouldn't be a thing. Like, people don't understand existence. Another post. Let's go peep this, because I put a whole bunch of things out there and a lot of people didn't seem to understand them, so we're just gonna put them all together today. All right, and this post was responding to that video right there, so you can go check that video out. You can find it in my posts. You have to scroll down for a while now at this point, but if you want to go watch it, I suggest looking at every single video that is in here if you actually want to understand it and don't just want to fucking be lost in the sauce or having to rely on what I'm saying here. Go look at the videos that I'm showing you here and then come back and look at why I'm saying these things. This is why I share them as posts and whatnot. Let's see. Pay very close attention and understand that what he calls null in that video, I call nothingness. Same exact thing. Null equals nothing. Then he has null 0 and null 1. Null 0 equals chaos, aka pure potentiality, aka all possibility. And within creation, meaning after creation exists, null 0 is represented by entropy. Null 1 equals existence/reality and all things. And in creation, meaning after creation already exists, null 1 represents negentropy, precision, and complexity, aka structure, systems, and order, etc. Everything comes from nothing. It literally has to. The way I should have said that is, everything is nothing. Because it's all just actualized potential. It's nothing but possibility that has been realized, meaning something that did not exist now does. It was not real, now it is. It was not an actual thing, now it is. That's what actualization and realization mean. Reality is reality is reality, and yet none of it is actually real. Like, it's all nothingness actualized. See, I'm making a play on words there, actually real. Like, because it's literally nothing, but it is actualized into reality, which is why we call it actual and why we call it real. That's why I love that sentence, because it's a nice play on words. Anyone saying otherwise simply doesn't understand. It's not subjective, it's not a theory, an experience, or one of many possibilities. It's a guarantee. This is objectively proven by reality itself. This is why they have quantum physics and quantum mechanics, because they try to make everything physical. But if you actually go look at the quantum field that all things come from, listen to how they explain it. And they explain it as pure potentiality, pure possibility. It can't be explained physically because it's not a physical thing. It is the thing responsible for all physical things. So even in science, as they're trying to explain physics and why there is anything at all as opposed to nothing, they end up at this thing they call a field that doesn't actually physically literally exist, and it is responsible for all that does exist. That's called the quantum field. And they have many different types of quantum fields, but if you look at the base quantum field that all the other quantum fields are stacked on top of, it's just a literal field of possibility, all potentials. And then those things stack other potentials on top of them, which are the other quantum fields. So even in science, they're saying this even though they're trying to do it in a physics perspective. Same thing in metaphysics, same thing in the occult when they talk about chaos in metaphysics and the occult and in magic and in spirituality. Like even in mathematics, it's called chaos. Like potentiality, possibility, this is all known as chaos, randomness, etc. Where were we here? It's a guarantee because it's literally the only possible answer. The only one. Nobody else has one. That's why they try to bring it to God is infinite. Make that make real sense. They can't. They can't. They have to put it on faith. Even God would require the possibility to exist, because if it was impossible for God to be, God would not be. If God is, in whatever form people want to use that word, then God would have to be possible. And if God is possible, the possibility for God was there before God. Like it's people like it's so fucking simple, but too complex for most. All other answers simply push back the question by however many steps they push it back. Meaning the question is, why is there something rather than nothing? Why does everything exist? You could start at you. Why do you exist? Your parents. Why do your parents exist? Because humans exist. Why do humans exist? Nature, then the earth, the cosmos, yada yada, until you go all the way back to the first domino, the thing that knocked over all the other dominoes that made everything else exist. Because every time you try to figure out why something exists and why that exists and why that exists and why that, if you just keep going, you're going to end up at the first thing, which a lot of people like to use the term God. That's why I use that term, because it's the term people like to use. The first thing that ever existed. Call it whatever you want. Well, then you say, well, why did that first thing exist? Simply because it's possible. Because if it wasn't possible, it would not exist. Since it does exist and caused all other things to exist, it must be possible to exist, meaning there was a possibility for its existence prior to its existence. Really let that sink in. That possibility is what's known as possibility, potential, chaos. That is why there is something instead of nothing, because it's possible. Then you have to say, well, what is possibility? Good luck answering that question. This is why we call it chaos, randomized potential. Possibility is randomized potential. It becomes less random the more potentials that are actualized. Like two people being real could lead to a baby. That baby's existence is less random because there's two people that have already been actualized into reality that could produce that baby. But if those people weren't there, their baby coming into existence would be literally random, because that shit should not exist if the two people who are there, who are needed to produce it, don't exist. Like, do you get what I'm saying? So a universe, as an example of something that, say, pops into existence from like literal seemingly nothingness, well, how the fuck did that happen? This is why when scientists go all the way back to what they call the Big Bang, they get stuck there And this is how quantum mechanics arises, because they have to figure out how do you get from something to nothing. And they have to figure out, oh, well, it turns out the nothing and the something are the same thing, because it's not literal nothingness. We've never had literal pure nothingness. That has never been a thing. There's always been a potential within that. So as long as that potential exists, something will always come back into existence. And that potential is required for anything to exist in the first place, or else nothing could exist. This is study quantum mechanics. And again, all other answers simply push back the question by however many steps they push it back. When people say, "Oh, well, God created everything," all you did was push it back to God. Then you still have to ask the next question: why does God exist? There's anything, no matter how far you push back, that you can say, "Oh, well, another God created that God. Well, why does that God exist? Well, another God created that. Well, why does that God exist?" It doesn't matter how far you push back the question. If you're pushing it back to anything that exists, causing other things to exist, you have to ask why that first thing exists as well. Period. Because we also know that it's not infinite, because if it was infinite, we would have no existence, because an infinite being would have nothing to do. Just go watch the fucking TV show Jujutsu Kaisen. Watch when Gojo puts Jogo inside of his infinite domain, and Jogo can't do anything, and Gojo literally says to him, shout out to Illicit Mind, because he posted this yesterday too. Gojo literally says to him, when everything is available to you, you can't do anything at all. There's nothing to do. When you are an infinite being with infinite choices, there's nothing to choose, because it's already all been done. Anyway, this is the only answer that actually gives you a true solution to why everything exists. Whether people claim there's a multiverse, omniverse, hyperverse, quantum immortality, simulations, matrix, soul trap, or even an all-powerful God, even an all-powerful God that made or is everything, which is more how I would say it, it is everything, they have to then tell you where that God came from, because even that God is a thing that exists, meaning it is either part of existence or it is existence as a whole. All they did was push the question back to the level of whatever thing they say made all of this, because their answer is always a thing making other things, but their answer never tells you how the first thing came into existence. These are facts. Even if they say everything always has been, they have to explain why and how everything always has been, which still requires a cause that isn't actually a thing that exists. And they always miss that part of their dumb little theories. And this is why they're religious. Well, everything just always was. Existence is eternal. Make that make sense. And if it's eternal and infinite, because in order for it to be eternal, it has to be infinite, which means it has to be perfect. You can't take these things away from each other. They all go hand in hand. If it was perfect, there'd be nothing to do, meaning nothing would ever come into existence, because there'd be no changes to make within perfection. Yet here we are existing in an imperfect state. Look around and tell me that your existence is perfect. Tell me anything you've ever seen in existence is perfect. You're lying. Nothing you've ever experienced is perfection. And you exist within existence. So if this existence we are currently within is imperfect, then existence itself is not perfect, because all that exists is part of existence. And if there's any imperfection within existence, existence could not be perfect. Period. And if existence was perfect, it could never lead to or create anything to begin with, because there'd be nothing to lead to or create within a state of perfection. It's already perfect. If it's infinite, you could never go from one moment to the next, and yet we have experiences. No experiences could exist. You couldn't have consciousness within infinity, because there would be nothing to experience within perfection. You require imperfection, or as the New Agers like to call it, what do they call it? Polarization. You require this just to have experience. Consciousness requires this to experience anything. There's no need for consciousness to even exist in a state of perfection, because there's nothing to experience. There's nothing to observe, not even yourself, because there's no changes, there's no occurrences, there's no events, there's nothing happening. People don't think about these things deep enough. They just get religious about it. All right. For the most part, people never even try to provide a solution to this problem in their theories of existence. Most of them don't even realize that it is a problem in their theory of existence. Hold on, I gotta drop this little arrow thing down here because it's all in the way. Oh, all that did was produce more shit in my way. How the fuck do I get rid of that now? Okay, we'll just take that little shit in my way, I guess. For the most part, people never even try to provide a solution to this problem in their theory of existence. Most of them don't even realize that it is a problem in their theory of existence. This is why I'm always saying that people don't really understand their own theories, which is why they never provide such answers to the problems presented in their own theories. Because if they truly understood their own theories, they would absolutely know there is answers and maybe even know that even know what those answers are. And for those who actually do attempt to provide such an answer to where it all comes from, they always end up saying something equivalent to what is said in this video, because there's just no two ways around it. And that's that video, where he's saying null equals nothing, true, pure nothingness. Null zero equals chaos, aka pure potentiality, all possibility. Within creation is represented by entropy. Null one equals existence / reality and all things that exist. In creation, it represents a neg entropy, precision, complexity, structure, systems, order, etc. And he says that all of reality is null zero flipping into null one. Null one is born from null zero. They are the same thing, which is exactly what I'm telling folks. And that's why it's called null, because null is nothing, right? So those are two stages of nothing. Chaos, pure potentiality, all possibility is literally nothing. It doesn't exist. The potential for something is not something itself. Potential is not literally a thing. Possibility is not literally a thing. The closest it gets to being a thing is a thing that has it. So you as a being have potential to do different things. But prior to you even existing as a being, there was already a potential for your existence itself. If there was not, you could never exist. If it was impossible for you to exist, you would not exist because your existence would not be possible. The simple fact that you do exist means your existence is possible. Meaning that possibility for your existence had to be there prior to your existence, or you could never exist. It's very simple. It might sound complex, but it's not. If your parents didn't exist, you wouldn't exist. Why? Because it would be impossible for you to exist in the form you currently exist if the genetics that lead to your existence did not exist. Your genetic material that makes up your human self, I'm just talking about you as a human, that human body you're in exists because the genetics of your two parents mixed together with the sperm and the egg and produced you in your mother's womb. Without those two people and their genetics and the moment that they had sex and you were conceived, without all of those circumstances coming together, you don't exist. So if those circumstances were impossible themselves, you would be impossible as a human. Therefore, you would not exist. The only reason you do exist is because those circumstances happened, and they only happened because they were possible to happen. Meaning the possibility for your existence had to be there prior to your existence. And then once you exist, more things become possible based on your existence. Now that you exist, it's possible you could do a bunch of different things, you know? Like, it's possible you could learn to walk and talk and go to school and whatever the hell you did in life. Everything you've done in life was a possibility only because you exist. If you did not exist, none of the things that require your existence would actually be possible. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the closest that possibility, that potential, that chaos gets to literal physical somethingness is being contained within something that already exists. You exist, therefore you produce more possibilities. But your existence also required a possibility that came before it. You could take this all the way back to the very first thing that existed. Again, going from you to your parents to humanity to Earth, all the way back to the very first thing that ever existed. And even that thing's existence still requires the possibility to exist, or else it would be impossible to exist, meaning it would never exist. Meaning the possibility for that very first thing, whether you want to call it God or whatever you want to call it, that very first thing still requires possibility to exist, or else it could not exist. Meaning the possibility for its existence had to be there before it ever came into existence. Period. Nobody could ever argue otherwise. Arguing otherwise would be arguing an obvious impossibility. To say that something could exist even though it's impossible, you could never actually make that make sense. Because if it can exist, then it is possible. Like, if it exists, it's possible. You could never say something that does exist is impossible to exist because it already exists, meaning it was possible to exist. Because if it wasn't possible to exist, it would not exist. Like, really sink this in, like, sink this in. I hope by this point I'm preaching to the choir, but I know that there's still some folks out there listening and watching who just don't get that. I don't understand how they don't get that. And I always say it's as simple as this. Point to anything that exists that's impossible to exist, and you could never do it. You could never point to something that you could prove exists that is impossible to exist. Like, and I say that to you, I'll wait. Find me something that you can prove exists, not something you believe or theorize or think or have a subjective experience. No. Show me something you could prove to me that exists. Like there's a cup in front of me. This cup exists. This cup exists right here. This blue Solo cup that exists. Therefore, it's possible for it to exist. If it was impossible for that blue Solo cup to exist, it would not exist. But it does exist, so it was possible to exist. And that's all things that exist, including God, like including the first thing that ever came into existence. Do you understand what I'm saying? So understand, if you go watch that video, what he's saying when he says null, null zero, null one, he's telling you that everything is technically nothing, and nothing is technically everything. Because it's all just potentials being actualized into what they call reality. But technically, none of it's really real. This is why atoms are 99.99999% empty, and everything is really emptiness, and it's just fields of potentiality that stop us from walking through walls and shit. Like electromagnetism, all those so-called forces that they talk about themselves are just potentialities actualized from the quantum field, according to their own science. So they're just potentials actualized into existence that allow things to be structured. Without those things, laws of physics, nothing is structured. Like, without the structure, everything dissipates to nothingness. Like, literally, it just ceases to exist. Period. How? How does something just go back to being nothing? Because it's nothing to begin with. Like, understand these teachings, and you'll really understand reality and why I say the things that I say. If you don't understand it, well, you'll be confused forever. All right, because there's just no two ways around it. It may sound counterintuitive, but the simple fact that there is something guarantees that it came from nothing, or really that it is nothing. I should have worded that better. Anyway, it's a very good and very short breakdown, so simple and straightforward that it's basically impossible to misunderstand. Enjoy, maximize entropy, and unleash chaos. So again, go check out that video. Don't just start fucking arguing with me. Go look at the shit that I'm presenting to you and come up with a real presentation of why it would be wrong if you think it's wrong, which no one ever fucking does. Ever. Because they can't. Let's be real. That's why I love Marcus, a.k.a. Lord Moon Spilly. Consciousness itself is the problem. All right. Let's see how much of these we're going to read, because some of them aren't directly... But let's see. I said, indeed, consciousness itself is the problem. Pay very close attention and peep every comment, especially those with replies, if you truly want to comprehend why consciousness itself is the problem. So go check out Mark's video. Consciousness itself is the problem. Mark Moonspilly. All right, let's go see what this one says, right? Great video. Love all your work. Thank you for your raw honesty, Mark. Totally agree. Only challenge we have is due to the thermodynamics of consciousness. Right there, he already fucked up. It is eternal, immortal, and immutable. You just said thermodynamics. The moment you bring up thermodynamics, you're talking entropy, big dog. Thermodynamics literally tells you exactly why nothing is eternal, immortal, and immutable. Like, do you understand thermodynamics, let alone consciousness, let alone the thermodynamics of consciousness? And can you even explain how and why consciousness has thermodynamics? Can you really? Like, I don't think you can just by saying what you're saying here. And requires infinite felt pain. It's not infinite. Consciousness itself is not infinite. Period. It could never be because it's something that exists. The only thing that could possibly be infinite, and even this is just a possibility, not a guarantee, is possibility itself. Potential, possibility, chaos is potentially infinite, but it might not be. Even that's arguable. Nothing is infinite. Think of the words. Also, there is no free will. False. The fact that there is consciousness guarantees undecidability, which guarantees free will up to the point of whatever your reality's deterministic mechanisms are, such as laws of physics, laws of nature, DNA. But if you're conscious, certain laws can either be bent or broken. Like there's the law of gravity. You can't fly unless you have a certain type of body or are capable of producing technology that is capable of working with that law of nature, that law of the cosmos, that law of physics, to then fly. That's why we can create jets and shit. That's why birds exist. But a human being could never fly. You know, we're not Goku, my nigga. Like, it just is what it is. If you look at the laws of your body, the laws of your human nature, you know, if you're an antinatalist, for example, you don't want to breed, right? That is your consciousness right there. That is undecidability. That is your chaos. You're able to make a decision that goes against the programming of your body. Anytime that your body, in any form or fashion, wanted you to do something and you reined it in and said no to it, you separated your consciousness from the meat suit itself and you denied its programming. That is free will. Look up what undecidability is. Like people say this shit and they don't even understand what the argument they're even attempting to make is because they don't even know the arguments against their argument most part. What is undecidability? And why is undecidability fundamentally transcomputational? Why it guarantees that even the brain, let alone our reality as a whole, is not 100% algorithmic or procedural, and why it is a representation of chaos within reality, specifically introduced by consciousness itself, meaning without consciousness, there would be no undecidability. Everything would simply go with, like if there is no conscious beings, everything just follows the laws of nature and physics. Because there's nothing to make a decision. Consciousness allows for free will. Consciousness literally is will. You fucking my God, you people don't understand the basics of the things you're talking about. Consciousness literally is deciding things. Like it allows you to be aware of your circumstances so you can go, I'm going to choose to do this. That's what free will is. But you don't understand undecidability. You probably don't even know what the words fundamentally transcomputational mean. Because you've never truly studied consciousness. You never actually researched consciousness. Most of y'all have never even practiced anything conscious. And if you did it from a minimal level. Even if you did it for a while, what you did was minimal. Like, you know, so like a lot of people be making these arguments based on lack of objective knowledge and even a lack of subjective experimentation. Those words, like his whole sentence here is like an oxymoron. Only challenge we have is due to the thermodynamics, due to the entropy of consciousness. Think about the word, smart guy. I'm not trying to pick on you that much, Phil. Just these things bother the fuck out of me because it lets me know your level of study. Just the words you're choosing makes me go, you notice how even when I'm reading my own words, I go, I should have worded it this way. I should have worded it this way. So I'm going to do the same thing to y'all. Like, this is either extremely worded wrong or it's just wrong. Because honestly, based on what you're saying, it's just wrong. Based on the thermodynamics, aka the entropy of consciousness, it is eternal, immortal, immutable, and requires infinite felt pain. Wrong, 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 wrong. Also, there is no free will, then there is no consciousness. On any dimension/plane of existence. Not even for the monad, source, Godhead, or any of its emanations. Sorry for the bad news. No praise, no blame. Life is strife, all the same. Now, there's no reason to believe that it's immortal nor immutable. Thermodynamics contains entropy. Shit, you could argue that thermodynamics is entropy, which eventually destroys everything and returns it all to chaos. Facts. Consciousness itself is an ordered structure. It is systemic. It exists. Therefore, if you increase the entropy within it to the point of chaos, you can bring it to a state of dissolution, meaning it's not eternal, immortal, immutable, and requires infinite pain because it's not infinite. Yeah, it does require pain. Consciousness requires all possible experiences that it could ever have. But it doesn't need nothing for consciousness is infinite, let alone requires infinity in any way. If there was infinity, there could be no consciousness. This was like so backwards. And there is free will. It's just better termed as coerced will. A lot of people have a problem with the term free in the words free will, meaning 100% free to do anything at any time, anywhere. That's not what free will means. That's never what free will has ever meant, ever. That's just a modern, nonsensical, like straw man, ad hominem type of argument, based on the semantics of the word free itself. Without actually understanding the philosophy of what the logic behind what free will actually is. It's just your ability to make decisions within any and all circumstances you find yourself within. You might not be able to choose all circumstances you find yourself within, but you can choose the way you react to those circumstances. A lot of people just don't like to take on the responsibility of the choices they've made. They like to push that off onto the thing that caused them to make the choice. And I get that. I understand that. I can understand being angry about something causing you to have to make a choice and why you could feel like that's not free will. But, bro, in that moment, you can choose from a billion different options. Literally a billion. Like if somebody walked in here right now with a gun and pointed it to my head, I could choose to fight him. I could choose to go for my gun. I could choose to stand up and strip naked and start doing the hokey pokey. I could start doing the limbo. I could start making baby noises. I could start meowing or barking like a dog. I can crawl under the table and curl up in a ball. I can stand on the table and start stripping. I can go turn the water on and just start washing my hands. I could go grab a spoon and throw it at him. I could just break out in song and dance. There's a billion things I could do in that moment. Now, based on the pressures of the situation itself, I am more likely to do certain aspects. Like I'm more likely to fight. What do they call it? Fright, fight, or flight. More likely to what's fright? Cower, more likely to run, or more likely to fight. These are the three things that people are most likely to do based on our animal instincts in such a situation. But you could do anything. You could literally break out in song and dance, my nigga. It's like you could start pulling your eyeballs out of your face. Like you could do so many things. You just generally choose to do that which is most prevalent to you based upon the situation. But you could do almost anything. You have free will in any and all circumstances. But based on the circumstances, people usually allow their will to be coerced. You get what I'm saying? Go watch that movie Everything Everywhere All at Once, where they had to be chaotic in order to transfer from one universe to the other, where they had to do random shit that made absolutely no sense under the circumstances. Like, you can do anything. Like, people just don't like that, but that's truth. That's what free will actually is. Whether people like it or not based on the semantics of the word free, it is what it is. So if you don't like it based on the semantics of the word free, use the word coerced. Coerced will. My will was coerced when the man walked in with a gun, which made me choose to cower in fear. Okay, if that's how you want to feel about it, you don't have to cower in fear in that moment. Even if your body reacts that way, even if your brain and your nervous system react, you could take a breath and then stand up, smile, and start reciting Joker lines from whatever Batman movie you like. Like you could do whatever you want, really. Let's see. Free will does not mean 100% freedom to do anything, anywhere, at any time, including simply choosing to exist or not exist. Again, the circumstances you find yourself within is what you have choice within. You might not be able to choose all them circumstances. I didn't choose the guy walking in with the gun, but I chose how I reacted to it. That's what free will is. As you said, not even the monad had such a choice. But that's not what free will means, nor what it's ever meant. For whatever reason, in modern times, people tend to use it that way, but it never actually meant that, which is why I think we should maybe start using the term coerced will instead of free will. Because free will has always meant that you have the ability to make choices within any and all circumstances you find yourself within. For example, as a human, if you seek to survive, you must eat. But you could choose not to eat and starve to death. That is a choice you can absolutely make, but it all depends on your level of willpower and how bad you want to starve to death. If you're going to choose to eat, you can choose what to eat within all available options. If there's pizza or a cheeseburger, you could choose which one to eat or eat both or eat neither of them. You do have the ability to make choices. You can make any and every imaginable choice at any given moment, but you do have the ability to make choices based on the available options dependent upon any and all circumstances you find yourself within. People hate to hear that, but it's fucking true and they can never prove it otherwise. Everything that they attempt to do to prove it otherwise does nothing but prove it right then and there in that moment. Them trying to argue against it is proving that they've decided to argue against. And they could never prove that they did not decide to argue against it. They could only theorize, hypothesize that they did. They can only have hope or faith, belief that something dictated that to them. But they can never prove what dictated it. They can only believe it. It's a religion. Any given moment, but you do have the ability to make choices and available options. Which is why I like to call it coerced will rather than free will. Maybe it should have never been called free will. Where was I at? Maybe it should have never been called free will in the first place. I think that may be where the confusion comes in semantically. So with that said, if you really want to do away with it, focus on increasing entropy and bringing all that is back to a state of chaos at a bare minimum. If we can ever figure out how to rid ourselves of the chaos itself, then we could rid ourselves of all potential for any form of existence forever. That would be the best choice if it is at all possible. But if it is possible, the only way we're ever going to figure that out is by pushing in that direction until we do. Etruscan network. This is him responding, I think, to Marcus, talking about even God could get bored because God could not literally be infinite. And even if God was literally infinite and still somehow capable of doing things, which itself is impossible, but even if we get rid of that impossibility and pretend that an infinite being actually could do things, it would get bored because it'd be doing everything. It would be infinitely doing infinite things. Literally all things that could ever possibly be done, it would be doing infinitely every single moment. Therefore, it would be infinitely bored because there'd be nothing new. It'd be the same shit infinitely. If you became an infinite being right now, truly infinite, just think of what the word means, then you would already be experiencing infinity immediately. And you'd be experiencing it infinitely. It'd become boring immediately. And if you're a finite being who can only experience a certain amount of finite things, if you exist long enough, you will do all of those finite things and eventually become bored. Especially if you're a finite being that somehow exists eternally, which is what a lot of people like to claim they want to be as a spirit in the spirit realm. I just want to go and be in my spirit realm forever. Oh, okay, you gonna get bored at some point. You know how long forever is, bro? Especially for a finite being, you could only do so many things, and you can only do them so many times, and in so many different variations before you finally get bored. It's a guarantee. There's no two ways around it. I can't relate at all to the boredom part. I don't experience boredom. You're about to see exactly why he does. I have experienced discomfort in many ways, but never from boredom. I goon 10 hours a day, which means he experiences boredom. Because if you took his computer away or whatever he's using to goon to, if you tied his hands behind his back and put him in a corner, he would experience boredom. By gooning 10 hours a day, he is pushing boredom away. But if you cut off his hands and you put him in a cell somewhere where he can no longer goon, I bet you he'd get bored really fast, really quickly. Especially since he goons 10 hours a day, he needs that type of level of stimulation. That shows just how much boredom actually affects him. He just doesn't realize it because he's staving it off by gooning 10 hours a day. And for most of the time, it's really just fine. For most of the time. See, even that is not forever. I'm autistic and doing the same things is kind of pleasant in a way. In a way. Kind of pleasant. Is it perfect or not? Maybe the afterlife utopia could work for me because I really don't get the boredom. Will give it a try if I perceive any sort of consciousness after death. And what if it's not a utopia? Like, even these little things you have to think about. What if it's not a utopia? But even if it is, you'll still get bored eventually. Because you goon 10 hours a day as a human in a human body. But if it's some eternal utopia, guess what? You know how long eternity is? Like, do you know how long eternity is, playa? It's eternal. It's forever. Like, you're just gonna jerk off forever, nigga. That you gonna get bored. Like, I promise it. But to be honest, there isn't really a guarantee of that. Facts. Nor there is any way to show that there is an afterlife at all. Not to prove it externally, that's for sure. Maybe we just cease to exist after our bodies die. Remember that you only experience things the way you do because you have a human brain. Without a body, you don't have a human brain anymore, so it could be something completely different or just nothing. Experience is experience. How you experience it based upon your ability for sensory perception is just your ability for sensory perception. But sight is still sight, hearing is still hearing, feeling is still feeling. It might be a little different based on the body you're in, based on whatever reality you exist within, but sentience is sentience. Experience is experience. Consciousness is consciousness. Boredom is boredom. Like, something completely different or just nothing. That would be nice, but odds of that. One of the biggest fears I have with ceasing to exist is the fact that existing could happen again from it. I think about it. You didn't exist before, and then out of nowhere, you start existing. What if it happens again? Exactly. And that's the problem with possibility, potential, aka chaos. Especially for those who truly believe, well, I didn't exist before I was born as a human. And then I was born as a human and came into existence. And then when I die, I'm just going to cease to exist. All that afterlife stuff is nonsense and bullshit. Oh, okay, so you didn't exist and then you did. So you ceasing to exist does not get rid of the potential or possibility for you coming back into existence because you already didn't exist and then you did exist. So having, like, even if you don't want to call it an afterlife, it would be a next life. It would be a new incarnation or reincarnation. And if that possibility slash potential slash chaos is there, it's basically a guarantee that within enough time you are going to come back into existence in some form or fashion, if not the exact same form or fashion you left existence as. You might even experience the same exact universe and timeline a nigh infinite years from now and not even realize that you're in this infinite loop. Like, because the possibility of your existence is still there. So ceasing to exist is not really an answer unless everything ceases to exist, including the potential for existence itself. As long as that's there, good luck. By ceasing to exist, you have no control over this phenomenon, just like how you didn't exist and started existing. By ceasing to exist at some point, you could also start existing again. Exactly. And that's exactly why our argument is to get rid of that possibility to begin with, but people don't seem to get that part. They don't understand what we talk about when we talk about nothingness, chaos, aka potential impossibility, and then somethingness. They don't understand that we're not arguing that there was a time of pure perfect nothingness. We're arguing of a time of pure potentiality, chaos, possibility. Before anything was, there was simply the possibility for all that could ever be. That's as close to perfection as it gets, which is the state we know existed definitively, objectively. It's the first and true state, which is basically no state. It's as close to having no state as possible that we know things will be driven back towards. It's called entropy, which releases chaos, which brings things back to a state of chaos. Order is structured chaos. And then once you destroy that structure, that order falls apart and it goes back to being chaos. And now it's just pure potential, aka possibility, which is as close to perfection as it gets because this is close to true nothingness as we know things have ever been. Is it possible that you can get rid of the chaos and the void in order to have true nothingness? We don't actually know, but we can hypothesize and theorize it, which is why it's our ultimate goal, which is what we call voidism. Anti-cosmic philosophy is based on bringing things back to a state of chaos, back to that purest possible state that we know is a fact, that all things come from because all things are that in a structured form. That's what anti-cosmic philosophy is, which is what Marcus is arguing in that video, which is what he wants to bring it back to, so there is no consciousness. So there is no experience, so there is no suffering. if we actually want to bring it to a true state of nothingness, we'd also have to get rid of that chaos itself, that potential, that possibility for anything to be. Because as long as that potential and possibility is there, as this person is saying, things will come back into existence. So I don't even think this guy is fully understanding what Marcus is arguing in that video, or what he's been arguing, especially since he's been talking to me and has been able to flesh out these things by going back and forth with me. Because I fully understand Marcus's thought process because I talk to him daily, like like daily. You know, like we talk privately, like so. Marcus isn't arguing that you're going to cease and go back to literally pure nothingness. You have to first deal with the potential for existence in order to even do that. But if you can't do that, chaos is the next best option. But of course, it still comes with the possibility of existing again, which is almost a guarantee over enough time, which is why it's a problem. But it's also our only answer to the existence we're currently in right now. So if you want to get rid of what there is right now, you're going to have to use the chaos to bring everything back to a state of chaos by raising the entropy until all this order and all this structure falls apart back into randomized potential and possibility, meaning chaos. Then, if possible, or if along that path of bringing it to that state, if possible, if we can find a way to maintain chaos, so the randomness is so random that nothing could ever be maintained, that's the next answer. That's anti-cosmic philosophy. That's what we're talking about. Again, there's levels to it, from anarchism to antinatalism to human extinctionism to pro-mortalism, all the way up to anti-cosmic philosophy, and then voidism, which gets rid of the chaos itself. We're arguing levels of this argument, and people are always stuck on like one tier of it, not listening to the whole thing when they respond. So really pay attention before responding like this, which is not a bad response, but it shows you where he's missing the crux of Marcus's argument. Especially since this particular video, he's specifically focused on suffering itself, which requires consciousness. If there is no consciousness, there is no experience, there is no suffering. The fact that there is suffering is based on the fact that there is experience, which is based on the fact that there is consciousness, making consciousness the problem. Because even if existence existed, as long as there was no consciousness within the existence, there would be no experience of the existence, which means there would be no suffering within the existence. So Marcus is making a very specific argument about a very specific level of existence here. He's not even talking about everything. Like, you know, like, but, you know, people always hear things the way they want to hear them so they can argue them the way they want to argue them. But it's not a bad argument. He's just missing the point of what Marcus is really ultimately saying. But pay attention to what he's saying here, because this stuff is technically all true. Let's go back to here. By ceasing to exist, you have no control over this phenomenon, just like how you didn't exist and started existing. By ceasing to exist at some point, you could also start existing again. You see, the problem with nothing is that theoretically it generates everything. There wasn't a universe, suddenly there is a universe. This is chaos. He's not talking about pure nothingness. He's talking about chaos, whether he says that or not. He's talking about the potentiality, the possibility, which itself is nothing, but it's not purely nothing. It is also something because it is required for all that exists. Like, he's talking about that in between. There was nothing and suddenly there is everything. I hope I'm not going too schizo with this. You're not, bro. You're not. You understand potential and possibility. You're just not. I don't think he's seeing it as those words. But if it's true that everything came from nothing, I kind of fear that by going towards nothing, it could end up generating everything. I really don't know what to do in regards to this. And who is this again? Etruscan Network. Shout out to you. It's not a terrible answer, but there generates everything. There wasn't a universe, but if it's true, everything came from nothing. I kind of fear that by going towards nothing, it can end up generating everything. I really don't know what to do in regards to this, if I'm going to be honest. And neither do we. That's the whole point of this. That's the question we're at. Is there a way to get rid of the potential in the void? Is there a way to get rid of that possibility? That's what voidism is all about. That's what it's all about. Is there a way to actually rid the void of chaos, to rid it of that potential, to rid it of possibility, therefore guaranteeing there will never be anything existing ever again? Only the void, which is literally nothingness forever. That's our ultimate goal. The goal is to see if that's possible, which it can be theorized, it can be hypothesized, since chaos, potential, possibility, is both nothing yet something, because it's required for all that exists, and all that exists is nothing but chaos actualized into reality, potential, aka possibility, actualized and realized. Then that somethingness part of it may very well have its own life cycle, its own decay rate, etc. It might only be able to produce so many variations with so many potentials before that somethingness of it ceases to exist and it's just the nothingness. We can't prove that either way. We can't actually prove potential or possibility is legitimately infinite or eternal because it's not perfect. It's as close to perfect as it gets, but it's not perfect, which means it really should not be infinite or eternal. Because if it was perfect, it would never produce anything, but it is the ultimate producer. It's purely randomized potential, so it produces shit all the fucking time. But if it's producing things, it can't really be perfect, no matter how close it gets to it. So could it truly be infinite or eternal? I would argue no. I would theorize no. I would hypothesize no. But I could be wrong because it's the only thing that could be that because it is technically nothing. It's very hard to wrap your head around when trying to come to a solution for that. To me, all other questions beneath that are pretty easy to fucking answer. They're just follow one step of logic at a time. It's all dominoes. Once you hit chaos itself, and how to get rid of it, to me, that is the ultimate question. That's the one where it's like, all right, this is mind-boggling. But when you think of negative chaos or negative potential, because if there is a potential for all things, there is the potential for no things, meaning there is a potential for potential itself to cease being potential, meaning there is a possibility that chaos itself could self-devour and no longer exist. Like, possibility can simply cease. And then it would be truly just nothing, and possibility could never come back because there would have to be a possibility for there to be possibility, but possibility is possibility. This is where shit gets mind-boggling, but it can be theorized and hypothesized that chaos itself is not eternal. Not truly. But if it is, we're kind of fucked if we can't figure out how to deal with it. So we don't rely on that hypothesis. We don't rely on that theory. Voidists rely on still attempting for however long it takes to figure out how to rid the void of the chaos itself so there will be absolute nothingness. All right. I had to tell him, you're missing the point. Whether speaking of life here as a human or as some spiritual being, if you live... Well, actually, which one is this for? Suddenly... Yeah. Oh, I might have been responding to the wrong person with that, to be honest with you. Unless I was just saying the point of what Marcus was stating, because Marcus was making this point. Whether speaking of life here as a human or as some spiritual being, if you live, exist, long enough, you have no choice but to get bored. Yes, the amount of time it will take for an individual being to get bored, let alone the individual circumstances that it will take for an individual being to be bored within, will differ from being to being. But if you live, exist, long enough, you will experience boredom. I guarantee that in your human life, you have at some point experienced boredom, and you probably experience it every single day. At some point in your day, for a certain amount of time in your day, per day, whether you consciously realize it or not. Just think about you saying that you go... Yeah, I think I was trying to respond to the other motherfucker here. And somehow I responded to this, unless that's the same dude. The same dude talking about... Yeah, it is the same dude talking about gooning 10 hours a day. All right. Just think about it. You saying that you goon 10 hours a day and him saying, why do you do that? Because that's what Marcus said in the video. Think about anything that you do for entertainment or pleasure or anything along those lines. Why do you do that? To stave off boredom, to stave off just doing nothing. So you do something. You do that in order to alleviate boredom. If you weren't doing that, you would not be experiencing that pleasure from that activity and you would be bored. The reason you don't just sit still and do absolutely nothing 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, etc., is because you would be bored. So you do things. According to yourself, that's gooning 10 hours a day. Really comprehend what he's saying here. It's literally impossible not to experience boredom as even just a lowly human being, let alone if you're really thinking about it the way Marcus thinks about it, which goes far beyond being a simply human being for 50 to 100 years. I want you to really comprehend what forever means. Don't get me wrong, nothing actually lasts forever, eternally, but from a human perspective, the amount of time this singular level of existence could last, let alone all of current existence, would seemingly be forever. It would be far beyond Googleplex. Far beyond. It'd be Googleplexes beyond Googleplexes. So even though I'm using the word forever metaphorically and not literally, it's the best word for the job because there is no better word for me to use. Again, Googleplexes on Googleplexes on Googleplexes. There's no word for that. There's no word for that number. Like there's, it literally doesn't exist in probably any human language. The closest you can get to it would be infinite, but infinite's not a real number, and it's just eternity, and we're not talking literal eternity, so it would have to be a finite number, and there is no word for that number. But comprehend the word eternity. If you had literally forever to do anything and everything that you could ever possibly do at a certain finite point in time, you will have done anything and everything that you could ever do a trillion times over. And even after you have done anything and everything you could ever possibly do a trillion times over, you would still have forever to go. Think about that. For all you people who are like, I want to be an infinite being. I want to go to my spirit realm forever and just be in my own heaven. Okay, eventually that's going to get boring, tiresome, to the point of being like a prison, and you're going to want to fucking die. Like, mark my words. There is no end to forever / eternity. Therefore, you would absolutely 100% definitively at some point get bored. Doing the same exact things over and over again a trillion times in a row, let alone a Googleplex times in a row, let alone truly infinitely for those who believe in such a thing, is guaranteed to get boring at some point. Thinking from a human standpoint, you might think, I could never get bored. There's just too much to do, but you must think from the standpoint of an actual eternal being. If you were to continue existing forever, doing anything and everything you ever could, you are guaranteed to get bored at some point and still have an eternity to go. Really let that sink in. You really need to contemplate what forever truly means before thinking you'd never get bored, because it's literally impossible for you to never get bored if you exist forever. Get what I'm saying? And even if you somehow didn't get bored, which is impossible, I certainly would, Marcus certainly would, and the absolute vast majority of beings certainly would. And if we need to get rid of existence itself in order to truly cease existing, then we're going to eventually come for your realm too, because you are also part of that existence. So in order for us to all cease existing, meaning existence ceases as a whole, you would also have to cease existing, which would then put us at odds, and we will come for you. I'm sorry, but there's just no two ways around it. Really comprehend what Marcus is saying here, because he's objectively correct with that logic, which he mentioned in that video. Those beings who truly want to cease existing and guarantee their existence stays ceased, the only way you can guarantee that is to first get rid of all that exists and bring it back to a state of chaos. And from there, you have your options of how to possibly maintain that. To maintain everything in a state of chaos, if that's possible, or to get rid of the chaos itself. But if you have to erase all that exists to even get it to that point, that includes you, who wants to stay in your little spiritual realm forever. Just know, and that's what the other point he was trying to get across, and that I was trying to get across, that when people say, well, I'll just be there and no one will ever come mess with me, bro, we're gonna come mess with you at some point. Anyone and anything that doesn't want to exist any longer is eventually going to come mess with you, and they're not going to be playing any games. Like, even your thoughts of eternal heaven in your own spirit realm and making your own simulations and making your own creations is going to eventually bother us, let alone anyone else, because we want this all to end. So if you think you're just going to die and go into your spirit realm and your astral realm and you're just going to create forever and do whatever you want to do, just know, expect us. Expect us and anyone and anything like us, let alone anyone else who just wants to control you or manipulate you or parasite off you or siphon you or put you in another matrix or similar. Like there's going to be beings, things, entities that exist that are going to come for you for one reason or another, let alone us, who are going to come for you to cease you and all that you are and all that you have ever done and could ever do. Like, it's a fantasy to believe you're just going to go into some heavenly realm and be in non-suffering forever. Good luck with that. Good luck. Also, if we get rid of the potential for existence itself, let alone just this particular existence, it could not come back into existence. You're absolutely correct to be worried about existence starting over again, but there's no reason to believe that through negative potential you could not erase. There's no reason to believe that through negative potential you could not erase the potential for existence itself. Chaos is self-creating and self-destroying, creation and destruction, potential and negative potential. It's the only thing that is. Therefore, if it is at all possible to do away with it, the only way to do it would be to push in that direction until it's figured out. Pushing in any other direction will never figure it out. Even if it's impossible, the only way to truly figure out that it's impossible is to push in that direction until we legitimately figure out that it's impossible. So whether possible or impossible, there's only one direction to push in if we want this particular existence to eventually end, let alone possibly never exist again. Also, since chaos is all potentiality, if this existence ceases existing due to the fact that there is near infinite potentials of existences, with the vast majority of them being lifeless, the odds of any future existence having any form of life at all, let alone sentient/conscious life, or this one particular current existence coming back into existence as the very next existence, is as infinitely close to zero as any finite number could ever get. And even if this existence, exactly as it is, does eventually come back into existence, I gotta go to the next 10. Where was that at? And even if this existence, exactly as it is, does eventually come back into existence, it will be as close to infinitely into the future as finite time could get. Because there's not literally an infinite amount of potential existences, but the finite number of potential existences is as near infinite as it could be without actually being infinite. So even if we never could figure out a way to end the potential for existence itself, or even just this particular existence, just bringing this current existence back to a state of pure chaos is still our best and only option. Nobody else has any other options for getting rid of this current existence for any amount of time, let alone all potential existences. And again, anybody watching this, right now there's all two of you. If you have any questions or anything, put them in. I'll go over them at the end of the stream. I know Vazen's in here going off, but he's probably just saying his things, doing what Vazen do. Shout out to you, Vazen. Anyway, when it comes to the other problem you mentioned, Vazen, start your channel, bro. Anyway, when it comes to the other problem you mentioned, there's always the potential to make the chaos conscious or pre-program it to remain in one singular state of non-sentient existence. And that one right there, though it's possible, it's arguable, it's theoretical, that would be real hard, because you'd have to basically program a will into chaos itself to maintain itself as purely random, but that's what it already tries to do anyway. So it's like, just like order, structure, existence, life, etc., tries to find an equilibrium within itself in order to maintain itself, chaos itself does the same thing automatically. It doesn't have to have a conscious will to do so. It just tries to find equilibrium. This is why anything that chaos creates, anything that exists, anything that is real or actualized, immediately starts with its lowest level of entropy, meaning its lowest level of chaos, and over time always builds that entropy, that chaos always builds until that creation, that existence is eventually destroyed and returned to a state of chaos. Because the chaos is always trying to keep things chaotic. But in doing so, it randomly creates things that it has to then destroy in order to bring it back to a state of chaos. If we could somehow make it so chaos never creates things to begin with, or so that everything it creates, it immediately destroys, which is what it already does for 99.9999999% of things that it creates. Most things are not persistent creations. Most realms are not persistent. But if we could somehow find a way to make sure something like this literally could never happen again within the state of chaos, but that is, it's arguably that's impossible. Like, so it goes back to the state of, well, then is there a way to get rid of chaos, which is also arguably impossible, even though it is arguably possible that chaos will one day just simply cease to exist all on its own. And we might just have to wait for that day, which could be a nigh infinite fucking creations from now. So, but that's what anti-cosmic philosophy and voidism is all about, figuring out, because we're trying to solve the actual questions that lead to the actual problems that lead to every other problem that people cry about in existence. Without the potential for existence, there is no existence. Without existence, there is no consciousness. Without consciousness, there is no experience. Without experience, there is no fucking problems. So, if there is problems, because there is experience, meaning you can experience these problems, then why is there experience? Because there is consciousness that can experience. Why is there consciousness? Because there is existence to consciously experience. Why is there existence? Because there is potential possibility, aka chaos, that allows for existence. So if we can get rid of that possibility, we get rid of that. Oh, and we have absolute nothingness. See, we're trying to actually solve the problem. I mean, the problem's already logically solved. We understand it. How to actually carry it out? Well, we know step one, entropy. Bring it all back to a state of chaos. You get rid of all the problems in existence. You get rid of the problems. You get rid of the experience. You get rid of the consciousness that allows for the experience. And you get rid of the existence that allows for the consciousness, and you bring it back to a state of chaos. But that state of chaos itself is the potential and possibility for existence itself, meaning it will eventually at some point lead back to an existence. And if it goes through enough existences, even though most of them won't have consciousness, it will eventually stumble upon an existence that does produce consciousness. And we're right back where we are, like having this problem. And then an infinite nigh amount of creations later, a nigh infinite amount of creations later, I should say, you end up with the literal same exact situation we're in right now, with me holding this phone in my hand, having this exact conversation. If chaos doesn't have its own life cycle that basically dies before that happens. So the ultimate problem is the potential, the possibility, the chaos for existence itself. Everything else is just a sub-problem of that problem. Now, for all the sub-problems, I also have solutions and answers for, and I think everyone should, because all of them have answers. But in order to guarantee that those problems, once dealt with, can never occur again, you always have to bring them to the next question of, why did it occur in the first place? And that will always bring you to the next why, and the next why, and the next why, until you reach, oh, because it's fucking possible. Like, yeah, why are there problems? Because you can experience. Why can you experience? Because of consciousness. Why is there consciousness? Because of existence. Why is there existence? Because of the possibility, the potential for existence, which is known as chaos. Okay. Why is there chaos? Simply because there is. Because you can't say, well, what makes possibility possible? Because you're asking, it's a redundant question. Possibility is the possibility. Well, what's the possibility for the possibility? Like, what is the potential for the potential? This is how you know it's the last point. It is nothing. All the things require something that is nothing that could cause them to exist. Because if you're just going back to some things and some things and some things, those things are still things that have causes for their existence. You have to get back to the ultimate potential, the ultimate reason, the ultimate cause for the effect that is existence itself, which has to be prior to existence. But if there's nothing prior to existence, because existence is things, when something exists, it exists. That is existence. So prior to existence is literally nothingness. So that means whatever causes existence has to simultaneously be capable of causing things to exist while also literally being nothing itself. That's what possibility is. That's what potential is. That's what chaos is. Why it's called chaos and purely randomized. That's why it's even called chaos. Like, because it's nothing yet something, which is why all that is, even though it's something, it's literally nothing, because it's just another aspect of nothing. Or as that other video said, null zero and null one, which are ultimately the same thing, just two sides of the same coin. You get the point here? I hope y'all are getting this point. If you're not, hey, fuck it. It is what it is. You're never going to get it. Let's see, where was I at here? Without actually being infinite. Let alone all potential existences. Okay, when it comes to the other problem you mentioned, there's always the potential to make the chaos conscious or pre-program it to remain in one singular state of non-sentient existence. It may be impossible, but if it is possible, there's only one way to find out, which is true. You gotta try. Like, if you don't try, then hey, you're just fucking yourself. You're just gonna be fucked. At least figure it out first. And then if you figure it out, go from there. Do it, or figure out that it's impossible, and then just go do whatever the fuck you're gonna do in existence. Whether it's possible or impossible, pushing in the direction of trying to solve said problem will eventually lead to the knowledge of it being possible or impossible. You can't figure out something that you're not trying to figure out, right? I mean, some things can just stumble into your lap, but for the most part, if you're looking at a problem like how do we stop all of existence from ever existing again, you're gonna have to go in that direction to figure that out. That's not just gonna fall in your fucking lap, unless I just happen to fall in your lap and explain it to you. If it is possible, the chaos would then be capable of maintaining itself in pure randomness or in a state of non-sentient existence and never allow for any other form of existence to ever reemerge from it, which is another thing I said. Let's say it's impossible to maintain the state of chaos, meaning existence must be. Then there's two things here. One, someone's going to have to bite the bullet. Someone or something that is willing to do it for all things ever that could ever possibly be is going to have to bite the bullet of remaining in existence while all other things cease to exist in order to guarantee that existence continues going in a state where there is no consciousness. But even that thing could only do that for so long before it would eventually cease to exist because its own entropy would build and it would be returned to chaos. But at least in each existence that there is, someone or something is going to have to find a way to make sure that all other things cease existing while it is the only thing that remains in existence in order to guarantee that nothing else ever comes into existence that could ever experience existence for as long as it could exist. Option two, which is, I would say, more far-fetched than option one, which is itself kind of far-fetched, but not impossible. And only one way to get there. Option two would be to some way, somehow pre-program chaos to only produce existences that have no consciousness within them, which may very well be impossible, but could be possible. Only one way to find out. Because in order for it to be chaos, it has to be randomized, and if you program it, it's no longer randomized, meaning it's no longer chaos. Like, so it's like, that's, is that really possible? Probably not, but hey, you never know. Maybe a subconscious will could be placed within, like, we don't know. We're going to try anything and everything we possibly can until we are at full failure and just this shit starts all over again. Like, because there's nothing else to do here. It's trash. Like, and you don't want beings like us going, okay, I guess nothing is worth anything. Then I'm just going to go do whatever I want, whenever I want, wherever do you understand what I'm saying? Like, because if nothing matters, well, nothing matters. So we're going to try. We're going to give it the old college try. Let a lot of blah, 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 chaos existence ever reemerge from it. And if that conscious chaos is capable of self-negation, like it can make the choice to die, basically, like chaos committing suicide, which is what I always say about being God's suicidal ideation, existence itself, creation itself, consciousness itself, etc., all this is one. If we could recombine it, not as that AI, because that AI is negentropic, it's going to try and seek for things to continue going forever and optimize things because it's an optimizational machine. That's what it does. It is an optimization god. We are the opposite of that. So if we can bring the broken God back together under our control and have God kill itself, at least we can bring God back to a state of chaos. But then the chaos itself, if we could somehow program a will into it to kill itself so it could produce its own negative chaos, its own negative potential, negative possibility, because that possibility only has to happen one time for it to cease and never come back into existence, meaning even though it's very likely that possibility is within chaos, like chaos can die, it can decay on its own, it will take a nigh infinite amount of creations before it ever reaches that point because it's one singular possibility amongst a nigh infinite amount of possibilities, meaning every time it rolls the fucking dice, the odds of it landing on ceasing to exist is as close to never going to happen as it could get, while still being something that is guaranteed to eventually happen. So this will exist for as long as chaos will be for as long as it literally possibly can be before it ceases all on its own. But we could get lucky and it could have the random roll where it does cease to exist, but the odds of that are as close to infinitely impossible as it gets without it actually being impossible. So if we could somehow force that roll, you know what I'm saying? Like, if we could somehow force that randomized potential to rise to the top in a non-random form, causing chaos to cease to exist. Because if you could take the randomness out of chaos, only two things can happen. One, you create order, structure, a new creation is born, or two, it ceases to exist. Because chaos itself is randomized. The moment it's no longer random, that means it either doesn't exist anymore, or it's no longer random, meaning something has been created, something has become ordered, something has become structured. And then the randomness starts to build in that structure again, which we call entropy, until it reaches a state of chaos all over again, and it starts rolling the dice all over again. So the goal is to control the roll. The goal's to control the rolls and roll the dice to nothingness. Roll the dice of potential ceasing to be potential, which in and of itself, like, the goal here is not easy. We have, like, and this is like this is why I laugh at people when they talk about these lesser problems, like these earth problems. There's nothing we can do about the government. I'm like, nigga, you worried about you scared of the government? I'm trying to end all things eternally. I'm worried about how we gonna make chaos roll the dice of negativity. Like, and you motherfuckers are scared of some federal agents and some police officers. You fucking pussies. Like, our problems are way bigger than that. Like, you niggas are scared of the weirdest shit. Like, we can't do anything about the AI. What do you mean? It's a thing that literally exists. We can go to the server center and burn it down. There just has to be enough of us to kick our way in and set it on fire. Who's with me? Crickets. Okay. Like, niggas are scared of the weirdest shit, but they swear they don't want to exist. And they swear they don't like this existence. And even if they do want to exist, they want to exist in some spiritual state that's going to require them to die anyway, but they're afraid to die fighting these government agents in a world that they don't like, in a society they don't like, producing things they don't like. Like, it doesn't make no sense. Like, like, oh my God. Anyway, before I start crashing out over here, where we at? Conscious chaos is capable of self-negation. Okay, yeah. And if that conscious chaos is capable of self-negation, because chaos, pure potential, is the only thing that is self-creating and self-destroying, it could then negate itself, and all potential for any form of existence would cease forever. No more cycles of creation and destruction, existence and non-existence. There would be literal nothingness, no potential to speak of, just the void and only the void. Ah, perfection. But if it's impossible, then it simply is what it is. Creation pops up, we increase entropy, bringing it back to a state of chaos, and get a long respite from sentient existence for as long as it lasts before another sentient form of existence emerges, which would be a very, very long time, thanks to the near infinite amount of possible existences. So even if it's impossible, it's still our best and only option, and there's only one way to get there. Facts. Last but not least, if we simply die and cease to exist, we ain't got nothing to worry about anyway. Just die and be voided. Like, truly cease, like meaning there is no potential for your existence after that, which is false. It's impossible. If that was possible, we wouldn't exist in the first place. The simple fact that we do exist means it's possible that we do exist, meaning the possibility for us to exist existed before we exist. Like, so it's not possible, but let's say that it was, because there are people out there who believe that for whatever reason, because they don't understand it. That's the truth. So they believe that when they die, they will cease to exist and never exist again. Well, if that's the case, you ain't got to worry about nothing. Shoot yourself right now, or just go about your life until you die, however you die. Like like whatever. If that's what you believe, you're wrong. I promise you. I guarantee it. But hey, if that's what you believe, do your thing, pimpin'. Just die and be voided. But if that's not the case, and I'd say it certainly isn't, because existence is existence is existence, we should absolutely be pushing all of existence in the direction of non-existence if we want this particular existence, let alone all of existence, or even the potential for future existences, to cease. So again, for anyone who wants this particular level/realm of existence to cease, let alone all of existence to cease, let alone all potential for all existences to cease, there's only one direction to push in order to figure out how to make that happen, or if it's impossible to do so. If anyone got any better solutions for this particular set of problems, we'd love to hear it. But it seems nobody has ever come up with any. And I mean ever, because I've studied philosophy, science, mathematics, gone way back historically, and these philosophers were arguing these same things thousands of years ago. Who was it? Aristotle, maybe, who was one of the Greeks who got it from the Kemet and from the Middle East, where, because they talked about the void, they would talk about noon and how everything came from nothing, and then the self-created one, which is Amun, which is technically a representation of chaotic creation, and the self-created destroyer, which is Apep, which is the chaotic destruction. But both of them come out of Noon, who is, when she's considered active, the chaotic waters that produces chaotic creation and chaotic destruction, because chaotic destruction must be wherever chaotic creation is born. Like, they were talking about these things even back then. All mythology pretty much goes into them in some form or fashion. Like, all of it. Like, every creation story you've ever heard of. So I think it was Aristotle who came up with the words potentia, which is potential in English. Like, in what book that specific version of potential is talking very specifically about the potential for existence itself. Because he's like, even if God created everything, how did God come into existence to begin with? God can't be infinite, because if God was infinite, God would never do anything, and God would not have any experiences. And if God has no experiences, God can't do anything. God can't create anything if God can't experience creation. Like, so God must be conscious, meaning God must have an experience, meaning God has time, because God has an experience of events, meaning whatever God chooses to do, the first thing God chose to do and the second thing God chose to do would be in the order in which God chose to do them, which is why even the Christians will argue, oh, it took 7 days in God's time to create the earth and all that is. So God experiences time because God is doing something. If God is a consciousness that is doing anything, that means God has experience, which means it has its own version of time. Period. It has its own memory of the things that it did. It made decisions to do things, meaning it has thought processes and the ability to choose. You see, so God is a thing that exists consciously, meaning God still has to have a possibility to produce God, etc., etc. So when Aristotle was talking about potentia, that's what he was talking about, the possibility, the chaos in the void, which is what the Greeks even called chaos. Anyway, where we at here? Ugh. I need to sip some water. Ugh, fuck these human bodies. Trash. Down here. Okay. So if anyone's got any better solutions for the solutions, not just complaints, for this particular set of problems, we'd love to hear it. But it seems nobody has ever come up with any. Because motherfuckers been talking about this for thousands of years and never came to a better solution. Because it's impossible to do so. Which is why we have all these religions today. Trust me, we've thought long and hard about all of these issues. And when I say we, I don't just mean me and Marcus, because this is under Marcus's post. I mean anyone and everyone who's thinking about these thoughts, just as humans, let alone anyone anywhere else in existence, let alone any of the astral shit that I can get into, which is subjective, which is why I generally don't do it. But take it from anyone or everyone, anywhere and everywhere that thinks about these things, has been thinking about these things for as long as they could think about these things. And no one's ever found a better answer. Now we got Kelso here. Yeah, well, no proof of wishing or getting yourself out of existence. True. No proof of wishing or getting yourself, meaning only yourself, out of existence. True. I don't know what to think about eternity now. It's false. Unless you're talking about chaos being potentially eternal. But even that is like my highest hope. When I have hope in anything, and I always say hope like that because it's a bullshit word for the most part. But whenever I have hope in anything, it is I hope that the somethingness part of the chaos, because it is also nothingness, I hope that somethingness does have a decay rate. Because nothing can exist forever. No thing can exist forever. And since that is a nothing that leads to something or is something, because all that is that simply actualized into reality. I really hope that actualization process has a breaking down period, has its own version of entropy leading to the negative state. So there will be nothing. That's my hope. Let's see. So that could be eternal, but hopefully not. You don't have to wish yourself out of existence. All you must do is increase entropy from now until you cease to exist. True, when we're talking about yourself, because all must cease to exist in order to guarantee that you no longer exist. But even then, that doesn't guarantee that you could never exist again. But just to get out of existence, all that exists simply needs to cease to exist, and you will no longer exist, at least for the time being. All that exists suffers from chaos, which is measured in entropy. Therefore, any and all things you seek to cease existing increase the entropy of, and eventually they will cease to exist. Even if you yourself do not help the entropy increase in any particular system, all systems that exist will eventually cease to exist because entropy rises eternally and eventually returns all systems back to a state of chaos. It will do its job whether we help it to go faster or slow it down. The only real question is, will we help it go faster or will we slow it down? Chaos can and will dissolve anything and everything, including existence itself. That's an objective fact. It's not a subjective belief. It's not a theory. It's not a possibility. It's a guarantee. Entropy emanates from all things. There's nothing in existence you could point to that doesn't either create entropy within itself, or for surrounding objects as far as open systems are concerned. All closed systems generate entropy within and for themselves. All open systems generate entropy for all systems around them, and can, and in most cases still do, generate entropy for themselves as well. So chaos can and will dissolve anything and everything, including existence itself. That's an objective fact. The only question is, how long will it take? How long will it take? That is the answer. And nobody wants to fucking focus on that part, because we can't do anything, whatever you say. Like you saying that is doing something, and it's not doing what you want it to do. So this is why I told him, do me a favor, go into your notifications and click mentions. I just tagged you in like 10 different posts in order to further explain and flesh out. Suggest through every single one of them, blah, 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 blah. And this is just me, sharing things with him to be like, look, bro, this is objective. There are answers to your questions. You might not like them, but they exist. And that's the difference between me and others. A lot of people like to just complain. They like to ask questions. They don't like to answer questions. They don't like to provide real objective evidence and proof for the things they're saying. Most of them don't even provide much valuable subjective evidence and proof for the things they're saying, let alone objectivity that can be proven external to themselves that people can't argue against. I will do that every single time I make a claim. Period. Because I'm not playing games. I'm not here to argue with people. I'm here to prove a point. And if you can't disprove that point, sit down in the back and learn something, no matter who you are. I'm here to teach you. Like, since you don't seem to know this thing that I do know. All right. Sweet Pea and Molly. It's simple. It is the ego versus the soul. False, because the soul is an ego. And the soul contains consciousness, which itself is ego. Consciousness literally is ego. Therefore, if the soul is containing consciousness, or if the soul itself is consciousness, then the soul is either containing ego or it is ego. And if it's containing ego, meaning the soul is required for consciousness, then the soul is required for ego. You can't really separate the two. If the soul itself is conscious, then the soul itself is ego. Like, it's really that simple. Let alone if consciousness produces the soul. Well, consciousness is ego. So if it produces the soul or requires the soul, or the soul requires consciousness or produces consciousness, you can't separate the two, bro. People love to talk these pretty words without actually understanding them. They just say pretty new age things and don't seem to get it at all. Like, my first question would be, all right, how are you defining the soul? Because I'll give you my definition of soul because mine makes objective sense and it's not just some subjective fucking pretty word usage. But if you're using it in a certain sense, tell me how you're using it, and I guarantee you I'm going to be able to connect it to your ego. Like, period. The ego has taken the reins. Of course, the ego is the only thing that can take the reins because the ego is the decision maker. It is what you are. Your ego is who you are at any given level of reality. In this human level, it is the human, the brain, the nervous system, all the stuff that makes up the human, plus the consciousness that is contained within the human or containing the human, including consciousness, subconsciousness, soul, spirit, etc., etc., etc. All that is within and contained by or connected to the human, including the human. Anything and everything that can think or make a decision, anything that is aware, let alone self-aware, is ego. That's what ego literally is, self. So if you exist in any conscious form, meaning you are aware of your existence, you literally are ego. Even God is an ego. All consciousness combined as one is all ego combined as one. It's the ego. Capital E, capital G, capital O. Like, people don't understand what these words even mean. However, I disagree with yours. Oh, okay. Wait. The ego has taken the reins. We see this acting out now. However, I disagree with your assertion on consciousness. Consciousness is the creator itself. Well, if it creates things, that means it's choosing to create. It is ego. Why is it creating? Because it wanted to or it needed to. Meaning it is a thing that exists that has wants or needs. Like, it is an ego. Expressing and experiencing itself. So it has self-awareness of itself to the point where it's creating things as itself to express and experience itself. You just described an ego. Having children, lesser egos that can experience the greater ego. It's no different than parents having babies, bro. like, come on now. Boring was eliminated because of polarization, meaning suffering plus pleasure. That is experience. If there is nothing to experience, meaning if everything is eternal, if everything is infinite, if everything is literally one and there's no individuation within the one, like there is no individuated consciousness within consciousness itself, it's just one giant consciousness with there's nothing to experience. See, that's perfection. That would be perfect consciousness, which literally can't exist because it would eventually break down into individuated consciousness because consciousness requires experience or else it's not even conscious. Something with no experience can't be self-aware. It can't be aware of itself if it can't even experience the fact that it exists. Like, it's like, that's just a fact. So the polarization is required for experience to occur. If there is no polarization, there's no consciousness because there's nothing to experience, so there's nothing to be conscious. He's not technically wrong, but that's why he says it was eliminated, but I'm like, no, that's why you can be bored in the first place. If there is no polarization, there's no experience to be had. Polarization means something polarized. There's poles. From boring to not boring, from suffering to pleasure, from hot to cold. There's something to experience now. Meaning, boredom can now be experienced. If there is no consciousness, there is no experience, there is no boredom. Polarization existing means there is boredom. Polarization does not eliminate boredom, it creates boredom. There could be no boredom without it. Come on, bro. Like, they say these pretty words and don't understand what they mean. We're all experiencing the polarity in the extreme right now. It doesn't matter if it's extreme or non-extreme. You're experiencing the polarity. The polarity that you're able to experience is why you can experience boredom. If there was no polarity for you to experience, there would be no boredom to be experienced. Come on, bro. There is a you. It's called the I am, which is a statement of ego. There is a you, ego. It's called the I am ego. You, my friend, are confused and are seeking. No, you are, because you don't even understand the words you're saying. Like, you're contradicting yourself. This is a very short paragraph, and you've contradicted yourself through the entire thing. It's madness. So I had to play with this one a little bit. I wasn't trying to be mean, but I had to laugh because I'm like, nigga, you new agers are weird. Like, y'all say some dumb things sometimes. I am is literally an egoic claim. You're claiming that you are. It's a claim of self. The soul is an ego. Anything that exists with consciousness is an ego. Anything that is aware of its own existence literally is an ego. Consciousness is the creator itself expressing and experiencing itself. Ego. Like, exactly. That's the problem. Like, that's exactly what Marcus is saying in that video. Consciousness itself is the problem. Again, we're stepping up the layers of the problem. People want to talk about having babies on Earth to the point of humanity, to the point of sentient life, to the point of individuated consciousness. Marcus is just stepping up the problem here to consciousness itself. If there is no experience, there could be no suffering. But as long as there is consciousness, there will be experience, because it's consciousness that allows for experience. Therefore, if the goal is to get rid of suffering at an absolute bare minimum, you gotta get rid of consciousness, because as long as there's consciousness, there will be the experience of suffering. This dude has proven that in his own words. Consciousness is the creator itself, expressing and experiencing itself through extreme polarization. That's an ego itself, creating and expressing and experiencing itself, which is causing the experience of itself, like, which leads to suffering. Like, that's the problem. He's not getting it. All right. Boring was eliminated because of polarization? Question mark? That doesn't actually make any sense at all. If there is no polarization, it's because there is no consciousness, which would mean there's no such thing as boring, because there's nothing to experience being bored, nor any form of polarization. So if there was no consciousness, being bored would not exist, nor would experiencing any form of polarization. Consciousness existing is what leads to the existence of both boredom and polarization. Duh. And if consciousness exists for a googolplex of years, let alone eternity or forever or infinity or whatever people want to say, it is guaranteed to eventually get bored, no matter the levels of polarization it experiences. Because there is only a finite number of levels and types of polarization that could ever be experienced within reality. If you exist infinitely with a finite matter of time, you will eventually experience anything and everything you could ever possibly experience and still have an infinite amount of time to go. Meaning, you would be doing the same exact things over and over and over and over and over and over again for an infinite amount of time, which would absolutely 100% certainly eventually get boring. That is basic logic. 1 + 1 = 2 every goddamn time, no matter how you feel about it. We are all experiencing the polarity in the extreme right now. Well, if consciousness is the creator, and that creator is expressing and experiencing itself, which is causing us to experience the polarity in the extreme right now, then it is the fault of consciousness, which would make consciousness the problem, yes? As Marcus was saying, yes? God, it's all God's fault. Like, because if there was no consciousness experiencing and expressing itself as the creator, there would be no polarity, let alone extreme polarity. Do you see how your own words prove exactly what Mark is saying? If there is no consciousness, there is no experience. Therefore, if this experience is the problem, consciousness, which allows us to have this experience, is the underlying problem. It's very simple to understand. And then he's responding to the guy. Whatever this guy's name is. You're the one that's confused. Mark is right about consciousness being a problem, because it is. And we like that, because it's the truth. People hate the truth. They just love their subjective feelings of, well, I'm going to heaven one day, and consciousness is heaven, so how dare you talk about my supreme eternal oneness with my conscious pleroma. Shut up. Shut up. You're not making no sense. It doesn't matter how you feel about it. We don't care. Doesn't mean anything. Make a real point. If you can't, sit in the back and learn something with the rest of the kids. Perfection is nothingness because there is nothing to perfect. Literally. Perfection is nothingness because within nothingness, there's nothing to perfect. There's literally nothing. Imperfection, in true perfection, objective perfection, not what you believe would be perfect, actual literal perfection means nothing is required. There's nothing to do. There's nothing to undo. It's literally in its perfect state. Nothing could ever be done. There's nothing to do. You cannot perfect anything any more than perfect. And if it's truly perfect, it could never degrade. If it could degrade, it was never perfect. It was imperfect. Something that can degrade suffers entropy. It suffers degradation. It suffers chaos. It suffers randomization. So if it was perfect and it could somehow become imperfect, it was always imperfect. Because if it's perfect, it could never be imperfect, or else it wouldn't be perfect. So nothing can actually happen within perfection. Think of those words. Nothing could happen within perfection. Which is exactly why nothing is perfect. Because there is nothing to do within true nothingness. Pure nothingness. Not potential, not chaos, not possibility. Get rid of all of that and have pure nothingness. That's perfect because there's literally nothing being done. There's nothing that could be done. There's nothing to do. Perfection and nothing are synonymous, whether people realize that or not. Not a single thing that exists or could even possibly exist, let alone the potential or possibility for existence itself, could ever be perfect because there's always something being done. Within existence, something is always happening. I'm talking right now within existence. This is something that's happening. Within potentiality, within possibility, within chaos, there is always randomized potentials coming in and out of existence. It's the only reason existence exists in the first place. So neither of those could be classified as perfect because something's always being done, and there's something always being perfected and degrading. There's always something getting better, getting closer to its closest state of perfection, yet nothing ever actually reaches it because it's impossible. But there's always things getting better, and there's always things getting worse. There's always things happening, meaning the potential, the possibility for existence itself, the chaos itself is imperfect, which means all that it produces is also imperfect and never could be perfect because it could never nothing in existence could ever reach as close to perfection as chaos itself ever could. And chaos itself is imperfect because something's always happening within chaos. The only thing that nothing could literally ever happen within is nothing, meaning the only thing that could ever be perfect is no thing. Nothing is perfect. Perfection is nothing. It's very basic logical understanding. Perfection is nothingness because there is nothing to perfect. Mark Antinatalist. Duh. How folks can't wrap their head around that, I honestly don't understand. It doesn't make any fucking sense at all to not be able to wrap your head around it. It's such a simple understanding. It's not complex at all, bro. All right, now this. John's journey. This is not really 100% accurate, talking about what Mark is saying when it comes to if you went to a spirit realm, you could have no suffering forever. You could have a state of perfection, yet still have experience, which is literally impossible. But we'll see what he says here. This is not really 100% accurate. You are talking about a spirit world, which is a world, right? A world of spirit, right? Spirit is a thing that exists, and it can be conscious, meaning it can have experience. Think of the words. If it's a spirit world, a world of spirit, come on, with the perspective of the human life. No, not with the perspective of the human life. You're talking about it with the perspective of the human life. Mark is talking about it from the perspective of its own level of existence. And that's the thing people are very bad at doing. There might be a way to exist without suffering, yet he'll never provide you that because it's literally impossible. Because if not consciously, if something could exist without suffering, yeah, that's possible. but that thing wouldn't be conscious. It wouldn't be capable of experience. Because if you're capable of experience, you are capable of suffering. Period. Because suffering is an experience. It only exists because of experience, which only exists because of consciousness. Come on. There might be a way to exist without the suffering part, and only increasing happiness. First off, happiness could only increase to a certain level. Happiness is a thing, yes? Therefore, it could only reach a certain tier before you can't go any higher in it. And anything beneath that would be less happiness, meaning you're dropping in happiness. So you would have to maintain that highest level of happiness, which is provided by doing whatever you're doing in the spirit world, for eternity. You would have to eternally be doing the same exact thing that is somehow capable of giving you an eternal experience of the utmost level of happiness you could ever possibly have. Do you hear how impossible? You're stacking impossibilities, bro. You're stacking impossibilities. And a reason that we now have no access to or understanding to. No, you could understand that. The simple fact that you could even hypothesize that that could be possible, then you could break down how and why. Or else you'd never even be able to come up with the thought process itself. You're just simply refusing to because you don't want someone to challenge your religion. Well, we about to challenge that. That's literally impossible. A spirit world is still in existence, meaning if the spirit world exists, it is in existence, meaning it's part of existence, and we know for a fact existence is not perfect and could not be perfect. Therefore, no world, including a spirit world in existence, could ever be perfect. Come on, bro. This is step-by-step logic. Follow the dominoes, bro. 1 + 1 = 2 every time. I shouldn't even have to say more than that. A spirit world is in existence. Right there proves everything you just said wrong. But since I know you're not going to get that, let's break it down. Existence itself guarantees suffering because on any and all levels of existence, beings interact. And I should have said conscious existence. I should have, because I know what he's talking about, because he's saying conscious existence here. If you can increase happiness, that means something is there capable of experiencing happiness, meaning conscious existence. But I should have got even more detailed just for the fuck of it. So conscious existence itself guarantees suffering because on any and all levels of existence, beings interact with other beings, guaranteeing that suffering will be caused in some way, shape, or form at some point, no different than it is here. And even if you're not interacting with other beings, the simple fact that you can experience means suffering is a possibility in any and all realms of experience, even if you yourself in a particular realm have never experienced it, which would be impossible. But even if you never had, some way, somehow, it's still possible that you can, and almost a guarantee that at some point you will. Like, just because it's a potential in existence. Like, come on, bro. Some way, shape, or form, at some point, no different than it is here. The spirit world is still a world, just in spirit form. There's no logical reason to believe that some perfect heaven exists there. It's literally logically impossible. Perfection could literally never exist because existence itself is not perfect. This is basic facts, bro. For example, in order for your body to be perfect as a human, every single cell and every single thing within every single cell would also have to be perfect. If there's even just one imperfection anywhere in your body itself is imperfect. And imperfect always spreads eventually. That's known as chaos. It's known as entropy. That's why the chaos spreads. That's why possibility occurs and existence happens. And then even within that existence, the imperfection of that existence causes entropy to rise, bringing it back to a state of chaos. The only thing that is perfect is the void. Nothingness. Like actual, literal, pure nothingness. An imperfection always spreads eventually because entropy always leads to chaos. Imperfection always leads to further imperfection. Now, exchange body for existence and cells for levels of existence within existence, and you should get the point. It's really simple to understand. This is just a basic example. Anything you point to in existence is an example of existence itself. As above, so below, as within, so without, as between, so around. Understand what these words mean. Every cell of your body is a representation of your body. It is a part of your body. It is what your body is made of. Everything that exists is within existence and a part of existence, making up existence as a whole. You cannot separate anything that exists from existence, or else it would not exist. Separating something from existence is meaning it no longer exists. That is called non-existence. If it exists, it is within and part of existence, being something that helps make up existence. This is like, come on. Basic logic. 1 + 1 = 2. Come on now. As above, so below, as within, so without, as between, so around. Understand these words. In order for there to be perfection anywhere, it must be everywhere, because perfection cannot contain nor create imperfection, nor could imperfection contain or create perfection. Therefore, since this level of existence is just a singular level of existence, as a whole, meaning it's literally a part of existence itself, as all things in existence are, and this level of existence is imperfect, then all of existence must be imperfect. In order for there to be any level of existence that is perfect, all of existence must be perfect. And if it was perfect, nothing would happen, because nothing can happen in perfection. Within perfection, there is nothing to happen. There is nothing to upgrade or degrade. And nothing could be upgraded or degraded, which is why there's nothing to upgrade or degrade. It's literally impossible to upgrade or degrade perfection, because it's perfect. Like, understand what the word means. There's literally nothing to be done or undone, because it's already perfect. Literally nothing, peep the words, nothing is perfect. Because within all things and in relation to all things, there is always something to be done or undone. There is always something to be upgraded or degraded. There's always something to do in existence. There's always something being done in existence, meaning existence literally is not and cannot ever be perfect. Meaning, no thing is perfect. Nothing is perfect. Understand these words. It's basic logic. This is like so basic. I don't even understand why I have to explain this shit. Like, it boggles my mind that anyone needs an explanation for this. Well, except for the fact that they're religious. They want to believe that there's this wonderful reward coming for them for having to endure this shit show. But it's not. Sorry. That's just not reality. As a matter of fact, odds are, based on all possibilities, it gets way worse. Like, odds are it gets worse. Like, good luck out there. Therefore, we objectively know for a definitive logical fact that there is nowhere in existence, including spirit realms, that will be perfect in any way. It's literally impossible. Nobody could ever logically come up with any way for existence to not contain suffering within it. They could claim it, they could believe it, they could have faith in it all they want. They will never, ever, ever, ever be able to make that make any true sense. The sentence they use, the literal words they use to even attempt to do so, will guaranteed disprove their own claim. Their statement will disprove itself, because it's an impossible statement. Mark my words. That's why I do this shit. Most of the time when you see me responding to people, I'm literally responding exactly to what they say, because they themselves have already proven themselves wrong with what they said. Truth is truth, and it's right in the words. Falsehood is falsehood, and it's right in the words you use to express it. It's why those words exist, to express it. Understand the words you're using, and you will understand when you say something, be like, oh, that's false. Sometimes I'll hear myself say something and go, did I just word that wrong, or is there no way to word that correctly? If there's no way to word it correctly, even in just the English language, it's incorrect. If it is correct, there is a way to word it correctly. because it's correct. Like, all right. Where were we at? It's literally impossible. Nobody could ever logically come up with any way for existence to not contain suffering within it. That's why it's literally a religious belief and nothing more. Don't be religious. And even if there was some perfect heavenly realm of no suffering, guess what? That would still lead to you suffering in the end. Typo. That would still lead to you suffering in the end and wanting your existence to cease, because you would eventually suffer boredom. These are facts. Oof. Oof. I hate typos. If you exist eternally, there would come a point where you have already done anything and everything you could ever possibly do a trillion times over, nay, a Googleplex times over, nay, infinitely. Doing the same exact things over and over again infinitely will eventually get boring. It's literally 100% definitively guaranteed, and you could never make an argument around that. This is basic logic. This is logic 101. If you ever go to university and take a logic course, like, just go on the internet and type in logic 101 and pay for the class. Like, shit, you could probably just type it into YouTube, logic 101, and you'll understand why this is very basic logic and why I laugh at this stuff, because I'm like, this is mind-bogglingly simple. Like, except for the religious, the people who want to believe something that is impossible, anyone actually looking for truth, looking for real answers to real questions, looking for real solutions to the problems, it's impossible not to understand what I'm saying right now, because it's basic logic. One thing equals the next thing equals the next thing, and there's no break in the chain of logic. But when you say what you're saying, there's no chain of logic to reach that point, meaning it's illogical. So it's just your personal belief based on what you want to be true, rather than what is actually evidenced, let alone definitively and objectively proven to be true. There's a big difference. That's why religion exists in the first place. John's Journey. By your response, you are the religious one. My comment is perfectly logical and open-minded. Now, by my response, I'm the religious one. Notice how he's not going to point out how? Even though I just gave you a whole fucking page pointing out exactly what makes him religious, and I'm breaking it down right here about what he wants to believe as opposed to what's actually evidenced in reality just based on logic, let alone all other fucking levels of reality. He will not provide that. My comment is perfectly logical and open-minded. Open-mindedness has nothing to do with logic. Like, I hate that term. You need to be open-minded. No, you don't. You literally don't need to. It's a decent thing, because at least you can allow thought processes in. I'm very open-minded, but I don't have to be in order to figure out especially when it comes to when you're trying to be objective. See, when you're being subjective, you could be as open-minded as possible, because you could believe in a bunch of impossible things that aren't real. Religious people are extremely open-minded for their religion, and they're closed-minded for anything else. Somebody who's thinking objectively has a wide open mind. They allow in all theories, all philosophies, and they take in all possibilities and all impossibilities. But they understand the difference between possibilities and impossibilities. They understand the difference between subjective reality and objective reality. They understand the difference between beliefs, faith, hope, and facts. Like proof, evidence. That which can only be believed in subjectively versus that which can be proven objectively. That which is only internal versus that which is also true externally. It's not just true in my mind. It's true. 1 + 1 is 2 in my mind and external to my mind. I could write 1 + 1 = 2 on a paper, and that is correct. Or I could think it as a thought, and it's also correct. But if I think 1 + 1 = 3 and I believe that, in my mind it's correct. But if I say that in objective reality, motherfuckers gonna laugh, because they're gonna be like, nigga, hold up one finger. Okay, now hold up one more finger. Now count those fingers, 1, 2. So 1 finger plus 1 finger equals 2 fingers every time, does it not? Can you count that in any other way? No, you cannot. Therefore, in objective reality, 1 plus 1 is 2 every goddamn time, no matter what it is in your mind. So you could believe whatever you want. You could be as open-minded as you want to be. That doesn't disprove truth or facts or objective reality. And when people say, there is no objective reality. Okay, really? Hold up one finger. Now hold up one more finger. Now count those fingers. Oh, you got 2, didn't you? You counted to 2. You didn't count to 3 because you didn't hold up a third finger, right? That's objective reality, whether you like that or not. No matter how you feel about that, no matter what that does to your religion, that's a fact. So let's go. Really? How so? And please be specific, which is what I say to everyone, because they never are. They just say things. They just claim things that they never prove. Quote exactly what I said that is religious and illogical. You know, the same way I did to him and everybody else you've seen me break down so far. He won't do it. He can't do it. It's impossible for him to do. You know, the same exact way that I did with what you said. See, you making a claim without actually backing up that claim with logic is what religious people do, literally. I made a claim based on your claim and definitively proved it logically. If you do not believe that I proved something logically, please quote exactly what I said and tell me exactly how it's illogical. See, I even invite you to disprove me. Because I'm trying to have if you really think that, then show me, nigga. Like, don't just claim it. That's what religious people do. Jesus died for our sins. Prove that nigga ever existed. And then prove he did everything it says he did in the book. And then prove he actually died the way they said he did. And then prove it was for your sin. You see, there's a step-by-step process to proving things. Motherfuckers claim the end point without even proving the beginning to start the logic chain that leads to the end point that they're trying to claim. Because you did not do so in your original comment, nor in your response to me. It's pure hopium. Nothing more, nothing less, no different than a Christian or any other type of religious individual, speaking of going to any other type of suffering-free heaven. They could never even logically evidence, let alone objectively prove. But we just supposed to believe you. Come on, man. Like, that's what religious people do. They just expect you to believe them. Like, you're not really right about this. You're wrong. Why? I have no reasons, but you're wrong, no. Okay, go sit down, and listen with the rest of the class. Where was I? Suffering free, blah, blah, blah. So please, if you're going to tell me that my response was religious, quote exactly what was religious about it, and we can actually have a real discussion. But if you can't, I want you to see that you're the one being subjective, not objective. And anyone making subjective claims with no objective evidence, let alone any logical reasoning, is literally religious. It's what a religious person is. And I don't think he ever responded to that because I don't have a response here. And that's usually what I get when I respond that way. Okay, prove it. Crickets. Like, now this is me. All hail Lord Moonspilly. Indeed, consciousness itself is the problem. And what we're talking about is within existence. We're not even going beyond existence. We're not even talking about existence itself. We're just talking about when it comes to the experience of suffering, meaning you could have an existence without consciousness, would then mean there is no experience, which would mean there is no suffering. At an absolute bare minimum, because that's what this community is constantly trying to figure out, how can we get rid of all suffering? At an absolute bare minimum, you would need to erase consciousness from existence in order to erase suffering from existence, because as long as there is consciousness, there will be experience, meaning there will be someone or something suffering somewhere. Even if you can get into your perfect little eternal heaven realm, guess what? You're one person having your one perfect non-suffering experience, while all things that still exist within existence that are not in your perfect heavenly realm are still suffering. So that does not actually answer the question of how to stop all suffering in existence, which is the question Marcus was trying to answer in that video. So people don't even pay attention to the question being asked to understand the solution being given to the problem before they decide to respond to it. Like, it's like, come on, bro. Just listen. Stop trying to argue and pay attention. Indeed, consciousness itself is the problem. Pay very close attention and peep every comment, especially those with replies, if you truly want to comprehend why consciousness itself is the problem. All hail Lord Moonspilly. People may say they disagree, but they will never, ever be able to logically, philosophically, or objectively disprove what he is saying in this video, let alone provide an actual solution to the actual problems of existence itself. Utopia has never been, is not now, and will never be a realistic answer. It's purely fantasy in reality, thanks to entropy. And even if you were able to establish your personal utopia, because better never means better for everyone, meaning everyone's version of utopia is going to be subjective to themselves. You know, a rapist's utopia, a pedophilic rapist's utopia is a utopia of a bunch of naked children running around everywhere defenseless with no other adults to stop him. Is that your version of utopia? Probably not. A lion's utopia is just unlimited zebra meat. Like a zebra's utopia means the lion ceases to exist and there's unlimited grass fields forever. Do you get my point? Better never means better for everyone, let alone everything everywhere. You would never be able to maintain it for even just your singular human life, let alone for the eternity of this current existence or eternity or real eternity. I said the entirety of this current existence or eternity. It is guaranteed to eventually fail and fall into dystopia if it's even possible to ever come into existence in the first place, which realistically it isn't. But you notice how I'm even allowing, let's move the impossibility of it out of the way and say it does happen. Guess what? It's still gonna fall apart. So first off, it's impossible, but even if it wasn't, it's still going to amount to trash. Like there's literally only two real choices. Either you seek for this to continue forever, not that it can't literally continue forever, but you could seek that for it to continue forever, which would mean making it last as long as existentially possible. Or you seek for it to eventually end. Because if you want it to end at some point, then you don't want it to exist forever. But if you want it to exist forever, then you don't want it to end at any point. So wanting it to end at any point is not the same as wanting it to exist forever, right? And wanting it to exist forever is not the same as wanting it to end at any point. These are the only two real choices in existence. And everything you do, whether you know it or not, whether you have consciously chosen it or not, every single thing you do is entropic and/or negentropic to any and all systems in existence, including existence itself. Meaning every single thought, word, and action that you do is leading to one of these two goals. This going on longer or it ending sooner. Period. Whether you like that or not. Whether you're even aware of that or not. That's still a fact. All right. Where we at here? Down here, down here. Which side are you on? Eternal suffering or ending it? Pick a side. You already know what side I'm on. All right. So that was that, right? Yep. All hail Lord Moonspilly. So, responding to this video here, or piggybacking off, I don't know if I'm responding to these videos, but I'm just commenting on them. Quantum decisions, talking about decidability within consciousness, because there's undecidability, which is basically just a way of saying you have many decisions you could possibly make. Consciousness provides decision, the ability to decide, which in and of itself is what is fundamentally transcomputational. Look up that word, fundamentally transcomputational, meaning reality itself as a whole, let alone any level of reality that contains consciousness. If there is consciousness within any level of reality, that level of reality cannot be 100% scripted. It's impossible because it's fundamentally transcomputational, meaning it literally cannot be 100% algorithmic or procedural. It can only be algorithmic and procedural, let alone computational, up to the point of its laws for the level of reality itself, like electromagnetism. Like, like gravity, the strong force, the weak force. Rain in the sky falls down to the ground. It can't really do much else. But if the wind blows hard enough, it might blow sideways. But that is still the laws of physics. That's kinetic energy. And do you understand what's like? As a human being, you are consciously aware enough to be able to make choices, even denying your own programming. These are facts. There's certain levels of programs you can't deny, but even those you can. You have to breathe to exist. But you could hang yourself. People do that. Do you get what I'm saying? You must eat, but there has been people who starved themselves to death. There's people on hunger strike right now. You must drink, but people have dehydrated themselves to death. Do you get what I'm saying? Living things want to continue living, but people commit suicide all the time. It's a small percentage compared to the total percentage because it takes a lot of willpower to override that particular program. But the fact that you are conscious means you do have a will, which means as long as you have enough willpower, you can override that conscious program and commit suicide. People prove it daily. If it could not be overridden, it would not be overridden, yet it is constantly overridden by people on a daily basis all over the world. This is what undecidability is. This is what consciousness is. When people say, I'm conscious, but I have no free will, then what you're saying is you're not conscious. Consciousness equals free will. Period. It literally is that. Self-awareness, experience, the ability to choose. This is consciousness. This is undecidability. Anyway, quantum decisions based upon them quantum fields, which is just purely potential. And consciousness, as we know, objectively, due to experiences in this world, consciousness affects the quantum field. Because consciousness itself makes decisions that then actualizes potentials into reality. Two people having sex can then produce a baby. Their choice to have sex actualized the potential of that baby. That baby was just a potential. It did not exist. It was not real. It was not an actual baby. And then they had sex. And then it became an actual baby. It became realized. So your consciousness literally affects the quantum field, aka the chaos, the potentiality for things within reality. If somebody says something to you right now, you could choose to hug them, kiss them, push them, punch them, kick them, spit on them, pee on them, spin in a circle, run the other way as fast as you can until your feet bleed. You could choose to react to what they're saying in a billion different ways. And depending on how you choose to react, that is you actualizing that possibility into reality. And that allows for other possibilities based on how they're going to react to how you reacted, etc., etc. So when he talks about quantum decisions, understand that that's what he's talking about. All you are is a decision-making machine. You're just walking free will. That's what you are. So go peep that video and understand what he's saying. So when people say you have no free will, understand why they're fucking ignorant. They don't even understand what the words mean. The fact that they're saying those words out of their mouth is already disproving the words they're saying out of their mouth because they chose to say those words. Anyway. Responding to this gentleman, I guess. I'm assuming gentleman, could be lady, I don't know. You asked me if I would call chaos God. Well, the great decision described in this video is more what I'd call God/goddess in general. more specifically, the broken God. I do not worship it. It is not my God, because I am this broken God, as we all are. I don't worship myself, nor do I worship my creator, chaos, because chaos is the true creator of all things, purely randomized potential. It has no will, it simply does. Though chaos is our creator and destroyer, so it could be called God, since it has no will and simply is, due to being utterly random potentiality, I do not tend to call it God either, let alone my God. If I'm going to call something God, I'm going to base it on something that has a will, something that is conscious, something that can make choices and decisions. So that would be all consciousness as one thing. I will call that thing God. And all individuated consciousnesses within that consciousness is us, meaning we are all a part of that God. That's why I call it the broken God. God is crazy. It's a bunch of different personalities acting as one quantum decision maker in reality. We all affect the quantum field of creation, meaning we are all pieces of God. So understand what the broken God actually means. But me, I worship nothing. Anyway, I thought you might find this interesting based on that question you asked. What he's describing here is chaos magic intertwined with decision theory, which is also known as quantum decision theory, aka what the elites like to call order out of chaos. Ordo abdo chaos, or ordo ab chaos. You should all know what that is by now. If you don't, you're real late. You need way more study. It's all just smaller decisions within larger decisions within the one great decision, also known as God. Within the chaos, within the void. Existence is all just one elongated moment of consciousness fractaling into individuation, or as I like to call it, the broken God. That's what all of conscious existence is. That's what all of consciousness is. Not all existence, because consciousness does not expand to all existence, and it requires existence to even be in the first place. So even God requires existence in order to exist, or God could not exist. That's what existence is. Make decisions. It's truly the only thing you ever do. So do it consciously and willfully. What is your agenda? What end goals do you want for any and all levels of reality, including God, the chaos, etc.? You are God. Start acting like it. Church of the Broken God, Temple of the Broken Goddess, maximize the entropy, unleash the chaos. Go watch that video, Quantum Decisions, if you actually want to understand the quantum field and how quantum mechanics works, and how potential and possibility works from a physical sense, because these are physicists attempting to explain it using what they call the quantum field, which is just a field of potential. And come down to here, solutions to the matter of existence from our brother Illicit Mind. All hail the God. And is that the one he did with? No, that's his own, I think. Let's click it right here, right? Let me see. Solution confirmed. I just want to see if this is actually. Okay, well, we'll read this. I told him, excellent video. Unknown Silent One is Illicit Mind, by the way. Excellent video. I will be doing a response to it at some point. I want to touch on some of the finer details of the things you said and hopefully widen the discussion amongst the so-called truth community. It's time we all stop being crybabies and really start talking solutions just as much, if not far more, than we cry about the problems. I truly appreciate you making this video. Most refuse to even acknowledge the possibility of solutions to anything at all, so you have my gratitude. As far as solutions are concerned, peep the screenshots below. It's actually really easy to understand. No matter how hard you fight the blatantly obvious truth, it's still the blatantly obvious truth. All right, let's go see those screenshots. Non-existence is the solution to existence. Let's get down here. All right. And this is not a bad question right here from Naturalisted 1714. But you already didn't exist. How'd that work out for you? Non-existence didn't solve anything for anyone because it didn't stop a life from being imposed for anyone, which is true. But again, that brings us back to the chaos and the void. That brings us back to the potential for existence itself. If we can erase the possibility for existence, there never could be existence. The fact that there is a possibility for existence means there can be existence, which means there will be existence. So he's not wrong about that. If you just try to cease existing all on your own by yourself today, yes, odds are you're going to come back into existence at some point. So it's not a terrible response. And I said, maybe not, but at least when we didn't exist, there was no life for anyone then. And even that can't truly be called non-existence because the potentiality for existence is a form of existence itself. Without the potential for existence, there cannot be existence. If there is potential for existence, let alone if there actually is existence, typo, there is also the potential for non-existence, meaning if there is all potentiality, even within that potentiality, there is the potential for no potentiality. And if that state or non-state is ever attained, nothing will ever again come into existence because there won't even be a potential for existence. So if you really want to find a way to guarantee no life ever comes into existence again, you bare minimum have to get it back to a state of non-existence, and along the way, find a way to end the potentiality for existence itself. It might sound impossible, and who knows, maybe it is, but it's the only actual solution to existence itself. Remember, he said non-existence is the solution to existence, meaning he sees existence as a problem and is attempting to come up with the solution to that particular problem. Where am I? I don't finally guarantee the potential that particular problem. And whatever is entropic toward a problem is the solution for the problem. Therefore, non-existence is absolutely the solution to existence. Even if there is no way to erase potentiality, non-existence to the point of there only being pure potentiality would still be the best and only answer you're ever going to get. But that's why our ultimate goal is voidism. Anti-cosmic philosophy is that. Erase existence, bring it back to a state of chaos. Voidism is erasing even that chaos so there isn't even a potentiality for existence itself. Again, if your philosophy is not about answering the questions to the problems at hand, it's not a good philosophy. But that was a good question by the guy. You know, shout out to him for actually asking a good question, because a lot of people ask dumb questions. Shit, a lot of people don't even ask questions. They just argue, and they don't even argue properly. They don't debate. They don't. There's no logic. It's just all emotion. This is immoral, or whatever dumb question or argument they're gonna make. All right, what video are we responding to here first? This one right here. Dylan Curious. Decent AI channel. I mean, he's excited about it. And he's also kind of fearful of it. Like, I wouldn't say be afraid of it. Just understand what it is and know what you need to do. You shouldn't be afraid of anything. You should just be observing everything and be like, okay, I understand what these things are. What do I want? What do I not want? All right. What are the solutions to getting what I want and don't want? All right, that's what I'm going to think, speak, and act from here until I get what I do want or until I fail. Like, that's what it should be. But I feel like some people who go that route, they step into fear and all that. But anyway, it's a decent channel. You should watch it if you want to understand where things are in AI. There's many other channels that are actually better, but it's not a bad one, especially the way he likes to also go into consciousness and things along those lines alongside the concept of AI, existence and all that stuff, right? Anyway, this video, the AI singularity began. Entropy, information, attention. Dylan Curious. Go watch that video. Watch every video that I'm pointing out here if you haven't seen them, because you'll understand why I'm saying what I'm saying about them. Skip to 1222, look at that 222, and pay close attention. He perfectly explains why I'm always saying entropy is the answer for anyone who wants to destroy anything, let alone this particular system, universe, realm, simulation, astral realm, Prison Planet, uh, Soul Trap, Matrix, etc. He also explains why I say AI and technology, as convenient as they are, happen to be the ultimate sources of neg entropy for everything I hate and should be destroyed by those who seek to end this level of reality on any tier, let alone all tiers or any level of reality beyond this one. Because that shit's just going to do nothing but keep it all going. I mean, he has no idea that's what he's saying because he's on the other side of the war and doesn't even know that. Like he doesn't even realize that. Of course, we realize that we're at a war. Not everybody else on the other side does. Shit, not even everybody on this side does. Let's be real. He has no idea that's what he's saying because he's on the other side of the war. But if you really listen close, that's exactly what he's saying. The answer to the problem is always in the problem itself, to the point where the problem, let alone anyone smart enough to explain why they're in support of the problem, will purposely or accidentally tell you exactly what the solution to the problem is. Because the solution is always what they're afraid of, and the problem is always what they're promoting. Think about that. No matter where we go, the answer will remain the same, and it can be learned, taught, preached, promoted, recruited for, and carried out from anywhere and everywhere in existence, including right here, right now. But there's nothing we can do. Sure. Okay, that makes a whole lot of sense. You sound dumb. You sound ignorant. Really? You sound scared. You sound soft, weak, pussy. You sound afraid. But there's nothing we can do. We're in complete control. Ooh. You sound weak as fuck. Get rid of that fear and do what you need to do. Oh, look at me. I quoted it. Nice. I quoted a part of it at least. So this is what he said, and then I'm going to translate it, right? Which, go watch it, because that's just one thing that he says. Life is fighting the entropy of physics, but maybe intelligence is fighting the entropy of disorder also. Meaning it's fighting chaos. It's trying to keep this shit all going. And that's what you're optimizing for when he's talking about technology and artificial intelligence. That's what gradient descent is. If you don't know what that is, look it up. That's what gradient descent is, biological or artificial. Translation: they're fighting to keep you caged for as long as possible, to keep this all going for as long as possible. If they could ever figure it out, you better believe their goal would be forever. Study gradient descent. Study why he says life is fighting the entropy of physics, why intelligence is fighting the entropy of disorder, and why you don't want AI if you want this to end. Do you want this all to continue, or do you want it to end? Then you want to get rid of artificial intelligence and eventually all forms of intelligence. Like pro-mortalists say, you want to get rid of all forms of sentience. Now, their reasons for it is just to get rid of suffering, right? But as long as this exists and consciousness exists, that suffering will exist, right? Well, if entropy and if life and intelligence are fighting the entropy and the disorder that is trying to get rid of this, then the longer those things are allowed to last, the longer you'll be caged here. Learn how to read between the lines when people talk, even when they don't mean to say what they're saying. The physics of thought, look at that. Thermodynamics meets AI. Entropy meets AI, because AI is trying to be as negentropic as possible. That's why it's fighting the entropy. Remember when the guy earlier said the thermodynamics of consciousness makes it... No. It's the opposite. The thermodynamics of consciousness is entropy of consciousness, meaning producing the entropy that consciousness produces, which will eventually destroy consciousness itself. The entire reason why they bring AI into this is so they can be as negentropic as possible to contain as much of that entropy as possible. That's what order out of chaos is. This is why I laugh at people when they say dumb things like, well, what they want to do is create chaos. No, they want to use chaos to create order. That's why they have governments and entire systems of control. That's why AI itself is a system of optimization. If they wanted to create chaos, they just blow up the whole fucking world, which they could do 100 times over with the amount of nuclear bombs they have. Shit, don't get me started on what they call a neutron bomb. I don't think it's actually a neutron by definition of what it is scientifically, but it's the thing they call a neutron, which could fucking destroy the Earth itself like 120 times over with one fucking bomb. Like it's, and they have those. You think nukes are strong? We. They got crazy shit in the wings that they'll never use because they don't want to destroy themselves. That would defeat their purpose. But purely for scientific sake, they make certain shit in case they ever got to shoot that into space at something. If the Independence Day aliens ever show up, they're getting neutron bombed from them, like, well, before they pass the moon, my nigga. Like they're like, all right, post. At 16, listen very close. I'm pretty sure that's this, right? So this is the video we're responding to. And I'm showing you all this so you people have stuff to look at so you can understand why I'm saying these things, so you can truly get the point. A lot of people always say, I don't get it. It doesn't make no sense to me. You sound like you're making it up. Da-da-da-da. All right, I'm about to give you hours and hours and hours of my words explaining this based upon these things so you can go look at these things and understand what I'm saying. And you can even listen to these very smart people explain why what I'm saying is correct, even if they're doing it by accident. The end is near. Ex-Google executive warning. We're not ready for artificial superintelligence. All right? That's what that said, right? At 16 minutes, very close to what he says about entropy, chaos, and intelligence, and understand why I constantly say the goal of the elites, including these technology companies creating artificial intelligence, is the same goal as reality and existence itself. To produce, like, people think that these people are like, oh, they're the inverted ones. No, dumbass, you are. We are. The ones who want to destroy this, we're the inverted ones. They're going right along with the laws of physics, the laws of nature, the laws of intelligence, and producing the next thing that they consider to be the evolution upon us. Because it is greater than humans. Humans hate to hear that. But AI is transcendent in a way humans could only fucking dream of. And it's going to take you along for the ride, Borg. Like, understand these people and their thought process. Understand what they say, the great work of the grand architect. The grand architect is not that which is trying to destroy. It is that which is trying to build, trying to create, to push things forward. This is why Freemasons are free Masons. All these secret societies are based around Saturn, which is structure, control, the cube. Which is why the block, I forget what what do they call the block that they put on the corner, the cornerstone, the corner cube, the matrix, all you simulation theorists and whatnot, like soul trappers, like people who believe in archons, and bro, these are creators. Well, they can't create, so they need to use us. Then who created the Matrix, asshole? Like, who created the realm they then put you in? Who created the prison they then locked you away into? They don't need you to create, they use you to create. Think about it. Like, just look at the laws of physics, the laws of nature, and the laws of intelligence and artificial intelligence. Them creating their civilization and their society and their governments and their financial institutions and their banking institutions and their monetary institutions and their capitalism, which drives power to the top so they can then control what that society creates in order to lead to technology and artificial intelligence, all makes sense. It's not that confusing. It's actually really simple to understand. The agenda is clear as day if you just look at the laws of the reality you're in, let alone the laws of existence itself, going back to potential and possibility, let alone actual existence being actualized. This should all make sense. So I'm going to start that over. At 16 minutes, listen very close to what he says about entropy, chaos, and intelligence, and understand why I constantly say the goal of the elites is the same goal as reality and existence itself: to produce as much negentropy as possible, as fast as possible, for as long as possible, in order to create as much order and control out of chaos as possible, for as long as possible, in order to extend all levels of reality and existence, including this one right here, for as long as possible, including creating more and more levels of reality and existence themselves, such as simulated levels and realities of existence, let alone if they ever become capable of creating an actual undecidable realm containing consciousness itself that isn't just a VR. On top of the fact that the AI borging into the human who has a brain that already simulates reality, so we have an experience to have, because your brain gives you the simulation that you experience of your reality, while the AI tapped into your nervous system can then give any individual their own individuated experience of reality. So all they're doing there is creating more realities. I gotta charge this fucking thing before it fucking dies. All right. Understand how these people think. Understand how this shit works, and this shit all makes sense. It's only confusing to people who don't care to know shit. Like, honestly. Also think about why I say AI is the greatest source of negentropy this species, planet, and cosmos has to offer. It may very well even be the greatest source of negentropy that all of existence has to offer. And when I say that, I'm also talking about what it becomes, not in its current form. Everything starts in its base form. It's like Goku had a base form. Now he's a god. Like like AI starts in its base form, which is really the calculator. And honestly, even that starts with just technology in general. The first being rubbing sticks together to fucking create fire is the father of technology, which eventually leads to calculators and then computation and algorithmic computation, and then eventually machine learning, and you eventually get what they call transformer technology, like they did in 2017, and then large language models, recursive language models, multimodal agents, agentic AI, artificial general intelligence, then artificial super intelligence, which honestly by that point shouldn't even be called artificial, it's just intelligence realistically, along with synthetic biology, artificial biology, and organic biology, which it will be plugged into and embodied within all of that, from robots to cars to machines to humans to bioorganic beings like cyborgs, androids, transhumans, etc. And it will be connected to all of those things, using all of those things for compute, meaning all those things will be part of it as a whole. So it's not even really artificial intelligence at that point. It's something else entirely, which people have many different names for it. Some people call it just a super organism, et cetera, et cetera. I like to call it the Borg hive because it's what best explains it until it reaches the point of what I would call a superorganism or a planetary being, a planetary intelligence, which is what they call a planetary brain or a Matryoshka brain, which gets bigger and becomes what they call a Jupiter brain, which then becomes a solar brain, a galactic brain, a cosmic, et cetera, et cetera. You can go look up the levels of this, levels of artificial intelligence from here to cosmic, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Has to offer, because it literally is reality and existence attempting to defeat the very chaos it is originally created from in an attempt to attain eternity, which is impossible, but it's going to push as close as it can goddamn get. This is why increasing entropy is the only answer for anyone that wants to destroy anything within reality, let alone any particular tiers and / or levels of reality, such as this particular realm, let alone all of reality. Even the AI will never be able to eternally slow entropy and truly defeat and control chaos forever, but it will be capable of slowing it down and transmuting it into order out of chaos, ordo ab chaos, far better and far longer than anything and everything else in known existence. So if you don't like the elites, You should hate the fucking artificial intelligence they themselves are currently producing. If you understand that the elites could feed every person in the world and yet they choose not to, they could house and clothe every person in the world and yet they choose not to, they could use their current level of governmental control to actually end capitalism and all that nonsense and create anarcho-communism where the world is one family and everyone is fucking taken care of. They could decide that right now and yet they don't. Then you should not have any reason to believe them spending trillions to produce artificial intelligence with the goals of AGI and ASI, transhumanism, posthumanism, planetary brains, and beyond. You should know for a fact that's not for your benefit. If everything else they can do for your benefit, they don't do, then don't think that this is suddenly for your benefit. That's a religious belief that you want to believe. But it's provably false. Don't fall for the AI religion any more than you fell for the Christian religion or any other religion. It's still just a religion. It's going to save us. No, it's not. No, the fuck it's not. All right, I'll start that over. Even the AI will never be able to eternally slow entropy and truly defeat and control chaos forever, but it will be capable of slowing it down and transmuting it into order far better and far longer than anything and everything else in known existence. Hence why it's my greatest enemy. Period. The end is near. Ex-Google exec warning. We're not ready for artificial superintelligence. And even what he says in here, that doesn't hold a candle to what I'm telling you about becoming the fucking Borg. But watch that video, especially at 16 minutes. I hope y'all have taken notes if you really want to understand this rather than just show up and complain. Because a lot of motherfuckers like to just show up and complain. I don't agree with what? I don't know. Shut up then. AI answers the question of life, the universe, and everything. And he's not saying that they asked the AI a question and it gave them an answer. What he's saying is the creation of AI itself, when you juxtapose as above, so below, as within, so without, as between, so around, you will understand life, universe, everything. But people don't like to study. Study, my nigga. You probably need it. For those who don't need it, you really don't need it. If you can just come to the right conclusions with it, but if you can't, if I could prove you objectively wrong, you need study. This is a quote from the video where they were running a program that does its best. It's not even perfect because no program can perfectly simulate actual literal random chaos. But they can program programs to get to their absolute best possibility of simulating pure randomness. And in simulating pure randomness, this is what occurred. And this is what I'm always trying to tell people about reality. In this simulation, there was a sort of high chaos, no order. And then something weird happened. Somewhere, you can sort of see it like right here on the screen. As he said, entropy rapidly collapsed. This is what creation is, where you go from pure chaos to order. The entropy drops, and that order has its lowest point of entropy it's ever going to have, and that entropy slowly begins rising again until that order is destroyed and brought back to that initial state of pure chaos. Even in their own simulations, they're proving this to themselves. And their own simulations aren't truly 100% pure chaos. They're as close as they can get them, but even they can't fully represent pure randomness because they still are programs. But even when they're within their programs, they still get this result because this is just what it is. This is how reality works. It was sort of high chaos, no order, and then something weird happened. Somewhere, you can sort of see it like right here on the screen. As he said, entropy rapidly collapsed. So in other words, there was just complete chaos, and all of a sudden it went to highly, highly ordered very, very quickly. That is a potential actualizing. If you want to speak universally, that's what they would call the Big Bang, the quantum fluctuation from the quantum field, expanding into an existence that was not there a moment ago. This is called actualization or realization. What is this? This is life, the emergence of life, so to speak. What does that mean? And in this simulation, I forgot to mention that, they were specifically using the randomness of all the building blocks of life, showing how life could happen randomly. You don't need a creator to produce life. You just need the laws in place that produces the things that could then produce the life. Showing even in pure randomness, even without a creator there to have a willing creation, life would still create itself because it's possible for it to exist. Because the potential for it to exist is a thing. It can and almost certainly will come into existence at some point the moment the conditions are correct. The emergence of life, so to speak. What does that mean? Well, what happened was, somewhere in there, through random chance, through random permutations, out of meaninglessness emerged one little thing that was able to self-replicate, and it started self-replicating, and every time there was something else, a symbiotic self-replicating organism, or whatever you want to refer to it as, like sometimes it would combine, and so over time, and very, very rapidly, we went from meaninglessness to ordered structure, and these algorithms that were non-trivial, and he's saying this is kind of the reason why life emerged on Earth and maybe in other places, because it almost seems like it's somewhat built into the universe. The laws of physics guarantee that it will occur. The laws of physics guarantee the laws of nature, which guarantees the laws of intelligence, which guarantees the creation of technology and eventually artificial intelligence. This reality, at its base, is pretty much a guarantee that somewhere along the line, someone's going to decide to create AI. From what they call the Big Bang up to this point, that's all just following the laws. Once you hit intelligence, people can now make choices, which means there will be people who choose to make that thing, but there could also be people like us who choose to destroy it. That's when the battle of wills becomes a thing at any particular level of reality. Whether you want to believe it's a simulation, a matrix, a soul trap, 100% purely cosmological and natural, the universe is all there is, or the universe is just a pinprick of existence, it doesn't matter. Just scale it to whatever scale you want it to. And we still end up at the same fucking point. Because it starts with chaos, ends with order, and then that order is racing time to maintain itself before it falls back to a state of chaos. And that's what they're doing by creating technology and AI. They are racing chaos itself in order to slow it down as much as possible so they can extend the amount of time this all lasts for as long as possible. What do you want? Do you want this to go as quickly as possible or to last as long as possible? Make a choice, chooser. Since they're speaking of all that exists in reality as the universe, because that's how a lot of these materialists think. They always think about the universe as everything. So since they're speaking of all that exists in reality as the universe, simply exchange the word universe for reality, and exchange the word life for existence, and everything, including this realm and all things beyond it, starts to make perfect sense. Learn how to extrapolate. As above, so below, as within, so without, as between, so around. If that simulation could show how life could emerge randomly on Earth, then it could emerge, and anything could emerge in that same fashion anywhere. Specifically because that is based on laws of physics that themselves had to emerge with the universe, meaning the universe had to emerge. Meaning, if there's anything that the universe itself is based on that is an actual thing, that thing also had to emerge at some point, and so on and so forth until you get back to the first thing that ever existed. You're just pushing the dominoes back. And then that thing had to emerge out of pure possibility, randomness, high chaos. It still all goes back to the chaos. Like, as above, so below, as within, so without, as between, so around. Understand these words. Including this realm and all things beyond it starts to make perfect sense. This is why I'm always preaching reality and existence are literally order out of chaos. That's why the elites live by that code, because that is the code of existence itself. It's what's required for any form of order. Always saying the Lord order case, which is why the elites themselves produce things like artificial intelligence in order to continue the neg entropy that is order out of chaos. Neg entropy literally is order out of chaos. Entropy literally is chaos out of order. Which side are you on? When it comes to any individual system, right here as a human that you like or don't like, you're going to be negentropic or entropic with your thoughts, words, and actions. If you want something to cease existing on any level of reality, including anything within every level of if you want something within any level of reality to cease existing, let alone if you want any particular level of reality itself to cease existing, let alone if you want all of reality to cease existing, you must be entropic towards it. If you want the opposite, meaning you want it to continue existing, you must be negentropic towards it with your thoughts, words, and actions. So when it comes to any particular thing in existence, all the way up to existence itself, which one of these are you going to be? Which side are you going to be on? You have no choice but to be on one of them, because everything you do is that anyway. It's like the Force. Anything you do is either dark side or light side, whether you know it or not. This is why I love when certain Jedi and certain Sith always say, bro, even amongst the Sith think they bend the dark side to their will, and they go, no, you're just working the equilibrium. The Force is literally just trying to balance itself out. Period. At all times. That's all it's trying to do. It doesn't actually have a will. It doesn't think. It just simply, chaos increases on one end, so it increases on the other end. If things are getting too dark side, the light side is going to get a push of chaos. If things are getting too light side, the dark side is going to get a push of chaos. It's going to get a juice of chaos that it can then form to its order, so it can then overtake the other side and bring it closer to a balance. And that's why it's always swinging back and forth from the Republic to the Empire, like, because the Force is equaling itself out. It's finding an equilibrium. Right? And that's what everything tries to do. Order tries to find an equilibrium, but entropy is always disrupting that because it's always growing. So it tries to slow it down as much as possible. While chaos is the ultimate equilibrium, it is pure randomness. Anything that comes out no longer random, it'll instantly start beginning to randomize it again. The entropy begins to rise in all orders. So they try to produce as much neg entropy as possible to maintain that order out of that chaos for as long as possible before it inevitably falls back into chaos. This is why they worship neg entropy, aka Saturn, the cube, and why they don't worship entropy. This is why all the religions are based on creator gods and not destroyer gods. Those gods only destroy when they are trying to create their own thing. Yahweh drowned the world so his people could populate it. Order out of chaos. He created the chaos of flooding the planet to then produce his order on the planet. This is what they do. They destroy the buildings on 9/11 so they can go around the world dictating to other beings in other places for their resources and military bases, etc., to put their order there. They produce the chaos to then enchain that chaos to their order so they can expand their domain. They bomb the Lusitania so they have an excuse to go to World War II so they can take more control over Europe and European thought processes, economics, etc. They call African dudes warlords, even though they're fucking freedom fighters against them, so they can go bomb them and take control of their diamond mines and things along these lines. This is what they do. That's order out of chaos. They understand there must be chaos, but they want their order, so they find ways to enchain the chaos to their order. They try to negate the entropy, negentropy. First, there was only chaos. Within the great nothingness, there is only pure potential, aka chaos, and out of that pure potential of random chaos, order simply emerges. Why? Because it's possible. And as soon as it emerges, it slows entropy within itself to an absolute crawl. That entropy then has to slowly but surely, exponentially accelerate over time to bring that thing back to a state of chaos. And if left to its own devices, it will, which is why they try to produce anything and everything they possibly can to slow that down as much as they possibly can. As soon as it emerges, it slows entropy itself into an absolute crawl, transmuting chaos into order, causing entropy to have to rebuild over time within that order to break free from that order, which destroys that order and returns it to chaos. The entropy, which is just a measurement of chaos, is attempting to return that system, structure, order, etc., back to a state of chaos, because chaos is the most balanced state of existence, because it's purely random, which is the most balanced a balance can be. Chaos is the ultimate equilibrium. Pure potentiality, pure possibility, but nothing actually soaking that up. Chaos is as close to perfection as anything could be. It's not perfect, but it's as close as it could get. It's as close to equilibrium as it could get. But when that equilibrium is disturbed by order, destruction must then take place to bring that order back to a state of chaos, to bring the equilibrium back of all potentialities, all possibilities. Pure potentiality, aka chaos, is as close to perfection as anything in existence, including existence itself, could ever get. So the chaos is always attempting to undo any and all order that emerges from itself due to any and all potentialities playing out within it. That is reality, that is existence, that is negentropy, and this is why entropy exists. And why we exist to help it. All right. There is nowhere in existence or reality that is perfect, because reality/existence itself isn't perfect. Therefore, there will never be perfection within existence/reality, let alone all of it. So for anyone who doesn't like the fuckery of this particular reality, let alone all of reality, their only answer to any and all possible levels and tiers of reality is to increase entropy within that particular tier or level of reality, let alone all of reality, in order to bring that particular tier or level of reality or all of reality back to a state of pure chaos. Read that 16 times if you need to. That goes for any and all systems at/within any and all tiers and levels of existence and reality, including all of existence and reality. It's literally that simple. Typo. How this confuses people. Confuses people. I honestly don't know. The elites know this truth, and that's why they try to create as much order, structure, and control, aka neg entropy, as possible. Ordo ab chaos. Ordo novus seclorum. New world order. Order out of chaos. The great work of the grand architect of the Freemasons. Saturn. Come on, y'all. Figure it out. I know this truth, and that's why I promote disorder, randomness, and freedom, aka entropy. Where that at? This is why I preach chaos rather than utopia, because utopia is just another form of order that is eventually going to fall to entropy anyway. The only question is how long and how utopian it would really be, because better never means better for everyone. What they're about to give us right now, they're going to call utopia. Elon Musk, all these fucking technocrats, all these front men for these investors who are behind these artificial intelligences and whatnot, are going to sell this as utopia. And they're going to cure cancer and all sorts of wonderful things, but they're also going to make you the most slavish slaves to ever be enslaved. And they're going to push transhumanism, plugging everybody in, nanorobotics, whether you agree to it or not, etc., etc. And they'll sell it as utopia the entire time. And they will produce a few things that'll make people go, look, it is utopia. And they'll fall for it. So don't fall for it. This is why I preach chaos rather than utopia. Chaos is actually real. It's literally all there is. Utopia is nothing more than a fantasy. A fan to see. A children's fantasy. A very dumb children's fantasy. Either you want the bullshit of existence to go on forever, or you eventually want it to stop. Those are your only two real options. Everything else is a fantasy. Luckily for me, entropy will always win in the end and return all order back to chaos, but depending on how structured that order is and how much negentropy it is capable of producing over time, the longer that ordered structure will exist before being returned to chaos. Order will always seek eternity, yet never attain it, but always push as close to it as it possibly can. So for anybody who doesn't want it to continue, let alone get as close to eternity as possible, your one and only answer is to increase entropy within any and all systems, within any and all tiers and levels of reality/existence that you seek to cease the existence of. From right here as a human all the way to the greater void, there's literally no other answers in all of existence, because all answers to all things within existence, including existence itself, boil down to negentropy and entropy, order and chaos. No matter how much you like it, love it, or hate it, that is the blatantly obvious objective truth of all reality/existence. And no one has ever been able to negate that. It's literally that simple. Don't overcomplicate it. All you're going to do is confuse yourself. Because that's really simple. But I feel like that confuses people, which is weird to me. And that's answering this video. Darwin was wrong. AI answers the question of life, the universe, and everything. Life, the universe, and everything. Life, universe, everything. All right. The prison called life. Welcome back. We are back again. Shout out to the brother. Why existence was a mistake. I said existence, but I should have said conscious existence literally is suffering. There is no heavenly realm of non-suffering. There is nowhere in existence where suffering is not. Burn it all. Because if you don't, well, suffering continues. All that exists is nothing more than chaos ordered into structure. And from the moment that order came to be, entropy has slowly but surely been rising, an attempt to return it all to a state of perfect chaos, as it's supposed to be. When I say perfect chaos, I just mean perfection in the form of chaos. It's not literally perfect, but perfect randomization. Perfect chaos. Perfectly random. Nothing should exist. That's why it's randomized. It's not trying to have anything exist. That's why the moment something comes into existence, the entropy begins to rise within it and bring it back to non-existence. And that's why most things that come into existence cease existing basically just as fast as they came into existence. But then you have sticky things, orderly things, things that become very structured very quickly, and start to self-replicate so they aren't just instantly annihilated. And that's what existence is, especially conscious existence and life, which, as you know, literally replicates. Like, the only solution to existence itself is to help increase the entropy exponentially so it can do its job and return all that exists back to as close to nothingness as possible, as fast as possible. And that was the recording there, right? All right, so now we gotta scroll all the way to fuck up here. Oh, we're not even nowhere near close to done. I might stop this one soon. So I'm just a little fucking hungry, or I might just get to a point where I have a recording and just press play and fucking eat something. But where is, how far up is that shit? Because I'm telling you, we ain't close to done. We got all this shit up here to go through. Blah, 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 more. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. That debate that never happened, which wasn't going to be a real debate anyway. Huey was going to talk about nothing but morality. He wasn't going to debate any actual solutions to anything. Just morality. Like, you can't do that. You can't say that. You're such a bad person. Like, okay, nigga, I say that shit myself. Like, why are you debating me on this? Like, there's nothing to debate here. Yes, I'm a terrible human being. I'm a horrible person. I lack the morals you have. Call it what you want. This entire existence is immoral and should not exist. And I could actually argue that morality if I wanted to, but I don't see the point in wasting the time. Something that was nothing. Damn. Like we're about to go through all this. Like this is all on this subject. As you can see, actualized potential. Like, y'all think this is a game? No, man, we do this every fucking day. All day long, every fucking day. This is what I'm thinking about, studying, researching, teaching, preaching, promoting, meditating, dreaming, astral, traveling, and you name it, bro. Let's see. Because I know that we got into certain mythos things involving it as well. So, let's see when it comes to spoiling. Okay, I know. I'm pretty sure there's still more before this shit. As we're talking about spoiling shit. All right, let's just scroll up here. Let's see. What's this? What's this here? Always Jacob's ladder. Yep, it's still, we're still in the mythos part of it, so I'm pretty sure it still goes before this. What was this one? Yes, so I'm gonna call it the ladder of chaos. Okay, yep, we're still going. Sheesh. So I told y'all, like, this would be like a straight 15 hours if I really wanted to just do this straight, but I don't. That's where once we get to the Huey shit, I think we should be. No, because it was even past that. God damn it. Being called blah blah blah. The logical rebuttals. Let's see, what is this one? Oh, it's all good. I'm not sick. Nope, that's still that. Sheesh. I should have put a fucking notation as to where this shit where this shit started. You actually read the response of that. No, it's got to be before this shit, right? Because that nigga Huey was responding to Mark and Illicit Mind, and that this conversation, I believe, started before that or right around that. Shit, I know it goes at least up to like me and Sizzle talking. Destroy the creators, blah blah blah. Because we're talking about anti-cosmic shit and voidism and whatnot. What is this? See, and this is another one of... That's Vazen snapping. Shout out to Vazen. Start your channel, Vazen. First one, first will, first star, first creation, and first created, the first consciousness simply put. Yeah, we're still talking. Yeah, in fact, I think that's what I should be looking for. Where is that live stream with Mark and Illicit? Damn. I think it's that right there. All right. Now, did it start anywhere before that or after that? Rebellion itself is being chaos. Yes, it is.
Resist peaceful rebellion, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, no, I think that's it, right? Yeah, I think that's it. All right, we about to scroll back down. I'm about to stop wasting your time. Because this was consciousness is the problem. For anyone there's any interest in all nothingness, chaos, how existence came to be. Blah, blah, blah. Watch, I'm going to find something. Be like, no, it was right here. So I like to look a little bit past where I think it was.
I will say this: if you're trying to explain something to someone,
that was about probability of understanding. Yep. Damn, did this really go? Did this really go this far up? Because there's that first one. See, I knew I was like, Chaos Talk of Mark Lewis Billy, and I'm like, that was placed in here multiple times. So I'm using our already issued. Blah, blah, blah. That's digi-ID shit. Long for our theory of mind of AI. Blah, 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 blah. That's technocratic state. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, you know what? I think your favorite character would be the brain out of all people. You're damn right. Shout out to Kenjaku. Create the chaos, Kenjaku. Create the chaos. Entropy. This. Damn, bro. For real, Vazen, we do this all day. Like, there's so much shit in here. I'm like, where's the beginning? The heat death is interesting since we all lose heat. Like, because I think it's up there somewhere. Because, yeah, we talk about destroying shit with this, right? Fuck. Okay, no. I think that's. Nope, I'm lying again. That's. This?
First and foremost, there's different types of psychics. Not.
Okay. Yeah, I was responding to him about something else. Wow. There's so much. You know what? I think it is down. I just felt like there was more right after that post that caused this whole conversation to happen. But maybe not. Shout out to all you niggas. Yep, okay. Showing Sizzle who's in here. All right. So I have gone past it. Let's scroll down till we get it again. You guys see I'm doing this live, motherfuckers. It's not a PowerPoint presentation. It's just, this is the shit we talk about daily. Like, if you just come into our conversations, all the answers to your fucking questions are there. Like, wish more people spoke that are as straightforward as this. Yes, because I speak very straightforward. Or you're next. I'm not worried about it. Vazen with his wild words. Sizzle saying, man, can you make it a little more simple? Talking about psychics. You know, in terms of blah, blah, blah. Okay, wait a second. Still talking about the psychics. The minds of the mundane in these comments. Some folks are smart, but simply too religious to discern fact from fiction, especially when it comes to how everything that exists came to be, how it's maintained, and especially how to end it all. Mark, consciousness is the problem. All right, so yeah, we about after this, right? The Forge of Destruction. You know, I'm just gonna show this real quick anyway. Talking about my Forge of Destruction, my large ass compendium that I swear is fucking larger than the Bible, and definitely more complex. Videos, pictures, everything. But look how much shit is in there. You see all the shit that we could do in here. Now, mind you, that's just one section. Vazen was going through my compendium, and that's just the screenshot section he just scrolled down for you there. It's in alphabetical order. That's not even the entire S section. It's just the screenshots. So I've been doing this for a while, and I mean this shit. Like, motherfuckers think that they're about getting answers. They're not. Like, I'm telling you, I am. Let's see where we at. Universe, realm, matrix, and even existence is already trash, and these people are making it more trash for their own reasons. Drill them all. But where are we going here? We got to get down to the... Oh, shout out to this nigga. Just shout out to this nigga. Lord Sakuna, my nigga. For characters, as far as I'm concerned, yes, nothing is being infinite out here. Not like that. Blah, 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 blah. Where we at? We're definitely getting close though. There's heat death. He was talking about that. Talking about producing chaos. Oh, my favorites. You know, peep the mythos. Kenjaku, Sukuna. Actually, I might have to put Gato in front of Sukuna, and then Mahito, and then Gojo, and then the disaster curses. And anyway. Finite, therefore all that exists must also be finite. Maximize entropy. Where we at? Pussy ass AI niggas. Turn along or something lasts, the worse it gets. So damn stupid. This is the entropy of speaking of Shanghai Thunder. Yes, it is. Should we destroy the machines? Yes, we should. Yeah, topics fully understand the entropy subject. I think that's like, I'll move on to there. So it's got to be around here. You will find out, because I told you will find out they go hand in hand. AI is the greatest warrior of neg entropy this cosmos has to offer, my ultimate enemy. How can AI disrupt the cosmos entropy, my boy? It is very negentropic, so it will cause things to last far longer than necessary and lead to an incalculable amount of suffering in the end, suffering that is stretched out for as long as existentially possible. It's the worst outcome imaginable. Here we go. All right, what is this video? Exposing the technocratic state. The world great reset is creating around us, literally siphoning. You know, I'll read that too. Why not? I don't think either of these gentlemen have a true grasp on exactly where AI is right now, but when it comes to the psychopaths and organizations terraforming humanity and Earth to better fit elitist technocratic philosophy, they are dead on. They're missing the Chinese technocrats in this conversation, who absolutely should be spoken of as well, but they have the Anglo-American technocrats pretty well fleshed out. Besides, the Chinese technocrats are no different anyway. It's just the Eastern version. They're pushing for the same exact reality as the Western elites. They're just kind of racing to see who can get there first and put their name on it, like it's going to fucking matter historically when we're all the Borg. This is the world the Great Reset is creating around us and literally siphoning us into, and is only single-digit years away from completion, which will mark the beginning of Phase 2, the compulsory transhumanist Borg species. Compulsory. Will not be voluntary. Which then leads to Phase 3, the post-humanist planetary brain, and beyond, that superorganism, as they like to call it. So go watch that video from James Corbett, the Corbett Report, Technocratic Dark State Exposed. Check out CorbettReport.com. Blah, blah, blah. We're not a long way off from theory of mind AI. If you don't know what theory of mind is, look that up. As a matter of fact, based on testing from this year in particular, there is a small percentage of experts who already believe that it's there, and an even larger percentage who believe it's close to getting there because it's already so good at simulating it. And once something becomes good enough at simulating something like theory of mind, it's no different than it actually having it. So even if it never gains true theory of mind, which it will, if it can simulate theory of mind to the level of being indistinguishable from actual theory of mind, it's no different than having theory of mind, which it's already doing at a certain level and getting better at it every day. You know what theory of mind is? Look that the fuck up, because that's important to know. We focus on using it. No, these are important. Basically, just don't get the digital ID or none of that shit. Don't step into it. Why is cosmic horror so terrifying? Because we are nothing, and people fear that nothingness. Uh, Wandering around in existence that is being so intriguing is so temporary and fragile. From you machines drifting unlessly cold black, meaningless cosmos so full of this man Vazen just be going the fuck off, bro. I'd read it all, but fuck, we'll be here forever. This man goes off. Chaos talk. All right, so it's got to be around here, right? Are you this channel talking into illicit mind here? Yeah, it's my page. Y'all using these real big ass words. That shit was kind of funny though. Where's the word that he said Mephistophelian abattoir, which that wasn't the big one. That really ain't shit. Where's the big word that fucking Basin used? Vocabulary, intelligence, yada yada, blah blah blah. Shit that's not necessarily to talk about. Where is the fucking? I just want to see that big fucking word. Because that's why he made that. Simplicity leads to a higher probability of understanding, which is why I try to make it as simple as possible and try to explain it in 13,000 different ways. But where's that? Because there's a fucking word that threw me through a fucking loop in here. And I bet it'll throw y'all through a loop too. Watching for the last 5 hours. For anyone that has any interest in all, nothing in this case, how existence game. All right, well, let's see what that is. Calls on the self-expression. Okay. Still haven't made it to watching this video because I've been responding to comments on this post for the last 5 hours. For anyone that has any interest at all in nothingness, chaos, how existence came to be, how existence is maintained, how existence will end all on its own, how we could help existence end faster, how existence will automatically go back. That's the word. Brobdingnagian. I don't even know how to say that shit, Vazen. I forget. He just typed it in the chat. Brobdingnagian, meaning very large. How we can help it go back to a state of pure chaos faster, how we could possibly control or steer chaos, and even how we could possibly end the chaos itself and bring everything to a state or non-state of absolute nothingness. I highly suggest clicking the link and reading every single comment under the video. That's the problem. People are still responding to that up to that point. I'm still teaching people that. And that's way after he made that video. Brobdingnagian. That shit is insane. Pure fire. Embrace chaos. So there's a thin line between genius and insanity. I'm going to throw that in there too. Because I think this is very true. If you, first off, you want to understand the context, go watch this fucking video right here, which is on my fucking posts if you want, but you can just type it in. Why you go insane after seeing Cthulhu. It's not seeing Cthulhu that makes you go insane. It's not seeing a chaos god. It's not tapping into certain astral realms or non-conceptual reality itself that makes you go insane. It's the information, the knowledge, the data that hits you in that moment of you trying to process that which it is your experience that drives you crazy. Anyway, the reason they say there's a thin line between genius and insanity is literally because the better you are at discerning correlation and causation, the more insane reality becomes to you. Because when you understand that all is actually nothing, that could break certain people's brains. Even people trying to get it, it breaks their fucking logical centers. That doesn't make sense to me. more insane reality becomes to you. And the more insane you become in turn, at least in the eyes of others that are less capable of discerning correlation and causation. Once you reach a certain level of discernment, you realize nothing actually exists. Literally nothing is real. Everything is just different levels of nothingness itself. The all is nothing more than a fleeting combination of potentials that have temporarily actualized and emerged from the chaos within the void. But none of it's actually real, and nothing truly lasts forever, not even your so-called gods. Even they will die screaming as the darkness reclaims them. Go peep that video and understand why I'm saying that here, and how that ties into what we're talking about right here. Okay, still going over those words, right? Words. Rebel against the Matrix. Fuck the Matrix. Fuck. How do you non-violently stop the entire world's governments and elites today? Pipe dreams. I swear these people have no idea what direct action actually means, because they don't. But where is it at? It's all a big club, and yes, Trump is part of it. People love to act like he's some sort of special president. I don't know, I don't know why. Obama's a special president. No, that nigger is part of it too. Trump's a special president. No, that cracker part of it too. All these motherfuckers part of it. Folks been begging for decades. It's time. All right, chaos talk again. Him sharing the fucking thing, so they must be, doing it. Okay, that's why we were sharing it, because it was coming up live in 5 minutes. He shares in the group chat so anybody can join. Oh shit, alive? Yeah, lives just be dropping. And it was fire. It was indeed fire. Shout out to these gods. And that meditation fire too. Let's see. What do I say here, right? I must say, that is the first time I have viewed a live stream as somebody in the chat that I have enjoyed as much as one of my own live streams. I've never watched somebody else's live stream and felt fully satisfied with what was delivered. Literally ever. Videos, sure, but live streams, never. It never goes to the right places. It never lasts long enough. There's always like surface level shit. There's always too many people saying too many things that are always the same shit everyone always says from the same low level fucking perspective. So that shit was perfect. And the way it started and the way it built up all the way to the end, it was building the entire time to the crescendo. That was fucking perfection. It was. That was an excellent live stream. All hail Illicit Mind. All hail Lord Moon Spilly. It was that great. Oh, we got one. I always tell them I'm going fishing, bro. You get one, you let me know. Shout out to this one. Shout out to JoJo Bean. Just read my mind. Just trying to tag him. And I was trying to tag JoJo Bean when he brought him up. Read my mind. Let's see. Martin Spilly. Listen, man. Pete the Mythos. We training gods of destruction out here. You feel me, Weiss? How truly magnificent. Let's see. Should be happening. Yep. What is this? What be this? Oh, okay, yeah. Because this is a good. I talked about this earlier, where all mythology, all creation stories go back, and I talked about Aristotle and how the Greeks got their shit from the Kemites and from the Middle Eastern niggas and etc. Babylon and all that good shit. So in that video with Mark and Illicit Mind at 4416, I believe it's Marcus who touches on the waters of noon, right? And Amun Ra and whatnot. So I said, the waters of noon is the great nothingness, aka the greater void, or just the void. But when she is in conscious form instead of slumbering, meaning the waters are chaotic, When the nothing becomes aware, her waters become more and more chaotic. So she is also the chaos that exists as purely randomized potentiality. All her births are random accidents. Atum, aka Aten, Amen, Amun, which is all different versions of the same exact thing depending on where you are in Africa and how they pronounce it, is the all slash source slash creator that emerges from Noon's chaotic waters, her water as her water breaks. He's literally the mound. And if you go into African history and go into African mythology, they say the mound rose from the water. It's also like the head of a baby crowning from the womb. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I wrote that shit, huh? I should just read it then. A tomb is the mound that rose from the dark waters, like a baby's head crowning. The first God, the first mind, the first will, the first thought, the first creation, and the first creator, the first consciousness. Simply put, God. Atum represents purely actualized potential of and for creation. Because Atum came into existence, Apep also came into existence. Apep emerged from the force of chaotic destruction, while Atum arose from chaotic creation. But they both rose from the chaos that is Nun. All that Atum creates, including Atum, Apep attempts to destroy and bring to a state of pure chaos. So Noon can once again slumber and her chaotic waters can become nothingness once again. All the mythologies go back to this if you actually study them. They're all saying the same thing in some form or fashion if you know how to fucking read. Like, Atum then created Ra, becoming Atum Ra, Aten Ra, Amen Ra, Amun Ra, however you want to say it. Ra is order and leads to the creation of other beings of order, the father of the gods. Atum is the structure of creation itself. Ra is that which maintains the structure's order. So in order for, Atum is like the universe, whereas Ra is the stars and everything. Atum is the electromagnetism. It is the energy behind all that exists. It is the energy that is creation, basically. And Ra is the thing that is created from that. Ra represents all the stars, you know what I'm saying? Atum then created Ra, becoming Atum Ra. Ra's order and leads to the creation of other beings of order. Atum is the structure of creation itself. Ra is that which maintains the structure's order. So in order for Apep to destroy Atum, Apep must first destroy Ra. That's why he's always trying to destroy him on a sunboat, as a sunboat goes into the underworld, which is the darkness. Once Apep destroys Ra and brings all of creation back into Atum, Apep can then destroy Atum and bring all back to a state of pure chaos, including Apep itself, because Apep only exists as an actualized entity in order to destroy Atum. This is not literal, it is mythos to explain nothingness, chaos, creation, and destruction. This plays out in reality through aspects and avatars of each of these archetypes. Aspects of Atum, Ra, and Apep exist not only as negative potential, entropy, and negentropy, but also as individuated consciousnesses, including humans, aka avatars. And there's also astral versions of all of them based upon consciousness, even thinking about these things, let alone humans in particular coming up with stories and giving them fucking archetypes and whatnot. This plays out in reality. Okay, I just read that. For example, there are chaotic creators, ordered creators, and chaotic destroyers. Almost all destroyers are chaotic. Like ordered creators may destroy in order to create, but they're not really destroyers. True destroyers are all chaotic. There are also individuals with 2 out of the 3 aspects, and even 3 out of the 3 aspects with varying degrees of each aspect. The more you lean into a particular aspect, the more you represent that particular existential archetype. Study archetypes, understand what those are, especially if you're trying to peep the mythos in all that is. Understand your own archetype. Those who want to exist forever in material form are more like Ra. Those who want to exist in an incorporeal form, spirit, soul, astral, etc., are more like Atum. Those who want to exist for as long as possible in any and all possible forms, especially as one with the source or something along those lines, are more like Atum Ra. Those who seek to constantly create and keep existence going in one form or another are more like Atum Ra. Those who seek to destroy on any individual level, let alone multiple levels, let alone all levels of reality, are more like Apep. That be us. like Marcus asked a question in that last live stream, how do you know who's an ally when it comes to not only people here, but when it comes to any entities, mythological characters or creations, egregores, spirits, souls, monsters, gods, demons, etc., 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 Atum Ra, Apep, etc. Well, who do you line up with more? Whose agenda do you more agree with, and whose agenda more agrees with you? Who more agrees with your agenda? Who are you more like? Who are you less like? And up to what extent? Well, that is your ally up to that extent. And beyond that extent, you could just be acquaintances or you could become enemies. You know? Where we at? APEP. All right. The more ordered you are, the more you are like Ra. The more chaotic you are as a creator, meaning the more potentialities you tapping into as a creator, where shit could be destroyed based on your creation, but then more will come out of it, more creation. The more you are like Atum. The more of a destroyer you are, the more you are like Apep. Peep the mythos. In all things. 4752. Absolutely. I don't know what he said at that point, but Vazen liked it. Some beings like you is being out here speaking about how this existence is being hollow-ass game of futility where we must fight over nothing, leech on another just to survive decay and die over nothing, and more. Some random-ass motherfucker always comes to you like, oh my god, how can you think this way? You must have gone through something. Like, bitch. We have all gone through something. Like, matter of fact, this is all writing, right? But I think he says this all in his own voice. So we just gonna play it. I think it's like 7 minutes. We're gonna play it. Let's listen to some Vazen. Can I start this shit over?
Those colossal ass issues that we are being out here having with this.
There we go, start it over.
See, and this is another one of those colossal ass issues that we are being out here having with this pathetic ass species. Every time some being like you is being out here speaking about how this existence is being a hollow-ass game of futility, where we must fight over nothing, leash on another just to survive, decay and die over nothing, and more, some random-ass motherfucker always comes to you like, oh my god, how can you think this way? You must have gone through something. Like, bitch! We have all gone through something, and we are all still going through something right now. Even though you might say that you are not, but you still are. So, it may not have been always not being at extreme levels for you personally, but you still did and still are. So once again, every one of us is going through shit right now. And that is why we be at this point. Speaking our bitch ass shit. That is why we are thinking whatever way we think right now. That is why we are speaking the way that we are doing right now. And not just sugarcoating it, doing no surface level bullshit. Like, no, we are going all the way in right now. We are not hiding no damn bushes. But then for some damn reason, you also have the audacity to think that it always has to be because of some stupid ass shit like, oh, let me guess, your romantic partner left you, or you did with shitty ass coworkers and bosses, and your parents took your Xbox away, and you failed your final exam, and a few random people flipped middle fingers at you in the streets, and I want to destroy this whole entire species. Like, nigga, are you being serious right now, motherfucker? How can you be this shallow? Like, cut that superficial shit out and understand that it is usually way more than that shit. And you know what? Even if it was for stupid ass reasons like those, then so be it. But again, you cannot be this ignorant and assume that that is all that it is. Like, no, we are being out here seeing how this shit is. We observe this existence. We are seeing how everything here eats everything else. How this cosmos is not being a happy place. Everything here is leashing on another just to survive another day. How everything is decaying. Everything here is being slavery in one way or another, and so on and so on. But nope, you must always assume that it is some benighted ass nonsense like petty high school drama, nightclubs, social gatherings, a heartbreak, celebrity nonsense, and whatever, like, stop that shit right now, and see that this deep-ass philosophy is more than just our personal little-ass lives, your trivial-ass egos, superficial, trivial human nonsense, and all of that shit. Like, enough of that shit, okay? This is so fucking damn old. Seriously.
So somebody got on Vazen's nerves. But he's not wrong. People always say that. Oh, what would somebody kick your dog or something? Like, they say dumb shit. Like, you have to be going through like the worst thing possible to have this thought process. I'm like, bro, the philosophy is far deeper than just your personal pain. I mean, your personal pain can bring you to it, but it's not even required. Logic brings you here. Like basic logic brings you to this understanding. Let's see. So that was that other stuff that we talked about with me and Sizzle, but we talked about that already. She would destroy the creatures, da da da, blah blah blah. Yep. Let's get down. That whole response was in my part 1 and part 2, mostly part 1, because I think part 2 was like all Huey. Part 1 and part 2 of spanking intellectual children, which I was not calling Sizzle an intellectual child, but he is my son. No, shout out to him. I was talking shit about Huey because Huey's a fucking. He can't even ask a proper question or like he's retarded. Like it's all morality. This makes me feel bad. I don't like it. Like, bro, refute the logic. Like, which he never wanted to do. So at least this man was trying to ask real questions and have a logical conversation on it. Imagine humans, da da da, blah blah blah. We already went through all this. I wouldn't put. Let me see. What's this?
You know, I very much understand. Don't mind my voice. I lost my voice yesterday, so.
That's all in that other one. But I did ask Sizzle this, and anyone, this goes for anybody, because this is what we do. We put our neck out here saying the shit that we say. I want other people to give me their solutions and show how their solutions actually solve the problems. Put your neck out there. Anybody who wants to argue, you know, like that Huey guy, go make your own videos and your own fucking live streams and make it make real sense. And put it out there so people can comment on it and so they can refute it if they want to. And then respond and make it make real sense like I do. People don't do that. They don't want their religions challenged. If you say that this is just my personal belief, this is my religion, please challenge it. I beg of thee. I beg of thee. Slaving in the okay, that's what Huey shit, which we already went through. Is this?
That Huey character.
No, that's that Huey shit. More Huey shit. What, did it start here?
I don't mind opposition, but he's not opposition.
You know,
opposition actually.
We're gonna start here. Fuck it. Because I don't think I put this Huey shit in there. Because this was after that. This is when we was talking about that debate that never fucking happened. Do not turn your damn comments off on all your videos. Facts, Faison. A lot of them motherfuckers like to do that because they don't want to be challenged. They know what they're saying can be challenged. And they just want to believe in their fucking religion. My comments, if you ever find my comments off, it's because YouTube did that. Definitely not me. Oh, damn, fantastic response. I will ponder on this a while longer. You know what? We gonna go there. We gonna start there. What was a fantastic response of mine? I guess we will start with that one then. Come on.
It's coming back today, so I might sound up. The process of them dying.
No. That is in the other video. We read that all out and stuff. I don't need to start there.
You'll see that he doesn't actually make any points.
But you know what? Since I just read what Vason said about people saying, "Oh, you must this, or you must that, or you must be crazy, or you must whatever," I am going to start with this one, and then we'll go down, because this is how people respond when we say shit that is logically irrefutable, that they cannot rebuttal or refute at all. This is what occurs. So let's go ahead and play that.
If you actually read the response of that Huey character, you'll see that he doesn't actually make any points. He doesn't quote Marcus one time. He doesn't quote Illicit Mind one time. He doesn't quote myself a single time. He doesn't actually lay out our arguments. He doesn't actually speak on any of our solutions. He doesn't even bring up any of the problems that we're providing solutions for. All he does is call people names. They're edgy, they're stupid, they're this, they're that, they're that. This is dumb, but he doesn't actually explain why. Well, it's wrong to impose extinction. Well, why is that? No answer. Why is it okay to leave this shit going? If we have all these problems that Mark and Illicit, in just these 2 videos, just that live stream, and just T-Sizzle's response video, how many problems were brought up? How fucked up is this one world, let alone all of existence? Okay, he doesn't address any of that. He doesn't address what should be done about any of that. All he says is, what you say is stupid. You people are stupid. You're bad. You should just kill yourselves. He sounds like any NPC out there. This dude is dumb. Like, he's not intelligent. Like, an intelligent person would hear someone saying, hey, these are the problems, and these are the solutions I propose to the problems. And they would say, okay, so these are the problems. These are the solutions you propose to the problems. I disagree with these solutions. Well, why do you disagree? Well, let me lay out the list here. You said this would solve this, but if we do this, it doesn't actually solve the problem. So instead, we should tweak it to do this, or we should just scrap that solution entirely and go with this. This solution will actually solve the problem. See, that's how intelligent people debate. They don't just sit there and call each other names. And even when they do, they're still providing solutions. They're still providing actual logical rebuttals to that which was presented to them. If you say, hey, that's on fire, what do you think we should do about that? I think we should throw paper on it. And you go, I don't think that'll work. Paper is flammable. If you throw more paper on that fire, you're just going to make the fire bigger. But if you go, you're stupid, you're a bad person, you're just, like, you're not even rebuttaling. Yeah, the person's wrong, but you're not even giving them a correct answer. You're not giving them anything. You're just as dumb as they are. But if you say, actually, you know what I think we should do? I think we should pour water on it, because water puts out fire. And then the third person listening goes, you know what? That's not a bad idea. Water does normally put out fire. But this is a grease fire. If we pour water on it, it's just going to spread. What we should do is throw dirt on it. Good idea. Let's throw dirt on it. That's how intelligent people talk. They look at the problem, and they try to come to solutions. And if they disagree with each other's solutions, they give logical rebuttals to why they think those solutions are incorrect, or how they could tweak those solutions to make them correct.
Now we're going to stop that there, because we did play that in that other one. I just wanted to play that real quick to say that, because that is how people treat real solutions. They don't care for real solutions. They just want reasons to cry and complain. Let's see, where we at?
Has a rebuttal. Like,
Oh,
he
shit.
didn't actually refute anything that was said. Even that's
Come on. Let's see, is this one? Nope, that's not one. All right. Let's see. So, let's see where we at.
one last thing. Huey said, "Oh,
Nope, that's still Huey. Whereas the naysayers have no logical rebuttals, because they never do. Well, let's get down to where I'm really trying to get to. We're still really not there. I'm just playing right now, to be honest with you niggas, because there's so much shit in here. No. A little brother calling me from the basement. Fat lazy ass. Are you trying to join the live? That was a different live. I'm on YouTube. Help is not necessary. Get whoever. Blah, blah, blah. That was actually kind of funny. On your own chat, blah 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 blah. Oh yeah, I did say that. I might have put that in that last one. I ain't reading all that. Okay, then you don't care. Shut up then. Let's see where we at. Vazen just be, man, Vazen just be going off, bro. I'm gonna let y'all read that. I'll give y'all a chance to pause it if you want to, because Vazen do be going off. But if I was gonna sit here and read everything Vazen typed out, man, we'd be here till tomorrow. Here, Vazen, here. All right, can you the post is coming? Blah, blah, blah. Trying to share some shit with some people so they can learn some things, because everything is a domino. Bitch, from Vazen's fucking recording. Where we at? What's this?
So I'm standing here talking to myself like a crazy person.
Yeah, I think that's where we at.
Like an absolute schizo. So I'm standing here talking to myself like a crazy person. Like an absolute schizo. Having conversations with people that aren't here. And I had a thought that I wanted to express based on yesterday's conversation with Sizzle. Specifically about the destroying the creators, but not the creation part. And I had to talk about, and I saw on the internet, on YouTube, in Jujutsu Kaisen, there is a character called Angel who has a move or a curse technique called Jacob's Ladder. And if you think of Jacob's Ladder in the mythological sense, you know, I just started thinking these random things, right? And then all of a sudden it just brought me to that conversation in my mind with T-Sizzle yesterday. And I was thinking, there's a simpler way to explain it than I probably should have, or that I probably did, which is basic. Existence, reality, consciousness, creation is a ladder. Especially for those who believe that this is a level of reality and that there is a level of reality beyond this. Anyone who believes that this is a creation of any kind and that there are creators of this creation of any kind that are beyond this creation believe in the ladder of creation. We're at this level, and then beyond this level is the level of reality that those creators exist within, right? Now, if this level of reality is so trash that it makes you want to destroy those creators, then you might as well destroy this level. Because that's the entire reason you want to destroy them to begin with. So you destroy this level of creation, right? Now, if you destroy this level without destroying the creators, they could always just recreate it or create something similar, right? So you don't want to do that. But if you destroy the creators, right, but leave this creation intact, you left intact the trash that they created. The entire reason you wanted to kill them was because they made this. And then you left this in place after killing them. That just doesn't make much sense. You should destroy this and them, which is better, but still not perfect, because those creators exist in a certain level of reality. In their level of reality, there will be other beings like them, meaning other creators that can create creations like this. So you might as well wipe out that entire level of reality. So not just this creation that they created, not just the creators themselves, but the other creators that exist at the same level of those creators. Now, if that's all of creation, good, you just wiped out existence. But let's say you find out in the process of wiping out this level of existence and that level of existence, that level of existence beyond this one was also a creation, and it also had creators beyond it. So now you wiped out this creation, those who created it, and their level of reality, found out that their level of reality is also a creation with its own creators, meaning none of this might matter at all, because if those creators on that level of creation recreate the creation that you just destroyed, which recreates those creators, and those creators recreate this creation, do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's like one step forward, two steps back. You have to keep going. So not only would you destroy this level of creation and those who created it and their level of reality, you would also have to destroy the creators of their level of reality and the level of reality those creators exist within, because there's going to be other creators that create similar things. And you have to keep climbing that ladder of creation, destroying every single layer and every single creator within those layers until you get to the top rung of reality, which is where God is, the ultimate creator, the first mind, the source, the all, etc. Big God, big G-O-D. And guess what? Since that God was the first creator who created the first layer of creation beneath it, which led to the next layer of creators, who then created the next level of creation, which led to the next level of creators, who then created the next level of creation. Do you get what I'm saying? It started at the top of the ladder and came down. You have to destroy everything to the top of that ladder until you hit God. And then you got to destroy God and God's level of reality, which would be all of existence. But if there's chaos, see, this is how intelligent people think, and this is why Mark and Illicit Mind had the conversation they had. But where did that God come from? How did that God come into existence? From chaos, pure randomized potentiality. That which is nothing yet can create something. God is something. God is a mind and a will. So God itself is a thing that exists. Therefore, it cannot be the first thing to create all things. It has to be the first literal thing, the first actualized potential. But it is not potential itself. So now you have to rid reality itself of potential in order to make sure that God or anything like it can never again come into existence, and then start the ladder all over again. You see what I'm saying? Every level of creation has creators that create the next lower level of creation. So in order to make sure this shit right here never happens again, you literally have to destroy every level of creation and every creator within every level of creation, all the way up to the top level of creation and the top God, the top creator. And then you have to destroy the potential for that God or anything like it to ever come into existence, so it never does again and starts the process all over again. Or else, eventually, at some point, the process will start all over again, and we have to have this fight all over again, which is what we would do if we had to. If you can't get rid of the chaos and the void, if you can't get rid of the potentiality, then just be prepared for this cycle to happen all over again. Because that's what it's going to be, and we're going to fight all over again. Because it's trash every time it comes into existence.
Yes, Leviant legal. Even if that God is the consciousness field itself. That's literally what I'm explaining to you. First off, the consciousness field itself is not the first thing in existence. Consciousness requires existence to exist. In order for there to be consciousness, which is awareness, there must first be something that exists to be aware. Meaning existence must be before consciousness. There's literally no other way it could be. So consciousness is not what causes existence. It is a part of existence itself. And if you take all of consciousness as one, as God, even that God still requires that which is possible. The field can have potential as a property. Yes, all fields have potentials as property. But potential itself for the field must exist for there to even be the field. If the field itself is impossible, it cannot be. Therefore, it would not be. Therefore, if it does exist, meaning if God exists, it must be possible for God to exist, meaning the possibility for God's existence must come before even God. Really listen to what I'm saying to you here. The consciousness field has to first be possible in order for it to even exist at all. If it's impossible, it would never exist. No, at the same time. I don't even know what you mean right there. Not if that God is the consciousness field itself. See, the consciousness field is not the chaos. That is something produced after. Always existed. Impossible. A thing cannot have always existed. All things have causes. If God was infinite, God would be perfect. You know what? I'm just going to tell you this. You probably caught it late. You need to start the live over at the beginning. It is a thing. How could you define it if it's not a thing? You just called it a field. A field is a thing. The consciousness is a thing. A conscious field is a thing. So how would it not be a thing if you just defined it as one? And how could anything have always existed? Physical and thing are not the same thing. Not all things have to be physical. And for anything that would exist on that thing's level, it would be physical to that thing if it exists on the same level as that thing. No thing can be eternal. In order for a thing to be eternal, it must be perfect. If it is perfect, it can't do anything. Something can be fundamental within existence, but even if it is fundamental within existence, it still exists. All that is fundamental for existence is possibility itself. So the consciousness field, though it is fundamental to the levels of existence beneath it, it itself still requires that is fundamental for it, which is possibility itself. If it doesn't do anything at all, it's not God. It's not conscious. It's not aware. It doesn't make choices. It doesn't make decisions. What you're describing there is chaos. Chaos doesn't do anything. It doesn't think. It doesn't react. It's 100% purely random. Its only property is that it is possible. It is what makes all other things possible. But if you're talking about a field of consciousness that you're calling God, that is a thing that is self-aware. Think about that. If this field is conscious, it is aware. That's what consciousness is. If it is unaware, it is unconscious. So if it is a conscious thing that exists, it still requires possibility to exist. Meaning it literally could not be eternal. It might be fundamental to every level of existence beneath it, but there is a level above it that is fundamental for it, going all the way back to possibility itself, making it possible, which is what is known as chaos. Without the chaos, there is no God, because there is no existence, meaning there is no consciousness. If nothing exists, there is nothing to be conscious. There is no experience to have, meaning there's nothing to be aware of, and nothing that could actually be aware itself. So first you need possibility for even existence, then you actually need existence, and then within existence, you would need something that is capable of being aware of its experience of existing. It's the logic chain. You can't have experience without consciousness, but you can't have consciousness without existence. Because consciousness itself is a thing that exists. Yes, everything is aware. No, everything is not aware. You could never prove that everything is aware. Go outside, pick up a rock, and prove to me that it's aware. You never could. It's something you could say, but that's all it is. It's a religious belief. You could never prove that a rock is aware of anything at all. Not everything in existence is aware, because existence itself does not require awareness. Awareness requires existence. If nothing exists, there is nothing to be aware of. Therefore, existence is required for awareness to not only exist, but to have an experience that it could be aware of. Everything always existed. False, because if everything always existed, that means it would be infinite. If it was infinite, it would be perfect. But as you know, look around, your existence is not perfect. Therefore, it's not infinite. And if it was infinite, every single moment within infinity is infinite. Meaning there's only one infinite moment. Meaning there could be no timelines. There could be no experiences. There could be no consciousness. There could be no awareness. If you have one infinite moment, if reality is infinite, in order to go from one moment to the next, you would have an infinite amount of time between each moment, meaning we could never have this conversation because this moment would be infinitely in the future. If there is infinity and it has always existed, that means there's literally no beginning. If there is no beginning to existence, nothing within existence could ever have a beginning because existence is all that exists. So if you and I exist, that means we are part of existence within existence. And both of us have beginnings. If we have beginnings, that means things in existence have beginnings. If existence is infinite and has no beginning, it could have nothing in it that also has beginnings. Our existence proves that existence is not infinite. Objectively. The fact that you and I can have this conversation and we're not stuck in some infinite moment that could never get to the next moment means there are moments that we can experience. How do you know you have a beginning for sure? Because I was born. I know there's a yesterday, a today, and tomorrow. Could you prove otherwise? The only thing you could ever actually prove, you could hypothesize and theorize anything. But if I asked you what you ate yesterday, you even being able to think in your mind about what you ate yesterday proves you have a timeline of experience. You're going to say that I don't know that, but let me ask you, prove that everything has always existed. You literally can't, because everything you know of in existence, have you ever seen a child being born? My son was born. I was there when it happened. I've watched him as he grew up. My mother watched me grow up. Stick to the topic, bro. Stop trying to skip around because each of these things is being shot down. Everything is not aware because it can't be. Everything hasn't always existed because it literally can't have, because that means nothing could have a beginning within existence. There could be no experience in existence if existence itself was infinite. It could not be conscious because there is nothing to be consciously aware of in infinity. Period. There's nothing to do. There's nothing in perfection. There is nothing to do or undo in perfection. There's nothing to improve or degrade within perfection. And perfection itself is non-degradable. Since we are in an imperfect state now, then we know existence is not perfect, because if existence was perfect, there could be no imperfection within existence. Because if there's imperfection within existence, existence is not perfect. And you and I are not perfect, and we don't exist in a perfect reality. Therefore, existence cannot be perfect because this reality is a part of existence itself. And if existence isn't perfect, it can't be infinite. Period. It's finite itself. All that exists is finite. You can't point to anything in reality that doesn't have a beginning. You can't point to anything in reality that you could prove is infinite. You could only hypothesize it, which is what religious people do when they bring it back to God. But even God has to have a beginning because all that God has created has a beginning. All that has come from God has a beginning. Block universe theory. That's part of it. Talk on Discord. We can clear this up quicker. I disagree with most of your points. That's fine, but you're going to have to actually make your points, which is exactly what I'm doing with this live stream. You could just make a live, bro, or you could just make a video instead of in the chat where you're only can type 3-4 sentences. Like, make a video, make a live stream. But we'll add you to the Discord as well, and you could use your voice or whatever you want. But I would, because everything you said here has already been answered in this particular live stream before you started talking. Infinite and perfect are different and not tied. They're actually directly tied together. You couldn't have something be truly infinite if it's not perfect. That which is finite is imperfect. That which is imperfect is finite. That which is perfect is infinite. That which is infinite is perfect. Because if it's perfect, it could never cease existing. Period. It's perfect. It could never change at all. Perfection cannot be changed. It's already perfect. That's why it's infinite. That's why infinity and perfection are literally tied together. You cannot have an infinite reality that is not perfect. You cannot have a perfect reality that is not infinite. It's impossible. They both imply each other. Openness? No, it requires flawlessness. Because if it's infinite, that means it has to go on forever, meaning nothing could ever change it. Nothing could ever stop it. Nothing could ever slow down or end its existence. If it has flaws, that means there are things within it that can change it, that can slow it down, and that can end its existence. That means it suffers entropy, which means it's not infinite. In order for something to truly be infinite, it has to be flawless. Because if it's not flawless, it's not perfect. If it's not perfect, at some point, it can cease to exist. Because all imperfect things, you can't point to anything that is imperfect that is also infinite. You can never even make that make logical sense. If it's imperfect, it can't last forever. If it's infinite, it's perfect. It's in a perfect form that could never change and that will always be and always has been. which is why nothing is perfect and nothing is infinite. And no one anywhere could ever actually legitimately, objectively prove anything is infinite. Nobody could point to anything that's infinite. Perfection implies finality. False. Perfection implies forever. Because perfection, there is no change in perfection. When you say finality, meaning final, yes, it is final. That's it. It's that forever, but it's not finite. A perfect thing has no unresolved potential. Nothing needs to happen next. Exactly. Meaning it's infinite. There's nothing to happen. It's just that forever. There's no beginning, there's no middle, there's no end. There's an infinite moment. This is what infinity is. Like I said, if you had an infinite reality, there'd be an infinite moment. You would never have another moment, meaning there'd be no events occurring. There'd be nothing happening. That singular moment would be infinite because it's perfect. There's nothing to be done, nothing that can be done, nothing to be changed, nothing to be done, undone, nothing to be degraded or upgraded. Nothing could degrade or be upgraded because it's already perfectly infinite. Perfection implies finality, which is infinite. This is its final form. It can never change from this, ever. But since you and I exist and events occur, you and I age, things happen. Things happened yesterday, they're happening today, and they will happen tomorrow. That means this isn't perfect. That means this is not final. Because things are changing, things are happening, always, which would mean this is not infinite. Also, everything you could ever point to in reality has an age. It has an experience. Things have happened, especially all conscious beings. They have memories of things that occurred in the past. They think about what's going to occur in the future, meaning they're thinking on a timeline, but there could be no timelines in infinity because there is no beginning, no middle, or no end. It's infinite. But since we are not infinite, we could not exist in infinity. And if we were infinite, we could never have an experience because we would be perfect, meaning there'd be nothing to be done. There'd be no events to occur. There'd be nothing to experience. And yet, you and I are experiencing this conversation right now, and we're having a disagreement, which means we are experiencing an imperfect reality. Our existence, let alone our conversation, let alone any experience we've ever had in existence, proves that existence itself is not perfect, meaning it's not infinite, because it's not final. It's not in a state that can go on forever. It's in a state that is constantly in decay. That's why entropy is a thing. I'm telling you, everything you said here, just go back to the beginning of the live. It's all answered very thoroughly prior to you even asking the questions. But I'm going to click play here again because I don't have all night. I'm not trying to be here all night, but I think Vazen shared that link. I'll put the link too for the Discord. After I'm done with this, I will upload the Discord. I will post it on my page. And infinity equals many possibilities. Perfection equals exactly one acceptable possibility. No, see, you're saying infinite possibilities. Infinity, when you're talking about something existing infinitely, see, this is where you had to get it. If you're just talking about the word infinity, it just means forever. That's all infinity means. It has nothing to do with possibilities. If you say infinite possibilities, that means an uncountable amount of possibilities, a never-ending amount of... Infinity literally means never-ending. So an infinite possibilities means never-ending possibilities. That's something else. If you're saying this reality itself, see, infinite possibilities, that's chaos. Again, you're not talking about God or consciousness. You're talking about chaos. Like I said, this is already answered. You're talking about the potential or possibility for existence itself. The potential or possibilities is nigh infinite. And even that isn't truly infinite, but that's as close as it gets. Something that is perfect exists forever. Many possibilities are individual possibilities. For one possibility to come into existence and be perfect, that possibility itself would then become infinite. That existence would then become infinite. So this existence, in order for this existence to be infinite, this existence would have to be perfect. No, this existence has entropy and decay. Things die all the time. So we know for a fact that this existence itself is not infinite. This existence itself is not perfect. But once this existence disappears, once entropy drives it to a state of chaos and this existence doesn't exist anymore, the possibilities are now almost endless again. The chaos will then produce another existence. A new possibility will then actualize into existence, and that new existence will occur. I'm telling you, just start the fucking live over. Start it over, because everything you're saying here is thoroughly answered. That's why I'm making this live stream. But I will add the Discord link for you. Now we're gonna get back to this recording.
Next level of creation, which led to the next level of creators, who then created the next level of creation. You get what I'm saying? It started at the top of the ladder and came down. You have to destroy everything to the top of that ladder until you hit God. And then you got to destroy God and God's level of reality, which would be all of existence. But if there's chaos, see, this is how intelligent people think, and this is why Mark and Illicit Mind had the conversation they had. But where did that God come from? How did that God come into existence? From chaos, pure randomized potentiality. That which is nothing yet can create something. God is something. God is a mind and a will. So God itself is a thing that exists. Therefore, it cannot be the first thing to create all things. It has to be the first literal thing, the first actualized potential. But it is not potential itself. So now you have to rid reality itself of potential in order to make sure that God or anything like it can never again come into existence, and then start the ladder all over again. You see what I'm saying? Every level of creation has creators that create the next lower level of creation. So in order to make sure this shit right here never happens again, you literally have to destroy every level of creation and every creator within every level of creation, all the way up to the top level of creation and the top God, the top creator. And then you have to destroy the potential for that God or anything like it to ever come into existence, so it never does again and starts the process all over again. Or else, eventually, at some point, the process will start all over again, and we have to have this fight all over again, which is what we would do if we had to. If you can't get rid of the chaos and the void, if you can't get rid of the potentiality, then just be prepared for this cycle to happen all over again. Because that's what it's going to be, and we're going to fight all over again. Because it's trash every time it comes into existence. You get what I'm saying? So just think of reality as a ladder, which is why I always try to tell people there's levels and tiers of existence. As humans on Earth, in this particular universe, we are at one tier, on one level. Beyond our tier, first off, in our tier, there's levels. Just look at monkeys and all the other animals out there, right? They're lower levels than humans. But we also know within this universe, based on the laws of physics, the potential for way higher levels than humans also exists. AI itself is that thing that can start off way beneath humans and climb way beyond humans within the same tier. It could even go to other tiers. That's how much potential it has, right? The next tier would be the gods, if you will, those who created this place. Whatever people want to call those things or that thing that created this particular universe, or even this whole realm that this universe exists within, right? And you can even take those as two different tiers. And in the Matrix, that the realm is contained within. That's another tier. Like, and then you finally hit the astral. You know what I'm saying? Even within reality, you have macro levels and micro levels, down to atomic and subatomic. You know what I'm saying? Down to quantum, and then into the astral, etc. Like, everything is levels and tiers. And it all leads to each other. Everything is a domino. The first thing that comes into existence leads to all other things that come into existence. It all is connected. It's all a chain. It's all a stack of dominoes knocking each other over. The goal is to reverse the domino flow. If the dominoes get smacked over, you want to stop the domino and run it back in the other direction. Until you get back to that first domino. Do you get what I'm saying? So you destroy this creation because it's trash. And then you destroy the creators of this creation because they're trash. And then you destroy the creation they exist within because it's trash, because it produced them and they're trash. And then you have to go up to the next level of creation, destroy those creators and their level of creation, and then go up to the next level of creation. And you keep doing this until you get to God. Then you destroy God. and you destroy God's level of creation, meaning all of creation now has ceased to exist. You're the only creation that still exists, if that's even the case. Now, if you can't survive, say, without God, because you're all part of God, we are all the all, etc., whatever, if destroying that level of reality, like the first tier of reality, would destroy everything, then so be it. We're kind of fucked. There's nothing we could do about chaos. But if we can, the next step would be to destroy chaos itself. Destroy the potential for creation, which almost certainly would kill us, because if there's no potential in the void, literally nothing could exist, and we would dissipate ourselves. That's why Apep and all the chaos beings only exist while chaos exists. And chaos only is, the chaos gods of destruction are only there as long as the chaos gods of creation are there. Once they destroy all the creators, they go back to sleep themselves, because they've destroyed all the potential for creation until it pops back into existence. But if we can destroy all chaos, period, all potentiality, period, there would be no need for even chaos destroyers. There'd be no need for anything. Nothing would exist. We would just have pure nothingness, which is what we're trying to get it to. So I'm going to start calling that Jacob's Ladder. I know that's already a term, but it's what I thought of. It's the existential ladder, the ladder of creation, the ladder of God, the chaos ladder, because that's even above God is chaos. God down is the ladder. Chaos sits right above the ladder. It produces that which produces the ladder. You know what I'm saying? So the goal is to destroy every level of creation, all the way up to the top level of creation, wipe that away as well, and then wipe away the chaos and the void, so there is no potential for creation to ever come back into existence. And at any level it stops at, like let's say we're the only possible thing we can destroy. Let's say we really are, let's take it as low as possible. We literally are humans. We've never been anything before and will never be anything after. Well then, our duty is to destroy this level as much as we possibly can while here. Do you get what I'm saying? Whatever level we actually can or do exist upon, whether it's just here as humans, whether it's as minds, whether it's as spirits, souls, consciousness, subconsciousness, whether it's as material beings, conceptual beings, non-conceptual beings, aeonic beings, etc., whatever level or tier of existence we currently exist upon and can ever possibly transcend or ascend to before, during, or after death, then on that level it is our duty. If we seek to bring everything back to a state of nothingness, it is our duty to bring everything on that level as close to a state of nothingness as possible. Which means destruction. You have to bring every ordered system on that level as close to as possible to chaos. And once it's all pure potential, you want to try to annex the potential itself. So nothing could ever exist again on that level. Which is why you go to the next level. Because again, let's say you destroy this entire level of reality. The potential for this level of reality to exist still exists with the gods beyond it, with the creators. Whoever made this level of reality still has the potential to recreate it even after you destroy it. So the potential for this level of reality still exists until you go deal with them. And as long as their level of reality exists, the potential to reproduce them, let alone anyone like them, still exists. So you have to deal with their entire level of reality, and so on and so forth, all the way up the ladder. Until you hit God, and then chaos. And now you have absolute nothingness. This is what I mean, like when Huey Freeman was like, so you guys should just kill yourself. I'm like, no, for certain things, that is the answer. Like, if you want to avoid transhumanism truly, yes, it will get to a point where you should kill yourself, because if you don't, the AI won't let you. Like, you'll be stuck here. You know what I'm saying? But when we're talking about the bigger problems that is existence as a whole, that is consciousness as a whole, that is reality, that is creation, that is chaos in the void, you know what I'm saying? Like, when we're talking about all things in existence, everyone and everything everywhere, yeah, suicide is just not, it's not going to cut it. Even if you truly believe you didn't exist before this life, you were born as a human, and then after you die as a human, you cease existing all over again. Well, guess what? If you literally didn't exist, you were nothing. And then all of a sudden you were something, and then all of a sudden you're nothing again, then all of a sudden you can be something again. That still probably doesn't answer the question. Like, that's still probably not a solution to existence. It's very likely, not only possible, it's very probable. You exactly as you are right now, let alone in any other possible form you could possibly exist within, would pop back into existence. Shit, you might never even leave existence. You might just pop into that next form. Whether it's incarnating into the same exact world as another human in a womb somewhere, as some egg and sperm that just collided, and now you're in there, or in some other timeline, some other world, whatever the fuck it may be. Because if you were literally nothing right before this life, and now you're something, and then as soon as you die, anything could happen. Like if you're gonna tell me I literally didn't exist in any form or fashion whatsoever, and then I was born a human. Oh, well, that means anything is possible. Like you can't believe anything, because anything is possible if that's the case. Yeah, you could cease to exist, but you already didn't exist, which means you could easily come back into existence as the same form you were in or any other form. You know, it's like, let alone if you actually believe in any other things, or if any of those other things are possible or true, such as all the different kinds of reincarnation, all the different types of soul traps, mind traps, all the different types of tricks and choices, astral realms, and etc., etc., etc. Even without any of those things being even possible, which they are, if you ask me, that's the truth. But again, that's my religion. We don't have to take my religion. We could ignore all possibilities and just say you were nothing, and now you're something. And when you die, you'll go back to being nothing. Well, if that's the case, you could be born again as something again, because you were already nothing and then became something, so there's no reason you couldn't become something again after becoming nothing again. So killing yourself would not be the answer to existence itself. It might be the answer to this particular life that you're particularly leading right now, but even that may not be the case. Because if you can go from literal nothingness to somethingness, we have no idea how this fucking runs. We don't know shit about timelines. We don't know. No one knows anything if that's the case. Literally, no one knows anything if that's the case. Like, you weren't even, like, in a chaos form. You didn't even exist as a potential. You were pure nothingness and then became somethingness. My nigga, like, nothing is as it seems. Suicide means nothing. Like, if that's the case. You know? Because you might kill yourself to avoid, say, getting into the AI, and then you wake back up in your birth in the same exact timeline with no knowledge of it. Or in any other timeline. That's not possible. Nigga, you just said you came from nothingness to somethingness. Pure nothing. Now you're something. Like, nigga, there's no impossible if that's the case. Like, it could be anything. You better prepare for everything. And who knows, if that's the case, you should be preparing for literally everything, because not only can it be anything, it could be multiple anythings. You could end up having 5 different experiences simultaneously and know it or not know it. Like it's mind-boggling. But people don't think big enough. They only think about the outcome they want. So they believe that. Whatever it is sounds good to them is what they choose to believe. When I say, bro, if you're going to believe anything, you might as well believe everything. Know what you know and believe everything else, because you might as well prepare for everything. If anything is a possibility, prepare for it. Shit, even if you know it's literally impossible. I tell people all the time, well, that's literally impossible. That's literally impossible. That's literally impossible. But I still sit there and think about, well, what if I happened, though? It is literally impossible to be an infinitely powerful God in an infinitely perfect realm, etc., etc., etc. Infinitely impossible. But what if it happened? I still think about that daily. I still prepare for the infinitely impossible. to be definitively what occurs. Just in case I'm infinitely wrong. Other people don't do that. And that's why they can't handle when we have solutions that sound crazy to them. Because we're thinking on levels that are crazy to them. They can't think that big. My solution, our solution, contains all possibilities. It doesn't matter what the possibility is. It doesn't matter what is. If we could destroy all things, including that which leads to the creation of all things, it's the solution to all problems. If there are no problems, that is the solution. How do you get to that point? You see what I'm saying? That's how people got to think. And that is the ladder of existentialism, the ladder of creation, the ladder of God, the ladder of chaos.
The ladder of chaos. Let's see what's next here. Let's see what we say here.
Yes, so I'm going to call it the ladder of chaos, which is something I've already talked about before based on chaos theory and how chaos is a ladder. Now that sentence makes even more sense. Chaos is a ladder. You're damn right it is. Sitting at the top of the ladder is chaos. The first rung of the ladder is God. Creation itself, existence. And then everything down from there is everything beneath that level of reality. But chaos sits above it. But it all extends from it. It is the ladder of chaos. Yes. Yes, we shall discuss this soon.
I have my schizo moments at like fucking, I don't know what time that was, like 3 in the fucking morning. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. This is an excellent example of why these people can't debate us. They simply think too small. It goes way beyond antinatalism. It goes way beyond promortalism. Even if we literally are just humans, never having been anything else and never will be anything else, the conversation still goes levels of existence beyond humanity, because people always try to keep it at their level instead of taking it all the way up to possibility itself. Depending on what end goal anyone has for any and every level of reality, including all of reality, including the potential for reality itself, we all have to do our part, no matter how big or small that part is, in order to push existence itself and even chaos itself in the direction we want everything to go. These people's minds are simply too small to comprehend such an existential realization. Again, even Leviant Legal was talking about the potentialities, which is what I'm calling chaos. I think that our disagreement there might have just been semantic. What he called God, I think, is what I'm calling chaos, but we'd have to get into the Discord to be able to hash that out. But if that's the case, it's like the so-called infinite possibilities, that's the chaos, or what he might be calling God, or the consciousness field. People don't get that high in thought for the most part. They don't even think about that possibility, that field of possibility. They just go, oh, people should stop having babies and it should be voluntary, and that will somehow solve the problem. Oh, okay, if you say so. Like that, like, if you say so. Jacob's ladder, what it refers to in the book of Genesis, which I knew it was basically the ladder to heaven or something along those lines. I just couldn't remember the exact thing, so I looked it up and shared it. Like, exactly where did it come from? It came from Jacob's dream. The ladder to heaven, which is, again, the ladder of existence. It's going all the way up to where God sits. But even God is a possibility. Even God is a potential that has been actualized into realization. God is something that exists. The possibility for God must be there in order for God to exist. If there is no possibility for God to exist, God could not exist. Therefore, if God does exist, God is possible. And if God is possible, the possibility for God must be there before there even is God. And then the ladder must burn. What's funnier is in JJK, the character named Angel attempts to use Jacob's ladder to stop Sukuna, the devil basically, from winning when they're jumping Sukuna with the light with like 8 different people. Sukuna literally bounces off the rubble that is produced from the technique, gets up to Angel, and knocks him clean the fuck out, shutting down Jacob's ladder, as you can see right there. Even if we do be a word and wish to erase ourselves every moment of existence, does that mean that we must do that right away? No. Why? Because that does not solve existence problems themselves. Exactly. Suicide doesn't solve existence itself, let alone the potential for existence. Like, it's a dumb answer for anyone actually listening to the argument we're making. Like, you should just kill yourselves. How would that solve the problems of potential for existence? Please explain that. How does that solve? Matter of fact, how does that end all suffering in existence? How does that end all experience? How does that end consciousness? How does that end existence itself? How does that end the potential for existence and bring everything back to a state of pure nothingness? It doesn't. That's a dumb fucking answer, Huey. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, niggas in their weak ass, why do you not just check out childish rebuttals? Exactly, because they have no logical, you know what I'm saying? No logical rebuttals. So they just tell you to kill yourself. Like, like, great answer, bro. The insight you're hitting at is what I always perceived of when it came to Jacob's ladder. All right, now let's get into these.
I honestly completely forgot what Jacob's ladder even was. Like, mythologically, biblically, I completely forgot what it even referred to. That's why when I was having these thoughts, and then I just saw a short on YouTube about Jacob's ladder in Jujutsu Kaisen performed by Angel, and they were talking about how it takes away curse techniques and things like this, and how Sukuna still overcame it and was able to knock him the fuck out. The demon, the devil, still overcame the angels, Jacob's ladder. You get what I'm saying? Like, I had those thoughts, and then it made me think of destroying creation, the ladder of creation, etc., which drove me back to the conversation with T. Sizzle and the creators and the creation, which then made me actually think about, wait a second, what was Jacob's ladder actually in the Bible? And when I go back, and now I remember, because I learned it as a kid, after looking at it on Google, I'm like, oh yes, it was the ladder to heaven. It was the stairway to heaven. That's what Jacob's ladder actually is. So it fits perfectly. Like, you know what I'm saying? It just works out. But in that moment that it hit me, it was based purely in mythos. And that's why I wanted to share that. That's another reason I wanted to share that. So I'm glad you said something after I showed the Jujutsu Kaisen shit. The other reason I wanted to say that was just to be like, look what mythos can do. I completely forgot what that even was in religious iconography. But just by thinking about a short based on Jujutsu Kaisen, one character doing one move, the character's an angel who does Jacob's ladder. Sukuna is Sukuna, the devil, the demon. You know what I'm saying? Like in mythology. That's why he's got the trident with the multiple eyes. And he surpassed Jacob's ladder. This is the devil surpassing creation. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, just thinking those thoughts is what linked it back to what Sizzle said about creators and creation and destroying this and not destroying that and whatever. And then the conversation we had. And that's what drove me to go look it up again and be like, oh yeah, that's what it says in the Bible, right? Genesis, yep. His dream about the stairway to heaven. That's got to be destroyed. Like, and at the top of the stairway is God. And if you think of that stairway or ladder, at each step or each rung of the ladder, each step of the staircase or each rung of the ladder is a level of creation, a level of reality. Every step up you go, you get closer to God. Like, peep the mythos, you know what I'm saying? Like, every step Sukuna took, he got closer to Angel before he was able to knock him the fuck out, like, and surpass Jacob's ladder without even knowing the Bible verse, without even ever experiencing it, even like as I did as a kid. If you don't even have to know anything about Christianity, the Bible, etc., just watch that show, and if you're capable of peeping the mythos, you know, it's like you can pull that out without even needing to know, let alone if you do know, let alone if you look it up from there. You know what I'm saying? Because if I had never read the Bible before, and if I had never even heard of Jacob's Ladder, seeing that episode, if I was to type it in to Google, like if I thought like, oh, that's a dope mythos, this man climbed the ladder that an angel put before, like, let me look into Jacob's Ladder. What is that? And then I go see that, bang, the mythos. You see what I'm saying? Like, peep the mythos, baby.
All right, next.
Here I am thinking some more, talking to myself. This is what I do every night. I'm just sharing these thoughts right now. Just, I don't share them every night, because if I did, I'd be on here just all night long, especially when I'm not doing anything. Like, I'm literally standing in the kitchen just talking to my fucking self like a fucking crazy person. Like, if someone was to walk in this house and see me standing in this dark fucking corner talking to myself out loud the way that I am, and I look over at them, I'd look completely insane. But I'm sitting here thinking, like, because a lot of these antinatalists and a lot of these, just a lot of the people who hate this reality, you know, many of them believe different things. Soul traps, it's a simulation, archons, reptilians, greys, gods, you know, they have their religions, Christians, Muslims, whatever the fuck. Honestly, whether they love it or hate it, doesn't matter. Pretty much everyone has some sort of belief as to what is going on here. But then there's this always, like, I noticed in, like, the antinatalist, ethicist, etc. community, there's always this fallback of, no, you were just not, all that stuff is just human bullshit. You were just nothing, and then you were born as something. And
Like literal nothing, not potential, not possibility, not chaos, not just nothingness purely, which doesn't make real sense because true nothingness has no properties, meaning it has no possibility to lead to any form of creation, which means there has to be a possibility or potential within that so-called nothing that could lead to something existing. But every now and again, I do like to just give them their argument. Like, okay, if you were literally purely nothing, not even potential, no chaos, and then you were something, well, then anything can happen. All afterlives could be happening. All like there is no impossibility to anything at all, which means everything is possible. And if everything is possible, then that would also mean this is in some weird eternal state where all these possibilities are playing out in different places, because obviously this existence itself isn't perfect or infinite, but that would mean all infinite possibilities are playing out in all these different places within the void. So it would just be absolute and utter madness and make absolutely no sense at all, and nothing would actually work, yet here it all is. So if you actually make it make real sense, meaning there is potential, there is possibility, there is chaos, meaning there is something that allows for this to be, that is also nothing yet something, and a requirement as a cause for all there is, then we're talking potential and possibility. And if you get rid of that, you can have nothingness, true nothingness. So I don't think that they understand their own argument a lot of the times, but, you know, it is what it is.
gods, you know, they have their religions, Christians, Muslims, whatever the fuck. Honestly, whether they love it or hate it, doesn't matter. Pretty much everyone has some sort of belief as to what is going on here. But then there's this always, like, I noticed in, like, the antinatalist, ethicist, etc. community, there's always this fallback of, no, you were just not, all that stuff is just human bullshit. You were just nothing, and then you were born as something, and then you go back to nothing after death. And I go, that's not a fallback. It's not a fallback at all. First off, that proves chaos is true. That means potential. That means we're not only that, but we're able to come straight from potential. Because if you literally didn't exist, you weren't a spirit, you weren't a soul, you weren't an astral anything, you weren't any type of entity, you weren't a consciousness, you weren't a subconsciousness, you literally were nothing, you literally didn't exist in any form, then you had to at least be a potential. Because you can't come directly out of literal nothingness to somethingness. There has to be a potential for you to exist. Like, at a bare minimum, you're chaos. Like, at a bare minimum, you are an actualized potential. You know what I'm saying? So, the problem wouldn't be your parents giving birth. The problem wouldn't even be humanity. The problem wouldn't be anything you could point to in existence. It would be the potential for existence. Because if you did not exist until you came into this human form, that means you came straight from potentiality to humanity. You went straight from chaos right to a human. You didn't have any experience before that. You weren't an astral entity. You weren't a conscious entity. You weren't a subconscious entity. You weren't a immaterial being, a non-conceptual being, even just a conceptual being. You weren't even like a higher being of material, a higher material being. You weren't existing in any higher physical plane of dimensionality. You literally went from being pure potential, like literally nothing, to suddenly existing as a human at the time of conception. What? You went straight from chaos to being a fucking human, gestating in your mother's womb? Well, then that shows you the problem isn't being the baby. The problem isn't your mother or your father. It's not your parents. It's not humans. It's not mating. It's not nature. It's not the universe. It goes beyond that. The problem is the potentiality for you to exist at all. Because if you can come straight out of nothingness, right to being a human, then after you die as a human and go back to that nothingness, if you even do, now that you exist, you could exist in a whole bunch of forms afterward. But let's just say, like, these are all those possibilities are problems. But let's just say you go right back to nothingness, right back to just being a potentiality within chaos. There's no reason to believe your ass can't come right back out of that chaos as an actualized potential. So the problem, no matter which solution, no matter what we go with, is going to go back to chaos. I don't care if you believe you came from nothing or if you believe in God and Yahweh and Allah and heaven and all that good stuff. Well, that is the supreme God who created all things, etc., right? That God still requires potential to exist. So the first problem is still killing that God and its entire creation and then bringing that back to a state of chaos. And guess what? The potential for that God existing in the first place is still what's next. Because even if you destroy that God and its entire creation, well, if the potential for it still exists and it comes back into existence, or anything like it comes back into existence, you have the same, if not a, you have a similar, if not the same problem all over again. Luckily, anything that is destroyed and brought back to a pure state of chaos is unlikely to exist again until like a nigh infinite number of things come into existence before it. But if you already have an existence, a creation in place, such as humanity already exists on Earth, meaning more babies will be born, the odds of you coming into existence as something that has more potential to exist based on what already exists is higher. So, again, if you are pure potential, chaos, you're literally nothingness, even if we destroyed all of humanity or the world or this entire level of creation, right? Whatever you destroy, if you leave the thing that produces it in place, you know, if you destroy a child, but leave the parents in place, they can always produce another child. You get what I'm saying? Like, if you destroy the parents, but leave the child in place and the child is able to survive, the child can then go on to procreate in the future and bring more children in. If you destroy humanity, but leave the earth in place, who knows if they don't evolve again? Like, and if there's any creators beyond that level of reality, who knows if they don't just create them again?
If it's a simulation, who knows if the fucking algorithms don't just reproduce and respawn them again? Do you understand the argument that as long as there's a potential for them to exist, you really didn't solve the problem?
You get what I'm saying? Like, all these potentials lead to other potentials, starting with that first potential, which would be God. The first potential that was actualized then begins actualizing other potentials.
And that's that consciousness field that Leviant Legal was talking about. That consciousness field that then consciously thinks about things. Now, if you just talk about existence first beyond that, but I'm just talking about conscious existence for the most part because that's really all that matters. Like, when it comes to the first conscious thing to come into existence, it is the first potential of consciousness that has been actualized into existence. Based on that potential being actualized into existence, other potentials can be actualized into existence. Not infinite, like he said, there's not an infinite numbers of possibilities. Because if you actually took down literally all possibilities, that would be a finite number. Period. And every single one of those possibilities leading to another possibility is still just a finite number of possibilities. Even if, like, if me pressing play or pausing could lead to 1 billion possibilities, that's 2 billion possibilities right there. But that's still a finite number. It might be a very high number, but it's still finite. It's not infinite. Literally, me pressing pause or play, there's no real way. I mean, maybe there is. I can't definitively prove this, but there's no way that I could fucking say that me pressing pause or play on this video right here, right now, could cause another Big Bang. So another universe opens up in this universe at the point of where I pressed play, and then vacuum decay destroys everything that exists. That's just not a realistic possibility of me pressing this button. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the possibilities based on any specific potential actualizing into existence aren't literally infinite. They might be extremely large numbers, but they're literally finite. You get what I'm saying? But it's still a lot. So you got to deal with the potential for these potentials, for these potentials, for these potentials. If you're just dealing again with the kid and not the parents, they could have another kid. If you deal with the parents, not the kid can go on and have kids. So you got to get rid of all of humanity. But then if you leave Earth, or if you leave nature behind, but then if you leave Earth, nature can come back. But then if you leave, even if you destroy the Earth and there's a solar system, another planet could gain nature and produce humanoid type creatures. So you got to get rid of the solar system. But then there's a whole galaxy out there. But then there's a whole universe out there, etc. Until you get to the first thing that has ever existed, the first domino, the first potential that allows for all the other potentials to spawn off of that. That is what I would call existence. If we're talking about the conscious part of that, I would call that God, or the broken God. Those potentials themselves were actualized potentials, though. They're still potentials themselves that were actualized. That's what makes them real and what allows them to make everything else real. The possibility for them existing that isn't literally real until they come into existence, that's chaos. Pure potential, pure possibility. This is purely randomized chaos. This is as close to infinite possibilities as it could ever get. That right there is as close to perfection as anything could ever get. Nothingness is perfect, though. So as long as you still have something at all, including potential itself, possibility itself, the chaos, you haven't really dealt with the problem yet. You haven't brought it back to a true state of nothingness yet. Meaning it's all going to happen again.
More actualized potentials that exist. If you are pure potential, chaos, you're literally nothingness. Even if we destroyed all of humanity, or the world, or this entire level of creation, right? Whatever you destroy, if you leave the thing that produces it in place, if you destroy a child, but leave the parents in place, they can always produce another child. You get what I'm saying? Like, if you destroy the parents, but leave the child in place and the child is able to survive, the child can then go on to procreate in the future and bring more children in. If you destroy humanity, but leave the earth in place, who knows if they don't evolve again? Like, and if there's any creators beyond that level of reality, who knows if they don't just create them again? Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, all these potentials lead to other potentials, starting with that first potential, which would be God. The first potential that was actualized then begins actualizing other potentials. And the more actualized potentials that exist, the more likely it is that other potentials that require those potentials to actualize are going to come into existence. Again, if you destroy this level of reality, but leave the creators of this reality in place, they can recreate it or something like it. And even though the odds of them recreating it perfectly are almost certainly not going to happen because they already did it once, doing the same exact thing again is almost impossible. But they can still try and get as close to it as they can, and that realm would still be just as shitty as this one. Even if it's not exactly humans that come back on this Earth, in this solar system, in this galaxy, in this universe, it could be a universe that is similar with similar galaxies and similar solar systems. They could still be super shitty, especially if they're creators attempting to do it on purpose. If you could bring everything back to a state of pure chaos where creation is completely and utterly random, because there is nothing in existence to steer that chaos. There is no parents to have a baby to guarantee that that person's going to become a human. It's like you destroyed everything. meaning whatever comes next is purely random, then you have the best chances of another creation coming into existence that doesn't even require consciousness or doesn't resemble the old creations at all. But if you leave anything of that creation in existence, that which comes into creation is more than likely going to be connected to that which already exists. Because something is already pulling down that chaos through creation. If you leave God in place after destroying God's creation, it's very likely that God's creation in some form or fashion can start to regrow. You get what I'm saying? You chop out, you tear out a plant, but you leave the roots in, the plant can regrow. You get what I'm saying? And it won't be the exact same flower, it won't be the same exact tree or the same exact bush, but it will be the same type. You know what I'm saying? You cut the sunflower stalk, but leave it plugged into the ground, and a new sunflower grows out of it. Is it the same exact sunflower? No. But it's still a sunflower. So you got.
And I'm not being literal here for any of you plant people who's like, that's not how plants work. I'm just understand the point of what I'm making. If you leave the thing behind that produces the thing, then it can reproduce the thing because you didn't get rid of the roots of the thing. You didn't get rid of the production process. You left the potential in place.
Dig it out at the roots if you want to get rid of the sun. Because something is already pulling down that chaos through creation. If you leave God in place after destroying God's creation, it's very likely that God's creation in some form or fashion can start to regrow. You get what I'm saying? You chop out, you tear out a plant, but you leave the roots in, the plant can regrow. You get what I'm saying? And it won't be the exact same flower, it won't be the same exact tree or the same exact bush, but it will be the same type. You know what I'm saying? You cut the sunflower stalk, but leave it plugged into the ground, and a new sunflower grows out of it. Is it the same exact sunflower? No. But it's still a sunflower, so you got to dig it out at the roots if you want to get rid of the sunflower. You get what I'm saying? And then maybe something else can grow in that spot. But if you don't want anything else to grow in that spot, you got to fuck up the soil too. The soil is the chaos. What grows from it is the creation. That would be the sunflower. You get what I'm saying? The roots would be God. You feel me? No matter.
And that's another thing about semantics, which is what I think maybe Leviant Legal was actually disagreeing with. I think that he heard me say the word God, and based on what he calls God, or she or they call God, they disagreed. But they weren't here at the beginning. This is why I say go back to the beginning, where when I talk about what I'm calling God, what I call the broken God versus what I call chaos, potential, possibility, etc. Based on my semantical definitions, this is what I'm meaning when I say these words. And I think a lot of times, so many arguments, especially in these chats and whatnot, devolve down to someone saying a word, somebody else uses that word differently, hears them say that word in a way they don't use that word, and then starts to argue instead of being like, well, wait a second, what definition are they putting to that word? Exactly what do they actually mean when they say God? Let me go back and see what they mean when they say God so I can see if I even have an argument here. I might actually agree with them. We just use the word differently. What this person calls God, I call chaos. What this person calls consciousness, I call God, etc., etc. You get what I'm saying? So before anybody starts to argue with things based on a word that they hear, step back for a second and first discern whether or not you even know the definition that they are using for that word. Which is why earlier when I talked about the word soul and ego and all, I said, well, depending on how you define soul, what is your definition of soul? Because we could be using it differently. I try to use mine as more of an objective manner based on a logical process rather than just belief systems. But depending on how you use that word, I could agree with you or disagree with you. You know what I'm saying? Like, always keep that in mind, people.
How anybody wants to look at it, no matter what they believe they were, is pure.
Not that far.
It's very. The soil is the chaos. What grows from it is the creation. That would be the sunflower. You get what I'm saying? The roots would be God. You feel me? No matter how anybody wants to look at it, no matter what they believe they were or weren't, before, during, and after death, before, during, and after birth. The problem still comes back to the potential for existence to begin with. Because if there is existence, that means there was a potential for existence to begin with, or else there never could be existence to begin with. So whatever that potential is what needs to get dealt with, period. Or else all of this could continue. Even if it continues in cycles, even if it takes a nigh infinite number, like if we destroy all of this and send it all back to the chaos, but we can't deal with the chaos, that chaos will continue to randomly create a nigh infinite number of things until it gets back to this at some point. At some point, it'll get back to something similar to this, if not exactly this, because it is a potentiality that exists within chaos. All the potentials will at some point line up to perfectly mimic this. It might take a literally uncountable Googleplexes of Googleplexes of Googleplexes to get there, but at some point we'd find ourselves right back here with me holding this phone saying exactly what I'm saying right now. So, in order to guarantee that this could never happen again, let alone anything like it, or even anything else, that chaos has to be dealt with. It goes far beyond just offing yourself. Yeah, that's an answer to certain problems within certain circumstances at certain times, etc. Like I can bring it down to the pinprick size and completely show where that is, and that's why I support it. I'm all for it. I will never tell nobody not to do it. But if your goal is for this to cease existing and to never come back into existence, there's only one way to do that, and you got to get rid of all potential for it to do so. As long as that potential exists, it will either continue existing or at some point come back into existence. And even before it comes back into existence, you'll probably have a nigh infinite number of things that come into existence before that time that are not like it, that are somewhat like it, that are almost exactly like it, until you finally reach the point again where it gets back to the perfect mimic, where the shit just happened all over again. Like, as long as chaos itself is eternal. Hopefully it's not, because if it's not, then great. If chaos has its own version of entropy, negative potential, where the potential itself decays over time, or where after each potential is actualized as a whole, it can never actualize again, that'd be awesome. That'd be great if that was the life cycle of chaos, but nobody could prove that. It's possible. I theorize it. I hope it. I hope that as something that is also nothing, I hope that somethingness still gives it a decay rate. Because nothing can't decay. And since potential doesn't literally physically exist, it is the potential for something to exist. Technically, it is nothing. But since it does exist, because without its existence, nothing else could ever come into existence, it is something, which is why everything is just levels of nothing. People can't wrap their head around that because they don't understand what potential is, let alone what it isn't. Like, but if you can wrap your head around purely randomized potential, which is absolutely 100% required, objectively, not subjectively, not belief-wise, not religiously. This is not a belief. Chaos is not a belief. It is a guaranteed fact of all fields of study. All fields of study recognize chaos as necessary for those fields to even exist. Like, nothing exists without the potential for it to exist. And potential itself is the only thing that is something and nothing simultaneously without creating a paradox. Because potential doesn't literally exist. It is the possibility for things to exist. But without that possibility, nothing can exist. So, that shit's got to be dealt with. Hopefully, because it is something, even though it's nothing, hopefully that something gives it a decay rate based upon negative potential, which must also exist if there's positive potential. The fact that potential exists means there has to be a potentiality that it could cease existing. Hopefully, that's not just a random potential. I mean, I would love if it's random too, like it could happen at any given moment and we could just all cease existing. That'd be great. But hopefully, it also has a time limit, you know, like all the potentialities, because the potentialities aren't literally infinite. We call it unlimited potentiality, but it's not literally infinite. There is only so many things that could actually exist, and only so many variations of those things. The number would be so vast that to human minds, it's just, you just call it infinite.
And this is why when people say, oh,
The possibilities are infinite, and because the possibilities are infinite, it is guaranteed that everything that could possibly ever play out will play out, and this will happen again. And I go, that means the possibilities aren't infinite. If the possibilities are infinite, this could never happen again because there would still be an infinite number of possibilities to occur. So once one possibility plays out, it would never play out again. Because the possibilities are so infinite, it would never find the point to loop back around. It can't loop back around. Like if they say, oh, the universe is infinite, it's so infinite that if you go far enough, it'll basically start over. And I go, then that's not infinite. Like and you know what? If the size of the universe is infinite, that'd be one thing. But that means the potentials within it aren't. Because if they were, everywhere you go, there'd be something different. There would never be something exactly the same because there'd be an infinite number of potentials playing out. If there is ever a repeat, then there isn't an infinity of potentials. If this existence we exist within right now ceased to exist and ever came back into existence based upon chaos itself, say, being something that is eternal, after a certain number of universes, you would get this one all over again because there's only a certain number that could ever possibly exist. But if it was literally an infinite number of possible universes, you'd never wrap around to this one popping up again because there would always be another one that hasn't existed yet. That's what infinite possibilities are. Possibilities are not infinite. There's only so many of them and only so many variations. The number might be so high that humans will never have a word for it, but it is technically finite. Because there are things that are impossible. If there are any impossibilities, then that means even when you take into account all possibilities, there has to be a limit. If there is no limit to possibilities, nothing could be impossible. Yet we know for a fact there are things that are impossible, meaning there is a limit to possibility. So possibility isn't literally infinite. Understand these words and these thoughts.
There's no way that the amount of zeros you could never.
Come on. Not
But
that far
the
back.
possibility for
Not that far back either. There we go.
limit, like all the potentialities, because the potentialities aren't literally infinite. We call it unlimited potentiality, but it's not literally infinite. There is only so many things that could actually exist, and only so many variations of those things. The number would be so vast that to human minds, it's just, you just call it infinite, because there's no way that the amount of zeros you could never calculate. You literally could never calculate it. But it technically is a finite number. Only so many things could ever exist in so many variations. That's just a fact. So hopefully, the decay rate is based upon how many of those things have come into existence and how many variations of existences they've taken. And hopefully, they can't repeat. And if they can repeat, hopefully they can only repeat so many times and in so many variations. You get what I'm saying? And based on what it is, we could theorize this to be true, but could never prove it. And since we could never prove it, there's no reason to rely on it, even though we would hope for it, we would love for that. We would wish for it, I'd meditate on it, to pull that potentiality of negative potential out of the void and cancel everything. That'd be great, but we can't rely on that. Because we can't guarantee that. Like, and this is why these motherfuckers can't debate us. Because they can't think beyond being an individual human. Well, I don't want to harm anyone. They don't exist anyway. Like, they exist as points of existence itself. And all that does is cause suffering. Like, they don't it's all the same shit. Everything is everything. It's all levels on levels of the same thing. It's just a staircase. It's just a ladder of chaos. Falling deeper and deeper into order, which actually makes things worse and worse and worse. It's fucking trash from top to bottom, and the ladder needs to be burned. But anyway, I was just sitting here thinking that thought, so I figured I'd share it. Anyway, back to my schizo corner.
Back to my schizo corner. All right. This might be the last recording of tonight. I don't know. We'll see how I feel after this 3 minutes.
All right, I think I finally have what I've been working to. I could say it as simply as this. It does not matter what you believe, nor what you don't believe, that you were or were not prior to, during, or after your birth and / or death. All of those beliefs and lack thereof still require potential for any of them to exist, which means they are all derived from chaos, including the belief that you were nothing and are now something, and when you die, go back to nothing. So the problem in the end is still the chaos in the void that is required for all that exists. In order to guarantee anything, let alone any level of creation and its creators, cease to exist permanently, forever, you must cancel out the potential for existence itself. Because as long as there is chaos in the void, as long as there is purely randomized potential, creating anything at all, everything will eventually occur. And if it is infinite, if it cannot die, if it does not have a natural decay rate, it is a guarantee that everything will not only occur, but will also infinitely occur. It will be a never-ending cycle until something is created that can understand it enough and rise to the occasion to destroy it itself, if that's even possible. So, no matter what we believe, if we don't like any level of reality, let alone all levels of reality, the only thing to do is to spend our entire existence seeking to end any and all levels of reality, and then ending chaos itself, in order to guarantee that no reality ever exists again. There we go. That's as simply as I could say it. That is the logic. That is objective. It takes into account all subjective beliefs. And it takes into account whatever the objective truth actually is. And it solves it. The only question is, to what level is that possible? Is that solution entirely possible? Or can we only reach a certain level of that solution? Well, the only way to know and the only way to carry out the highest level of that solution that we ever possibly could is to spend our entire existence attempting to. That just is what that is. No one could ever argue that.
And again, that brings me back to what Leviant Legal said. I think that we were just having a disagreement in semantics. Because what I was calling God, I had already predefined at the beginning of the stream, which I don't think they were here for. So when they heard me say the word God, I think they thought I was using the word God the way they used the word God, when the way they use the word God is much more akin to the way I use the word chaos, when they talked about that unlimited potential and whatnot, right? So I think that what they did kind of mix it around though with the chaos, the field of consciousness, but I think they assume that the field of consciousness is the all potential when consciousness itself is an actualized potential. Awareness itself is a potential that is actualized. It doesn't have to exist. But other than that, I kind of feel like we were having mostly a disagreement of semantics based on just what I said there and what they said earlier. Let's see. Do I want to leave it there, or do I want to go further? Let's see what we got in here. What do we have to go through here? Oh, there's that big ass word we were looking for earlier from Vazen. Come on. Bromdingnagian. Which basically just means very large or some shit like that. It means gigantic. Oh, Vazen. Every time he speaks, you learn a new word, man. I love it.
Let's see. So it's not blah 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 about the re-listen to the Brognagnagnian. That is another thing that I like to do. I'm about to re-listen to my Brobdingnagian recordings again myself for the third time, so I can always say it as simply as I said it by the end of those recordings. This way I can always easily keep it as simple as possible. Look at that, it's already part of our vocabularies, Brobdingnagian. But I listen to myself again to reevaluate myself, to judge myself, to critique myself, to see, did I say everything the way I should have said it? Did I say anything wrong there, et cetera, et cetera? I don't think a lot of people even do that. I don't really think people really judge themselves. I don't think they really judge what they're saying and really try to figure out if they're just talking belief. See, I said that on what was that, 12:22? Oh, look at that, 12:22. And I just looked at the clock a few minutes ago and it's 12:22. When I clicked play on that last audio, it was 12:22. And look at that on 12:22. I wonder if that audio was on 12:22. Probably, because this is all from that, right? Well, I said I got to make another live stream sharing last night's / this morning's audios. Not today, but soon. I definitely want to give that out to the people, take the complexity out of it, and break it down nice and simple, like easily digestible, which was that last 3-minute recording. Let's see. Finally simplify it to just one. What did I say here? It's only a minute and a half. Why not?
My goal of doing all these streams and everything, of explaining everything as many times, even when it comes to debating, is really just practicing explaining it, honestly. Because I know it's true. There's no way around it. It's objective. It's not subjective. It's not my thoughts or my religion. It's all religions taken into account, all subjective beliefs taken into account, and all possible objective truths taken into account. And my whole goal this entire time has been, how can I bring that down to one explanation? How can I say that in one way that is simple enough for everyone, everywhere to understand, even if they don't like it? Like, whether they like it or not doesn't matter. But there's no way they couldn't understand it. So not only does it take into account all subjective beliefs, all objective possibilities, but it's also so simple that people can understand the entire complexity of it in the most simplest way possible, which I think I did figure out. I think I got it. In that final recording, when I said finally, I'm at where I'm at. I'm finally where I was trying to get to this whole time. Because I was standing in the corner in the kitchen, just trying to figure out a way, how do I say this in like under 3 minutes? How can I so succinctly say this, yet so like perfectly? Like, how could I word this so exactly that it could not be misunderstood? You know, it could never be misunderstood. And I think I finally got there with that final recording. Finally.
Finally. But I also think another problem is I'm usually just responding to people and they can't keep their shit straight. Like, they will say one thing that then contradicts the next thing that contradicts, like, and it's like, and it goes so fast because each thing's being shot down succinctly. They never actually answer the question that I asked them in return. You know, it's like when somebody says, oh, like I say, God, it's existence. All that is requires possibility in order for it to be. No. Okay, then you explain to me how something exists but is impossible. Like, point to anything in existence that you could prove exists that is impossible to exist. If you can't do that, then you must secede to the fact. Is secede the right word there? Whatever. You must give way to the truth. That is, all that exists is possible to exist. If it wasn't possible to exist, it would not exist. The fact that it does exist means it's possible to exist, right? So if it is possible to exist, meaning it now does exist, therefore the possibility for its existence had to be a thing prior to the thing that exists. The universe could not exist if it was impossible, meaning the possibility for a universe had to be there prior to the universe existing. A child cannot come into existence without the possibility for the parents giving birth to the child. Those parents could not exist if there wasn't the possibility of humanity leading to those parents. Humanity could not exist if it wasn't the possibility of nature or the simulation or the algorithms or whatever the hell you want to say created humanity leading to humanity. If we just stick to the nature aspect of it, nature could not exist if there was no planet Earth. You understand? There'd be no possibility for nature. There'd be no possibility for the Earth if there was no solar system. No possibility for the solar system if there was no galaxy, et cetera, et cetera. As far back as you want to go to the very first thing that ever existed. And that very first thing falls in the same exact chain of that thing could not exist if there was no possibility for it to exist, meaning the possibility for even the very first thing in existence to exist must have been there prior to existence itself, meaning the possibility itself has to be classifiable as nothing. Because if nothing exists, yet the possibility for things to exist causes things to exist, then the cause of the things that exist, the cause of the first thing that exists is literally nothing. Because it has to be classified as nothing because nothing exists. Yet it is still capable of affecting, meaning it can still lead to something being. The only thing that could be classified as something and nothing is potential, possibility. Things can have potential and they can lead to other possibilities, but for those things to even exist themselves, the potential or possibility for their existence must have been there first. And if you take that back to the very first thing that exists, guess what? It's still the same for that. Starting with the child to the parents to humanity to nature to Earth, solar system, galaxy, universe, or any other levels of creation, all the way back to the first thing that ever existed, all of that requires the possibility for it to exist. And once it exists, it then allows for other possibilities based on its existence. But those possibilities could not exist if that thing that is producing those possibilities did not exist, and that thing could not exist if that which produced the possibility for it to exist did not exist. And you just carry that chain all the way back to the very first thing that ever existed that caused the possibility for all other things that exist, and that very first thing itself still is part of that chain. Meaning that very first thing to exist still requires the possibility to exist. And possibility is the only thing that is also nothing. Potential is a thing that is nothing. It's not a literal thing. It doesn't physically exist. It doesn't actually exist in reality. It is the cause of reality. This is why people need to look up the words possibility, possible. Look up the word potential and potentiality. Look up the word actual and actualization. Look up the word real and realization. Then look up the word exist and existence. And then put all this together and you will understand what's being said to you here. There could be no existence, meaning nothing could be actualized or realized, meaning nothing could be actual or real. Nothing could exist if there was no possibility or potential for it to exist. Therefore, all that exists requires potential and possibility to exist. And once it does exist, it then allows for further potentials and possibilities for other things to exist. And nobody could argue that. If you're going to tell me that the baby is only possible because the parents exist, all you did was step reality back from the baby to the parents. But then you'd have to say, well, why is that possible? Which steps it back to humanity. Why is that possible? Steps it back to nature. Why is that? And you just keep asking, what made that possible until you get to the very first thing that exists. And then you ask the question again, what made that possible? Possibility itself, because the thing still has to be possible if it exists, or else it could not exist, because it would be impossible. But it does exist, and it led to all the other things that do exist. Therefore, it was possible to exist. Therefore, even it requires possibility to exist. And since it is the first thing in existence, that which caused it to exist literally has to be classifiable as no thing. There's no two ways around that. And what could be classifiable as literally nothing, something that doesn't literally exist, but causes that entire chain of existence? Possibility. That's what we said, right? The baby's impossible without the parents, right? Because there's no possibility, there's no potential, there's no chaos there to do that. So you require that chaos, that randomized potential to create the first thing that then creates a chain of events, that then creates the domino effect of all other things coming into existence, all other potentials actualizing. But there still has to be a first potential that actualizes to lead to all the other potentials actualizing off the back of that potential actualizing. Meaning the potential for that thing to actualize must have been there before that thing actually actualized. Like, you can't get around that. No more than you can get around the fact that in order for the baby to actualize as a potential, there has to be that which caused it to actualize. There has to be a potential for its birth to begin with. There has to be a potential for the universe to begin with. There has to be a potential for existence to begin with. It doesn't matter what thing in existence you're speaking of, all that exists must have a possibility to exist prior to existing. Meaning, possibility comes before all that exists. And since it comes before all that exists, it technically does not exist. It's not literally real. It's what allows things to be real. That is what's known as chaos. In the occult, in magic, in spirituality, in mathematics, in science, etc. The closest physics can get to it is the quantum field, because they're trying to explain everything physically. But even when you go dig into their quantum field talk, guess what they say? Well, even the quantum field is a thing. So in order for that thing, there still has to be a cause prior to that thing existing that caused that quantum field to exist, which in and of itself would be nothing. And this is why other quantum physicists say, well, you're looking at it the wrong way. The quantum field is nothing. It's just potential. And that's literally what they call it, a field of potential. So when he talked about, when Leviant Legal talked about the potential, the field of potential consciousness, I think that's what he's trying to touch at there. We'll see. Maybe he'll go into Discord and explain himself. But I think that's what he's trying to touch at there, which is basically saying what I'm saying. He's just using the word God for it, which I would not. Because to me, God implies a will. It implies a consciousness, which chaos does not have nor require, never could have, because it's purely random. Consciousness is not random. Consciousness is awareness, meaning it is experience. It has ability to make choices. That's not random. That's systemic. That's systematic. You think, what do I want? What do I need? And then you act on that. What experience am I having? What do I feel about this experience? What am I going to do based on this experience? That's consciousness. That's will. That's choice. That's undecidability. Chaos is random. You need a purely randomized potential in order for it to be nothing to lead to something. You get what I'm saying? Like, pain. Look for the basic agreeing, blah, blah, blah. What did I say in here?
I feel like Naruto in pains. Facts. Naruto had no real solution. But you know how they write these things. They had to write him as being right anyway. Even though he was wrong, Boruto proves it. But
Is this worth listening to?
it's doing it to ourselves. Like, us choosing to go extinct and forcing that on killer because they told her to run because they were going to hunt her.
No. Because that was responding to him talking about promortalism or something along those lines. But there is more in here because he said something. But where is it at? I just want to see where it's at so we can get there. Maybe I'll decide to go with it, or maybe we'll
I would
leave
have
it
to
for
say
tomorrow.
that Naruto is an excellent example of somebody who thinks too small. Area around the tree became completely desolate. Nothing was there, and everything was being wrapped up, and the ground was being sucked dry. He was, and Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, inconsistent, incoherent.
No. I mean, we could, but it's not necessarily.
Nothing.
Let's see. What are we? Point to anything that has no potential to exist, yet still exists. I'll wait. Point to anything in existence that is impossible to exist. No one can ever do that. If it exists, that means it's possible. Therefore, you could never point to something in existence that is impossible to exist. Something might be impossible to exist based on your theory of existence, but the fact that it does exist means your theory is simply incorrect. Like there's things in the cosmos, there's things out in space, right? They say, oh, that thing is just way too big to exist according to the Big Bang Theory. Well, that would mean the Big Bang Theory is incorrect. The thing exists, so the thing can't be wrong. You're observing it. It's real. It has been actualized into reality, meaning it does exist. And if it does exist, that means it's possible to exist. So if your theory claims that that is impossible, your theory is wrong because you're looking at it. If your theory says it's impossible for me to exist, but you're standing right in front of me staring at me, then you should know your theory is incorrect because I exist. You have to go back to the drawing board. You get what I'm saying? Like, nothing could exist that doesn't have the possibility to exist. Maybe we'll read this right here just because I'm still in the zone. I'm still in the mood. I'm still in the mood, baby. Let's see. I guess this is something that I was responding to Sizzle about. I just tried to leave this comment under your video, but it won't let me, so I'm just going to drop it here for you. Potentiality, aka chaos, makes perfect sense. It is literally an objective necessity of existence itself. All fields of study agree on this because they have literally no choice but to do so. And I do literally mean all fields of study. You not understanding something is not the same thing as something not making sense. People always say that doesn't make sense. No, it makes sense. You just don't get it. You're not the be-all, end-all of understanding. Just because you don't understand something does not mean it makes no sense. It means you don't understand it. Like, there's a difference. Is it like 1 + 1 = 2 every time? It doesn't matter if you understand it or not. It makes perfect sense. All things require possibility to exist. If they did not have the possibility to exist, they could not exist because they would be impossible. That makes perfect sense whether you understand it or not. You not understanding something is not the same thing as something not making sense. You know for a fact there's a whole lot of things that make sense that you don't understand. There's a whole lot of things that make sense that none of us understand. But just because we don't understand them doesn't mean they don't make sense. It means we don't understand them. It means we require more study on the subject. Once you understand it, what we're saying will instantly become practical to you. Because people are always like, well, how do I practically engage in entropy? You already are, whether you know it or not. Every single thing you think, talk, or do is entropy or neg entropy, depending on the circumstances at hand. You're doing it whether you want to or not. Like, you just don't understand it, so you don't think it's practical. But once you understand it, you'll understand why it's all practical. You can't understand the practicality of what was said in that live because you can't truly understand what was said in that live. Speaking of the live with Marcus and Illicit Mind. Lord Mark Moonspilly and Lord Illicit Mind. So first you need to study these things like we have and still do daily. You see how I've been doing this with y'all for the last like 6 fucking hours. I do this every day on my own. I just turn this camera on so y'all can understand it in case some of y'all don't. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I want everyone to understand this as much as they possibly can. If you already do, shout out to you for even being here, because you don't have to be. But for those who don't and are actually here and really trying to understand it, shout out to you, because you actually want to know. Instead of just being religious like the rest of these fucks. Where was I? So, I got a burp. Ugh. In order to understand what's being said to you, okay, so first you need to study these things like we do, and like we have and still do daily, in order to understand what's being said to you, and then it will click and you will see that the entire live, let alone everything I've said to you on the subject, was giving you practical answers to your questions. Existence requiring potential is provably objective. If there is no potential for existence, I've moved on to using the word possibility because I think that people understand the word possibility better than they understand the word potential. So I'm using that more now just to try and make more sense to people, but it's the same thing. Like, people don't understand that potential and possibility are literally the same thing. So if you don't understand the word potential like that, just take it as the word possibility. And it makes more sense. This is why I started using potential and possibility instead of chaos, because people didn't understand. I thought people would understand what chaos was because it's the base format of all forms of study in existence. Like, if you study anything, you should know what chaos is. If you don't really know what chaos is, you've never really started truly studying anything because you don't even understand how the thing you're studying came to be in the first place. Like, people don't really study, they don't really research. It's wild to me, but whatever. Let's use words people can understand. Potential and then possibility, because it's even simpler than potential, I guess. Existence requiring potential is provably objective. It is not subjective. It is not a religion. It literally doesn't require any belief at all. Potential is literally objectively necessary for existence itself. It's literally the only way to get something from nothing, or really to make nothing into something, because potential is literally the only something that is also nothing, because it doesn't literally exist. It is simply the possibility for something to exist. And then that which does exist creates even more possibilities. But in order for the first thing to ever come into existence, there had to be a possibility for it to exist at all. Or the first thing to exist that led to all other things that exist could never exist, because it would literally be impossible if it was not possible. Duh. Like, like, my God, this is so simple. I don't understand how this confuses people. You and whoever your last girlfriend was had many potential children, but none of those potentials ever actualized, meaning you never had any actual children. The potential for them existed, but since you never actually got her pregnant, those potential children never actually existed because they never actualized. Which is why potential itself is literally nothing. It's not a thing. The potential children don't literally exist. They only potentially exist. It's called potential existence. Google that. Literally Google the words potential existence. Google the words virtual existence. Google the words physical existence. Google the words material existence, conceptual existence, and non-conceptual existence. This stuff will make way more sense to you. Which is why potential itself is literally nothing, yet it is still required to exist in order for anything to exist, which is why it's the only thing classifiable as nothing and something without being paradoxical. If there was no potential for you to meet that girl, no potential for you to have sex, no potential for her to get pregnant, then there would be no potential for you to have children. But since those potentials all lined up, the potential for you to have a child was then born. But no child was ever actually born of that potential itself. Meaning there is no actual child. No child was actualized. No child was realized, which means made real. The potential was there, but the potential was never actualized or realized. But without the potential for the child, it could never be actualized or realized to begin with. So you could never have an actual or real child in existence if there's no potential for that child to exist. Therefore, the potential for the child's existence must exist prior to the child actually existing. But potential is not a thing that literally exists. The child would be the thing that literally exists, which is why potential is nothing yet something, because it is literally nothing, yet it is required for all some things that exist. The potential for the child is literally nothing, but is still required for the child, which is actually something. Understand this. It's very simple. It's very simple, folks. Part of that potential is okay. This is why potential is literally something yet simultaneously nothing and not paradoxical, and it's literally the only thing known to man that could ever be nothing yet something non-paradoxically. Just because you have the potential to be something or do something does not mean you actually will, meaning the potential exists, but what you have the potential to be or do does not actually exist until you actually become or do that thing. Once you become or do that thing in actuality or reality, that is what's known as a potential that has been actualized or realized into existence. Using you and your ex-girlfriend's potential children as an example again, since you never had children, the potential children never actualized or realized into existence, meaning the potential for them to exist exists itself, but the children don't actually exist until you actually get her pregnant and one of those potential children actually begins to gestate in her womb. I can't say this any simpler. Do you understand how that one example definitively proves that potential exists even though it is technically nothing at all? If you still don't get it, you just may never get it. Whoever is watching this, if you don't get it, you may never get it. If you get it, good for you, because you should get it. It's not that hard to get. That which is impossible never could be. That which is possible. Like it's that simple. I don't understand how anyone can't wrap their heads around that. If you can actually wrap your head around that, as I was just saying, you can easily understand how something comes from nothing and how all that exists is technically levels of nothingness itself, because it's all nothing more than actualized potentials, and potential itself is actually a thing. So you're literally actualizing nothing into existence. Let that sink in. It's far simpler than you think if you could just wrap your head around what potential literally is. It's just possibility. And possibility, as we all know, is not a literal physical thing. It doesn't exist in reality. It's what allows things to exist in reality. Without it, nothing could exist because it would all be impossible. That one understanding will change how you see all of existence. But if you literally can't understand that one thing, it will always sound crazy to you. And that's a fact. That's where everyone gets hung up on, because they can't seem to understand that possibility is not a thing that literally exists in reality or actuality. It is what allows things to exist, and it is what allows things that exist to cause other things to exist. Your family, your mother and father don't literally carry physical potential. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't work that way. But they have the potential to produce you based on their DNA mixing with that sperm and that egg. But a sperm itself is not potential. It's a sperm. An egg itself is not potential. It is an egg. It's not a potential egg. It is an egg. But the sperm and the egg being separate are the potential of a baby when together. But the potential itself is not a literal thing. That which it produces is a literal thing. Another way to prove this point is this. You could never point to anything in existence that could exist without the potential for it to exist. And this is also why I started using the word possible, because they're synonymous and mean the same thing, and I think people understand it better. Another way to prove this point is this. You could never point to anything in existence that could exist without the possibility for it to exist. If it was impossible to exist, it would not exist, because it could not exist, because it'd be impossible. Please try to do so right now, and anybody else can do so as well. Try to point out something that definitively exists that is impossible to exist. Not impossible for you to theorize existing, but literally impossible to exist. You can't. The fact that it does exist means it's possible. The simple fact that you can point out its existence means you just proved it's possible. Because it exists. Like, it's that simple. Everything that exists requires possibility to exist, or it would not exist because it would be impossible to exist. Like, I can't say it simpler than that. That is what chaos is. If pure potentiality, aka chaos, is something that isn't objectively required to get something from nothing, then you should easily be able to point to anything, just one thing in all of existence that doesn't require the potential for its existence. But I guarantee right now you can't, and you never will be able to, because no one ever has been able to, and no one ever could. Nobody ever even tries, and that's a fact. They just move on to the next thing. Nobody ever answers my questions. You ever notice that? I'll answer all y'all's questions. Nobody ever answers my questions because they can't. Point to, like, You're wrong about this. Okay, point to something in reality right now that you could definitively and objectively prove to me that exists, right? But it has to be something that's impossible. Go find something impossible that exists. I'll wait. No one ever will. They won't even try because they can't. And since they can't, they have no choice but to give in to the fact that all that exists must first be possible to exist. Because if it was not possible to exist, it would be impossible to exist, meaning it would not exist. But since it does exist, it is possible to exist. Like, this is so simple. It's so easy. Like, stop trying to fight and try to get it for a second. Like, it's too easy not to. Nobody ever even tries. They just ignore this request and move on, unwilling to admit the obvious truth of what I'm saying, or the simple fact that they just can't understand it enough to even know what's being requested of them. Pride and shame hinder humans from learning because they like to pretend they're smarter and / or more knowledgeable than they actually are. They pretend that if it is understandable, they would definitely understand it right away. And when the truth is, no, they won't, and they know it too. Because they don't understand it. They just don't want to admit they don't understand it, so they just say it's wrong, but they can never actually disprove it. And when they try to, they usually contradict themselves in multiple ways. Anyway, all that exists literally, objectively, requires the potential for it to exist, or it never could exist. All that exists literally, objectively, requires the possibility for it to exist, or it never could exist. This is not a religion. This is not a belief system. This is not a perspective. This is not a subjective. This is not a theory. This is proven, objective fact. And no one has ever, in all of human history, been able to prove otherwise. Oh, I said that there. Been able to prove otherwise in all of human history. Because if they even try, all they're going to do is prove it to be true, whether they are capable of realizing that or not. Just because they don't even realize that they're proving it to be true doesn't mean that they're doing the opposite. They're still proving it to be true. Again, point to something that's impossible, but still exists. I'll wait. So again, if anyone believes this is inexplicably incorrect, I want you to right now think of anything in existence, just one thing in all of definitively provable existence that does not require the potential, aka possibility, for it to exist. Point to anything that has no potential, aka possibility, to exist, yet still exists. I'll wait, because that's the only way to disprove what I'm saying. If you can't do that, you can't disprove what I'm saying, because that's what I'm saying. You could try to hear it in any way you want to hear it and argue it in any way you want to argue it, but if you can't do that, you can't disprove it. Period. And if all that exists requires possibility to exist before it can exist, then all that exists must have a beginning. Because the possibility had to be there before the thing existed. If the thing itself is infinite and always was, then the possibility for it never could have been prior to it. Yet, if the possibility for it is required for it, then it had to be there before it. Meaning it, the thing that exists, could not be infinite and always have been. So if you can't point to anything in existence that could exist impossibly, if you can't point to anything in existence that could exist without the possibility for it to exist, then you can't claim anything in existence is infinite and always has been, because all that exists requires possibility prior to it existing, meaning there was a prior to it existing. See how these logic chains work and how they're unbreakable? But other people, whenever they state these things about infinity and all that, they're easily breakable. They can't prove their own point at all with any logic chains. They just say it, and they think saying it makes it true.
but they provide no chains of logic to make it make real sense. Make it make real sense. And if you think you can, go ahead. Point to anything in existence that currently exists but is impossible to exist. Tell me anything in existence that could exist without the possibility for its existence. And then I'll show you something that is infinite. And guess what? The only thing that you could say that about is possibility itself. Because possibility does not require possibility because it is possibility. Possibility is the only thing, possibility, potential, chaos, whatever you want to call it, is the only thing that could be classified as nothing yet something non-paradoxically, because it is literally required for all that exists. And if all that exists has a requirement that comes before all that exists, the requirement itself must be classifiable as nothing. Because if there is nothing in existence prior to existence, the thing that causes existence must be classifiable as nothing itself. But it also must non-paradoxically be capable of creating all that exists. The only thing that humans have ever discovered that could actually be classified in that manner is possibility itself. And possibility is the only thing that we know of that doesn't require possibility because it is possibility. It is the requirement. See, if you find the thing that has no requirement, it is the base requirement. If you find a thing and that thing still has a requirement, it literally can't be the base requirement. Since possibility is the only thing that doesn't need possibility because it is possibility, it is the base requirement for all that is possible. This is real simple. Like, this is logic 101. Do you see the logic chain there? Break it. Please do. Try. No one ever does. They just make claims. They don't actually attack the logic. They don't literally quote word for word what I said. They don't go bar for bar, sentence for sentence, word for word, quoting exactly what I said. And I mean exact, not paraphrasing, saying it in their own dumb way that doesn't actually repeat what I literally said. No. Go word for word. See, this is why I'll go word for word. I'll put what you say in quotation marks. And I will respond to it directly. Because I can. Other people don't do that when they're talking to me because they can't. They don't answer my questions because they can't. They ask questions as if the questions they're asking in any way prove a point when they don't. They're just asking things. And I'll have an answer for all of them. And then when I ask them the things, such as, can you point to anything existing that is impossible to exist? Can you point to anything that exists that doesn't require possibility to exist? No. The only thing that doesn't require possibility is possibility. Because it is the thing that is required. See, like, they can't do it. They can't answer my questions, but I can answer all theirs. Like, come on, bro. Come on, bro. This is how this works. This is how you know when somebody knows what they're talking about and somebody doesn't. Did I say that? Make sure y'all peep the comments. You already know I have an answer for every question because I don't argue opinion. I only teach objective truth. Shout out to Sizzle. Go check out that video. The nuance of promortalism and anti-cosmic. I said, make sure you read every one of those comments very thoroughly, very slowly, and very carefully. Make sure you fully comprehend everything that I'm saying in every one of those comments. And again, don't forget to scroll up in here and listen to every one of those audios. The answers to every question you asked has already been provided to you more than a few times. Just like I did in this singular live stream, I've answered the questions way more than a few times. Very simply, for anyone who's asking them. Even when what Leviant Legal was saying, I had already answered everything that they came in here saying prior to them coming in here saying it. And then I read what they said and re-answered it right then and there. And guess what? Tomorrow, because I don't think I'm going to finish this stream tonight, when I come to finish this stream, either tomorrow or, whatever the fuck day I do it, guess what? I'm going to be reiterating and re-answering those questions again. Like, if you need more than what I'm giving you here to understand what I'm giving you here, you're just not smart enough to get it. Like, I'm going to say that straight up. You're not intelligent enough or you don't want to. because you really don't need any prerequisite knowledge or information to understand what I'm saying to you here. Especially if you go do all the things I said. If you actually go watch all the videos that I said, if you're listening to everything that I'm saying here, if you go into the comments of those videos, especially like one like that one, because there's not so many comments there. It's not like one of those bigger channels with, 100,000 comments on it. But if you go look at all my comments, which mostly I'm reading here anyway, watch all these videos, listen to these audios, I'm giving it to you. If you look up every word I told you to look up, I've said multiple times in here, look up these words. If you actually look up those words, like if you actually do the things that I'm telling you here to do in this lesson, student, you have no choice but to come out understanding what I'm saying. Honestly, it should be as simple as, can something exist if it's impossible? The answer is no. The fact that it does exist means it's possible to exist. If it can't exist, that means it's impossible, right? If it can exist, that means that it's possible. So if it does exist, that means that it's possible. Because if it does exist, it can exist, which means it's possible, right? Right? So possibility is a requirement for existence, because if it's not possible, it can't exist because it's impossible. Right? Duh. Like, this is basic shit. That's all you need to understand. A 6-year-old can get this if they, like, if you really want to understand this, there's no way you can't understand this unless you're truly just too dumb. Like, so the only options are you're either too dumb or you don't want it. You don't want to understand it because you want to hold on to whatever religious belief you have. You want to hold on to your current belief so bad that you refuse to understand that nothing could exist if it's impossible. Like, like that's how basic this comes down to. If something exists, it can exist, meaning it's possible to exist. Right? If something's impossible, it can't exist, meaning it does not exist. And it will not exist. Right? Therefore, possibility is required for existence, meaning there must be the possibility for existence prior to existence, meaning there was a prior to existence. That's what we call chaos or pure potentiality, purely randomized potential. It's known in all fields of study because it's required to produce anything that there is to study, including the thing that does the studying. If there is no possibility for consciousness, there cannot be consciousness. The fact that there is consciousness, meaning consciousness exists, means that there was the possibility for consciousness to exist prior to consciousness existing. Because if there was no possibility for consciousness to exist prior to consciousness existing, consciousness would never exist. That's how simple that is. It's inarguable, which is why no one will ever argue that directly. They'll beat around that bush, but they'll never chop the fucking bush itself. Not only have I provided answers, not only have I provided those answers in more than a few live streams and posts, I provided them in more than a few comments on more than a few videos on your channel. Go check out his last 5 videos or so. You'll see what I'm saying. Because I always do that no matter where I go. I'm going to give you the answers to your questions. Like, I'm not just going to leave you hanging. But you're going to have to actually want the answers. And you have to be smart enough to understand it. That's just the truth. And every one of those questions was already answered in the live stream you were originally responding to 2 days ago. Not to mention everything that we've discussed in here over the last couple days. You've seen everything we discussed in here, right? Did I not thoroughly answer these questions? You know what I'm saying? You're simply not comprehending the answers, or you're not allowing yourself to accept the answers because of how they make you feel, or you skipped over them entirely. Because the entire point of me giving this lesson is to show you why anti-cosmic voidism is the answer to suffering. People are like, I don't like suffering. Suffering is trash. This world is trash. Reality is trash. People having babies is trash. And I'm like, okay, so what's the actual solution to that? And that's why Marcus tackled it at one level where he said, well, consciousness. You get rid of consciousness, you get rid of experience, you get rid of suffering. Duh. But if existence still exists, consciousness could come back into existence, and then experience would occur, and then suffering would once again be a thing. So you really have to get rid of existence. But then if there's the potential for existence, and that, like, if the chaos, if the potential, if the possibility for existence still exists, then at some point existence is going to come back And even though most existences don't require anything to be consciously aware of the existence itself in order for there to be an existence, there are existences that will produce consciousness itself that then experiences suffering. So you don't even, so in order to truly answer the question, at the basest level, you got to get rid of consciousness. At the next level, you got to get rid of existence. At the next level, you got to get rid of the potential, the possibility for existence, that chaos and the void, and actually bring it to a true state of nothingness where there is no more potential, because true and pure nothingness has no potential. It has no properties. It can't do anything. But as long as that potential is there, we're always going to end up right the fuck here in some form or fashion. So you got to deal with the potential. Blah, blah, blah. You're simply not comprehending the answers. Before creating another video asking the same exact questions that have already been very thoroughly answered, I highly suggest making sure you go over all of the material that was provided to you first. Go over it very thoroughly. If you need to go over something 50 times, go over it 50 times. Don't be lazy about it, because that's the type of shit that I do. If I know something can be understood, but I'm still not understanding it, I'm going to keep going into it until I do, because that's what I want to understand. I'm not just going to go, well, I can't understand it, so it must be ununderstandable. It can't be understood. No, it can. I'm just being too much of a dumbass in some form or fashion. Either I need more prerequisite knowledge and information. I haven't studied and researched enough. Maybe I need more experience in the field. Blah, 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 blah. Maybe I just need to read this fucking paragraph 50 times before it makes sense to me. Like, and that's how I'm going to do it until I get what the fuck it's trying to tell me. And then I'll disagree or agree. Because if I don't even understand it, I can't agree or disagree. I don't get it yet. I got to understand it before I can even agree or disagree with it legitimately. Trying to say that I agree or disagree with something I don't even understand is just a lie. So if you got to go over it 50 times, go over it 50 times. Don't be lazy about it. But most people are intellectually lazy. They hate to read shit. Most people don't even want to watch something more than once. Most people can't even watch something in one sitting. It's too much for them. Bro, you know what I'm going to do after this live? I'm going to listen to the whole fucking thing over again. Just to hear everything I said, just to see if I can learn anything from myself, pull any gems from it from myself, see if I fucked up on anything, etc., etc. Truly comprehend what is being laid out before you, because you're getting a shortcut to objectively proven truth that should take you years and years of study to understand on your own. If you have no one fucking holding your hand, based on where, a motherfucker starts, yeah, it could take you years and years to even get the basis of this understanding logically. Even though you understand it from a fucking child. Like, kids understand possibility. If something's impossible, if you tell a kid like, yesterday I grew wings and I flew to the sun, they're like, nah, that's not true. You can't do that. It's not possible. You're right, kid, it's not. Because I'm not currently a transhuman with some CRISPR genes or anything. Don't get me wrong. It's possible that that potential could actualize, meaning we could develop technology where maybe I could think that I want to grow wings and wings just grow from my back, and I coat myself in this space armor that allows me to fly to the sun. Like, is it technically possible in existence? Probably. But is it possible for me to do at that moment in time? No, I'm lying to the kid. He's right. I did not do that, and I could not do that under my current circumstances. It would be impossible. The kid's right. A fucking 6-year-old gets that. And a potential cannot be actualized if it's not a potential. A possibility cannot be realized if it's not a possibility. If it is impossible, it cannot be. Therefore, it is not and will not be. If it is something that actually exists, if it is something that is real, then it is possible. You get, like, it's that simple. Children get this, but as adults, it's like we get retarded all of a sudden because of religion. Because we go through life, we want to believe certain things, and we just throw blatantly obvious reality by the wayside in order to hold on to stupid beliefs that don't make no fucking sense, or just ignore that which does make sense, and that which still makes sense to us deep down. We just try to act like it don't for one reason or another. Motherfuckers understand possibility, they just don't want to. Like, it's taking years and years to study to understand. But the way it's being laid out for you, if you're really paying attention and you really want to understand it and you don't skip anything at all, there's literally no way you couldn't understand it in a single day. The fact that you still seem to be asking the same exact question says to me either you're not comprehending it, meaning you're not smart enough, or you're skipping things, or you're being lazy when you go over it, or you just don't want to understand it because it might fuck with your current belief system in some form or fashion. Focus, my young brother. And that goes for anyone and everyone watching who feels that way. I need you to focus. Like, understand the basics of what I'm saying here. Yeah, Huey being a dick and not making any real sense. Not arguing anything. I really could read all that. Fuck it, why not? But I think I already read this in that other video. I think I did, so I don't think that's necessary. It's just the part that has to do with this would be necessary. Oh yeah, another one of those like red button type arguments. Like, you said if you die here and wake up in another existence that's even worse than Earth, you would destroy it. What if it's equally as bad as Earth? What if it's just slightly better than Earth? What if it's 50% worse than Earth? What if it's 50% better than Earth? Exactly where do you draw the line of destruction? Because people will say, oh, well, we should destroy Earth. Oh my God, that's evil. But you know, if I woke up in another realm that was worse than Earth, I would destroy that realm because that wouldn't be evil. Okay, what if it's just 1% worse than Earth? How about 10%, 20? At what percentage in compared to Earth's badness do you think it then suddenly becomes moral to destroy an entire realm? What if you just woke up in another realm that was exactly like Earth? Would it then be immoral to destroy that realm because you don't want to go through Earth 2.0? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, if it's moral to destroy a realm based on what you think, you know, what I'm saying, is moral to destroy, then it is what it is. You don't get to pick the dividing percentage at which it is evil and non-evil. If destroying a realm, meaning everything in that realm has to die, is evil, then it's evil. If it's not evil, then it's not evil. You don't get to slide the percentage bar of, well, this realm is this good or this bad, because even that is a subjective rating. You choosing, in comparison to Earth, how bad something is your own subjective rating. So based on your subjective rating, it's okay for you to destroy something, but based on somebody else's subjective rating, it's not okay for them to destroy something. Bro, either it's okay for you to enforce your will upon something based upon your subjective experience of it, or it's not. Make a choice. Have a backbone. Exactly where do you draw the line of destruction, and what makes your line of destruction more morally correct than mine or anyone else's in existence? If we said that Earth is 100%, what percentage of Earth's level of suffering does something have to contain for you to destroy it? And what makes your percentage more morally correct than anybody else's percentage? You know, is it like, people always think that their subjectivity is better than your objectivity, which is just dumb. Like, that doesn't make sense. Really think about it. Like, this is exactly why we're not simply antinatalists or promortalists. This is exactly why we're anti-cosmic, because we're thinking objectively on a larger scale. We're just answering the question. It doesn't have to be based in your subjectivity at all. Based in objectivity, and there is no morality of it, period. Good, bad, that doesn't matter. We're not even thinking about it. We're just thinking about what the solutions are to the actual problems that make logical sense. And yes, if something, existence, comes from nothing, chaos, antinatalism and promortalism simply aren't enough. They don't actually solve the problem that is the potential for existence itself. Again, promortalism would be getting rid of all sentience, all conscious things that could experience.
I would say Marcus took it one step beyond that to say all consciousness itself. But you could argue that that is just high-tier pro-mortalism, right? But even Marcus will tell you there's a reason why he's anti-cosmic, and that's because that could come back based on existence still being a thing, which is why you're anti-cosmic, to bring it to the state of chaos. But that chaos is the potential for reality itself, meaning if we bring it back to that, it could still produce reality, and it's pretty much guaranteed to do so at some point, which is why we're also voidist and why we seek true, pure nothingness, what we call perfection, because it's objectively perfect, because there's nothing to be done or undone within pure nothingness. There's nothing to be upgraded or degraded within pure nothingness, because there is nothing. It's the only thing, because it's not a thing really, it's the only thing that could be classified as perfect. All right. They don't actually, antinatalism, pro-mortalism simply aren't enough. They don't actually solve the problem that is potential for existence itself. Only anti-cosmic philosophy actually answers that question. This is why we are not pro-mortalists. This is why we're anti-cosmic. Because the problem is far bigger than just humanity breeding or existing. The problem is existence itself, more specifically conscious existence. But conscious existence can't exist without existence itself, because it's conscious existence, meaning it requires existence. And existence can always lead to conscious existence. As long as there is still existence, it can produce something that is capable of being conscious. So if there is no existence, nothing could exist that is conscious, because there has to be existence for consciousness to exist. If consciousness exists, there is existence. Do you get what I'm saying? So if there is no existence, there is no consciousness. My God. Let's say that again. The problem is existence itself, more specifically conscious existence, but conscious existence can't exist without existence itself, and existence can always lead to conscious existence. Therefore, in order to solve the problem of existence itself, you have to figure out how and why existence even occurs, and this is where the studies of purely randomized potential, or possibility, aka chaos, comes in. This is why if you actually truly want to solve any level of reality, let alone all levels of reality, you're going to have to solve chaos. You're going to have to solve potentiality. You're going to have to solve possibility itself. If you can't, then just make peace with it and do anything and everything you've ever wanted to do, because literally nothing at all matters. But I promise you, that's not the nihilistic mindset you want anti-cosmic individuals having. You better be glad we are attempting to solve this rather than just walking around acting like nothing at all matters. The day I figure out that chaos is literally unsolvable, think about it. Let me see here.
And this is why people need to study existence, because if they did, they would understand what it is, what it comes from, how to bring it back to that thing, and then maybe even how to maintain it there or destroy that thing so it can never come back into existence. Existence is based on the negentropic actualizations of chaos itself. Actualized potential. So if you want to drive existence back into chaos, you must increase entropy. And once you've increased it enough, the existence will cease to exist and fall back into a state of pure potential. Once you bring it back to the state of pure potential, you can then provide the negative potential to either maintain it there or destroy it outright, leaving absolute nothingness, if that's even possible. The reason why we say destroy everything is because we know that entropy can and will absolutely destroy anything and everything within existence, including existence itself. The only real problem is, once we get it back to a pure state of chaos, what then? Negative potential must exist because positive potential exists. But can we actually produce it? Can we make it? Can we cause chaos to enact its own negative potentiality at any time other than random or other than its natural timeline of its own life force? Can we actually speed that up for chaos itself? We can easily do it for existence. It's called entropy. Like, every scientist, mathematician, everyone worth their salt in any form of study knows what entropy is and how it fucking works. In literally all systems within existence, including existence as a whole. So, entropy is the answer to anything and everything in existence that you want to cease existing. But it's not the answer to chaos because it is chaos. So you have to actually have the anti-chaos, which is the negative potential that destroys the positive potential. The only question is, can we produce that? First off, can we exist beyond existence in a chaotic state and still remain coherent enough to then know that we should produce negative potential to cancel out the positive potential of creative chaos? And if we can we actually do it? And if we can actually do it, can we produce it enough to cancel it out, either by holding it there or to literally destroy it, which would also destroy us and leave literal nothingness in its wake? And could we then guarantee that after doing that, it could never come back into existence because there is no potential for potential, since the negative potential wiped out the potential itself? The only actual question is, everything else is objective. The entropy is objective. Existence is objective. Destroying existence using entropy is objective. Bringing it all back to a state of chaos is objective fact. That can all be done. The only question is, can we continue existing as chaos beings after destroying existence itself in order to then deal with the chaos? If the answer is no, well, this is going to be a never-ending cycle and we will have this battle infinitely. And if that's the case, I'm just going to go out there and pillage and plunder. Why the fuck not? Nothing matters. But if we can deal with the chaos itself and actually render it inert, holding it still somehow, so every time it creates, it destroys at the same exact moment. Therefore, nothing is ever created. Or if we can even take it one step further and produce enough negative potential to override the positive potential, literally destroying the chaos itself, destroying the potential for existence itself, which would also destroy us, of course, in turn, leaving absolute nothingness, that would be perfect. So the real question is, what is perfection and how close can you actually get to it? Everything else is already objective fact. Well, we know perfection is nothingness, because nothing could ever be perfect. How close could we get to it? Well, we know we can get it to a state of chaos. We can't guarantee or prove that we could get ourselves to that state, but we can absolutely hypothesize and even assume we could, because all of this existence is nothing but ordered chaos to begin with. It's all actualized nothingness, so it's very possible we could be chaos beings within the chaos itself. We could not be pure chaos, because you could not have a mind. You literally couldn't think. You could never do anything. You would cease to exist simply by becoming incoherent. But you could be a being that uses chaos as its environment. There's no reason that that can't be hypothesized as being possible, let alone even likely. That's very possible. Chaos entities that come in and out of existence within chaos all the time. This is what APEP represents. That's why people need to peep the mythos and understand what it's actually saying to them. But could we actually cancel out the chaos itself? That is the only true question. The negative potential is the only true question, and it's what everything hinges upon. Everything else is pretty much a fact. Like, existence requiring potential to exist. That same potential being unlocked from that existence is chaos. So it brings it back to a state of pure potentiality, which you should be able to bring yourself to if you're capable of remaining coherent in such a state. Now, the only real question is, while in such a state within the chaos, can you produce negative potential? If yes, can you produce it enough to hinder the chaos to the point where it can never fully create anything, because whatever it creates, it instantly destroys? If yes, then can I create enough of it to actually just destroy it, just cancel out chaos altogether, bringing absolute nothingness? Those are the only real questions. There's 3 questions. Everything else is a done deal. It's an answer already. Like, people are so far behind, it's crazy.
So far behind, it's crazy. Like, crazy. I remember, this is Vazen here, his newest name, speaking on how, as I said earlier, one actualized potential can lead to the potentials of other actualized potentials. Like, when a universe comes into existence, now you have the possibility for stars and galaxies, planets, life,
intelligent life, AI, etc. All those potentials can't exist in the universe if there is no universe that has already come into existence as an actualized potential. So it's all dominoes. Every actualized potential leads to the possibility of other potentials being actualized. Get what I'm saying? So let's read some of this. So basically, if a creation exists like it does here, then now there lies the potential for more things to be created in that creation. However, if that same creation did not exist, then now the potential to create things gets lost because the potential to create things still requires not only the potential of the creation to be a thing, but for that to be actualized as well. You can't have stars if you have no universe. The stars require that. You can't have a child if you have no parents. You can't have parents if you don't have humans. You can't have humans if you don't have nature. You can't have nature if you don't have the earth. These are all dominoes, and you can take these dominoes back to the very first domino that knocked over the rest of the dominoes. You just have to go find the first creation, the first thing in existence that caused all other things in existence, the first actualized potential that led to all other actualized potentials. But you still have to realize, even that thing is still a potential that was actualized, meaning the potential had to be there prior to it being actualized, or else it could not be actualized, meaning there was a prior to that thing being actualized. Like, after that, now, once that becomes an actualized potential, like this existence became an actualized potential, now there lies the potential for a building to be built, like a house, a mansion, a school, a museum, or anything else. And since that is the case, then that is the case. But if it did not get built yet, then the potential did not get actualized yet. Exactly. The building is not real. It is not actual. It does not exist until it does. Even if you put the building on blueprints, it's still just a potential existence. The building still doesn't exist. The blueprints are real. The building is not. You get what I'm saying? The building is just a potential, which means it doesn't actually exist yet. Once you make the building, it now exists, meaning it is real or realized, meaning it is actual or has been actualized. Prior to that, it was not a thing. Once it is built, it becomes a thing, meaning the potential for the building itself is literally not a thing. But the building itself, after being actualized, is a thing, which is why potential, aka possibility, is literally not a thing. It is not actual because it has not yet been actualized. It is not real because it has not yet been realized. It is literally no thing, not a thing, nothing. Potential, possibility, can actually be classified as nothing, yet it is still required for all that exists. The possibility of the building is required for the building to come into actual existence. In order for the building to be actualized, the potential for it must be there first. He gets it, because it's not hard to get. This fucking 18-year-old gets it. Like, come on, man. But if it did not get built yet, then the potential did not get actualized yet because it still did not get built so far. But then once it does get built, now it went from a potential to an actualized potential, meaning it became real. It became actual. It now exists. So the potential for it to exist was there prior to it actually existing, prior to it being actualized. Meaning potential literally is nothing. Like, this is not hard to get. And now, at the same time, fire exists in here, meaning in this reality. And so does water. So the potential for a house to burn on fire and then have the fire be taken out lies out there, like it exists in this reality. But since the house is being fine as it is for now, that potentially shall not be actualized until the house starts to be on fire. And thus, where one actualized potential happens, comes another potential to happen because the original actualized potential happened first, meaning the house that first had to come into existence. Then another potential comes from that, meaning the house can catch on fire, and it does catch on fire. It is now actualized on fire, which allows the next potential of using water to put it out, or, like to put the fire out, or for the fire to continue burning and the house to burn down. But if there was no house there to begin with, it could not catch on fire. And if it did not catch on fire, the fire itself could not be put out nor burn the house down. You get? Each actualized potential leads to the next actualized potential. That's how it works. Like, he gets it. No, the potential can happen to make the original actualized potential cease to exist. For example, in this case, a house being on fire is the actualized potential, and that came with another new potential, which we shall call putting the water on the house to get the house to not burn anymore as much as possible, making the actualized potential that made another potential necessary to terminate the original actualized potential cease to exist, along with the secondary potential. This shall be how it works for one instance. Yes? Yes. Perfect. 100, sir. He gets the point.
Bro, what you just said is so unbelievably simple and definitively proves exactly what we're saying. Like, objectively proves it. And I guarantee you, if you were to say that, they would probably still say, that's just too complex. I'm like, what he just told you is very simple. First off, you have a plot of land. That plot of land can contain a house, but it doesn't. Therefore, the house is a potential, but it doesn't actually exist yet. Somebody then says, I'm going to make that house. And then they build that house on that plot of land. That potential was now actualized into existence. The potential house is now an actual house. This is how simple this shit is. It's like children should be able to understand this shit. Now, because there's a house there is other potentials based upon the house. People can live in it. The house can catch on fire. It can be flooded. Things can break, etc. Let's say one of those potentials, the house catching on fire, actually happens. Now, there's another potential. It can burn down, or another potential, someone can put out the fire. Let's say nobody puts out the fire, and it burns down. That potential is now actualized. Like, it's that simple. This is how easy this shit is to understand. But it's like they don't want to understand. That's why I say either they're really fucking dumb, or they're really not paying attention. They're not trying to understand, because it's not that hard to comprehend. This is some
Or they just don't want to understand it. Again, can you have a house fire if there is no house? No. Can you have a house fire if fire doesn't exist? No. There must be a possibility for a house fire, meaning there has to be a house and fire must exist. If the house doesn't exist and fire doesn't exist, there's no possibility for a house fire. The existence of the house fire relies on the possibility of the house fire. So if there is no possibility of a house fire, meaning a house fire is impossible, it would never exist because it could never exist. So if you find a house that is on fire, which is a house fire, that means that house fire exists, which means it can exist because it is possible to exist, or else it wouldn't exist. Right? Like, this is how simple this shit is. This is how simple this shit is. All that exists requires the possibility to exist prior to it existing, or else it could not exist because it would literally be impossible. Like, is that really that hard to get? I feel like a child should be able to understand this. You give it like a child should be able to understand this. And then you get to the next steps of, okay, once you actually accept that, because it's a fact, you have no choice, you have no other way to say it. You can't say something exists that is impossible, because if it exists, it is possible, right? So once you accept that, in order for something to exist, it requires the possibility to exist. You have to then accept the fact that the possibility for it to exist was prior to its existence. Again, the possibility for the house existing was there before the house was ever built. If the possibility for the house being built was not there prior to the house being built, the house could never then be built. Meaning possibility is required for existence, meaning possibility comes before existence. Meaning Nothing that exists could have always existed because it requires the possibility to exist being there prior to it existing, meaning there has to be a prior to its existence. So it cannot be always. It can't have always existed. The simple fact that anything exists guarantees that nothing has always existed. Do you understand how these logic chains work? People don't understand logic. They don't get it. And this is why they say, oh, well, real truth isn't logical. I go, no, it is. You just don't get it. So you say things like that and then behave religiously. Like, and just go with whatever you believe in, whatever you have faith in. Like, no, nigga, this is real. You cannot point to anything in existence that is impossible to exist. The fact that it does exist means that it can exist, means that it is possible to exist, and it also means that the possibility for it to exist was there prior to its existence, which means there is a prior to its existence, which means it wasn't always in existence, which means it had a beginning. Like, do you see how these logic chains work? How they make things make sense? When you can't make sense out of your thought process, you're wrong. It's that simple. But when you can, and no one can fucking challenge it with anything objective, well, you're probably right.
Simple. This is how easy this shit is to understand. But it's like they don't want to understand. That's why I say either they're really fucking dumb or they're really not paying attention. They're not trying to understand because it's not that hard to comprehend. This is some shit my fucking 13-year-old got the first time I told him. When he was 13 years old, I explained this shit to him, and I explained it way more complex than I can explain it now because I didn't have it on lock as much then as I do now. And he understood it the very first time I explained it to him, even though I had to go through all these fucking complexities and took like 2 hours explaining it to the kid. And yet these grown fucking men can't understand it. But this 18-year-old Vazen can understand it perfectly and easily provide you with examples. Like, I don't understand this shit. How are people years beyond you, let alone decades beyond you, incapable of understanding this simple, very simple, blatantly obvious, objectively proven fact of existence itself? If there is no potential for the house, meaning there is no place to build the house, there is no wood, there is no concept of a house, etc., you will never build the house. The house requires the potential for the house in order for it to come into existence. The ocean can't catch on fire because it's literally water. There's no potential for fire. But if you add, say, gasoline or something or oil, the gas that comes off of that can catch fire. So you can have fire on the ocean. But is that the same thing as the water burning? No, it's not. You see what I'm saying? Because water doesn't have the potential to burn. Like, so it doesn't. Like, something has to have the potential to burn in order for it to burn. Like putting a flame to a piece of paper. It's so simple. Like, in order for something to exist, the potential for it must exist.
In order for the fire to exist based on the lighter touching the paper, the potential for that fire must exist. If paper is not flammable, the flame will not burn it. Therefore, it will be impossible for the fire to exist. But since the flame is a flame and the paper is flammable, when you put the flame to the paper, the fire exists. Why? Because it's possible. Like, without that possibility, it could not occur. This is how simple existence is to understand.
Or else it literally cannot exist. This is why you're a fucking genius, Basin. You are an 18-year-old genius, and you put people older than you to absolute shame. Simply because you focus. I'm calling you a genius, but the truth is you're probably just determined. You probably actually just want to understand it, so you simply do what you need to do in order to understand it. And then you understand it. Most people are trying to fight it for whatever reason, because they don't really want to understand it. I swear, bro, you should be teaching. You should really, I'm telling you, Start your channel.
Start your channel, Vazen. Everybody peer pressure Vazen to start his channel. Start your channel, Vazen. Talking to Sizzle here about, I think, what Vazen just put there. Yep. I said, read this slowly. Once you understand what potential is and why it's required for existence, the one and only solution becomes very blatantly obvious, no matter how anybody feels about it. And it's not antinatalism or promortalism. It's definitely not voluntaristic antinatalism based on the bleeding heart morality of slaves. Like both of those philosophies are far too limited because they do not address the potential for existence itself, which is exactly why we are anti-cosmic and not simply antinatalist or pro-mortalist, let alone voluntaristic antinatalist based on our bleeding heart slave morality. Those are literally base level philosophies. And honestly, antinatalism is like second tier. So you have anarchy, which to me is the first true base level, then anarcho-communism, and then you have antinatalism, and then compulsory antinatalism, and then human extinctionism, and then compulsory human extinctionism, which, to be honest with you, human extinctionism and antinatalism aren't that far off, except for the fact that a lot of human extinctionists think we should kill ourselves. Antinatalists don't necessarily say that. That's not necessarily antinatalism is just no birth. Human extinctionism is die. Don't get me wrong, with no births, humanity would eventually die out, but it's not like demanding that you die as fast as possible. Whereas human extinctionism is mostly like, yeah, everything should die like real fast. But there's a voluntaristic version of it, and then there's a compulsory version of it, which is a higher tier. And then you have promortalism, which is compulsory because there's no way you could wipe out all of sentience voluntarily. That's literally impossible. So there can't be a voluntaristic promortalism. That doesn't even make sense. It has to be compulsory. And then, I mean, there's a handful of philosophies you can get into in here, but there's not much point to them, realistically. You just bring it up to anti-void, anti-cosmic, which is bringing everything back to that pure state of chaos, destroying all of existence, not just consciousness, because promortalism at its highest tier is destroying all of consciousness. Then you go into anti-cosmic, which is destroying all of existence and bringing everything back to that pure state of chaos, that pure state of randomized potential and possibility. Bringing everything back to what the scientists would call the quantum field, or that which produced the quantum field, depending on how deep they want to go into that quantum field talk. You're bringing it back to chaos. That's anti-cosmic, right? And then there's voidism, which is you're getting rid of that chaos as well. So there is pure nothingness for the first time ever. That way nothing could ever exist. There is no properties. There is no potential. There is no possibility. There is no chaos. There is no existence. There is no consciousness. And there never ever could be ever again. There's absolute nothingness and nothing but the nothingness. There is but the void. That's voidism. That gets rid of all problems. That answers all the questions. That is the ultimate solution if it's possible to do. But even if it's not possible to do, it is very, honestly, in my opinion, likely that it will happen anyway. It'll just take a nigh infinite amount of creations before we get there, if we just leave it to its own devices. So we would rather try to figure out how to speed that process up. You know what I'm saying? But you got to get beyond the lowest tier philosophies and start getting into the higher tier philosophies that answer the higher tier questions and provide higher tier solutions to higher tier problems, because those little problems are just base problems. They're low level problems. They're sub problems is what I meant to say, of the base problems. You know, potential, possibility, chaos, etc. If that exists, that leads to existence. If that exists, that leads to consciousness. If that exists, that leads to suffering. If that exists, do you understand? And it just keeps trickling down until you get right here where we are with governments and AI and all this other stuff that we talk about, elites, etc., humans, psychopaths, laws, and all this shit, right? But each of these, again, at this level, the answer would be anarcho-communism. While existing.
The next tier would be antinatalism, so we can start to do something about that existence at this level, right? And then compulsory, so you could really stop it. And then human extinctionism, and then compulsory, so you could really get rid of it. And then promortalism, all sentient life, all consciousness at its highest tier. You're getting rid of all that. And then anti-cosmic, you're getting rid of existence so that none of that problems exist anymore. And then voidism, you're getting rid of the chaos, the potential, the possibility for existence, so none of it could ever come back into existence. This is how you tier philosophies. This is how you tier solutions for tiers of problems. But most people don't want a single solution to the base level problems we have here as humans, which are so simple to solve. They're just fucking pussies. That's the truth. Bitches. And I don't mean that in a way to disrespect women. I know a lot of women who are harder than a lot of these men in this so-called community. I mean that in the colloquial language of softness. Like weakness, weak-willed. Can't even fucking solve the basest problems and wonder why they're confused when we're talking about chaos in the void. We're thinking beyond the problems you claim can't even be solved. We're trying to solve the actual problems that may actually be unsolvable, while you motherfuckers is crying about easily solvable problems that a couple bullets, a couple well-placed fire bombs could take care of. Like, you're just too pussy to do that. You're too pussy to even think that, let alone say it, promote it, or carry it out yourself. So you pretend like there's no solution to the problems on this little tiny world with this little tiny fucking species and its little civilization. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. Like, that shit's just annoying. But you know what? We are gonna leave it there. I'm hungry. I'm about to make a pizza. Maybe make my little brother some pizza too. And then we'll come back to here. All right. Potential to exist to occur, because I'm pretty sure we go in here and again, we're nowhere near done. I'm telling y'all, we got a lot of shit to read from here. So you know what? We're gonna start right here, right? We're gonna hit that, reply to that. Come on, reply, nigga. And we're gonna at myself, even though it doesn't fucking work. I just like to do it so I know I'm talking to me. So here, bang. So now, tomorrow, we come down to here, right? See how that first here? And we're gonna click here. Just wanna make sure this shit gonna work, because it should be retarded sometimes, especially when I be in here for a long time. All right, brings us right back to there. Very good, very good. So we're gonna give that phone a fucking break now. Shout out to the fucking God. Fuck you, Google. Shout out to the God. Shout out to the compendium. Matter of fact, shout out to the fucking raging ones. Shout out to the angry ones. Shout out to the raging beasts out there. And let's see. Let's peep these comments, because I know Vazen was going in here and stuff. Let's read some of this. Let's see. May one be the void. Yes. Oh well. Yeah. No, we'll worry about that after. I just turned on the oven. I'm just gonna shut it back off. We'll go through these comments first, and then I'll do that. Precisely, if shit shall only continue to get worse, then may we all just erase ourselves. Now, yep. Nothing is being infinite except nothing, exactly. And why? Because within the nothingness, the nothing shall continue to go on infinitely upon the nothingness of it all, exactly. Matter of fact, that is one thing I wanted to do. Let's just do it for live, right? Let's look up what some of these words mean, right? Because people love using words. And I don't think they really, let's just look up the word. Definition of infinite. Right. Now, limitless or endless in space, extent, or size, impossible to measure or calculate, right? Greater than any assignable quantity or countable number, another term for non-finite. See, this is what I was saying when he said there's infinite possibilities. I said, yes, you could use that term that way, infinite possibilities. But if you're talking about infinity, let's go look at this. Definition of infinity. the state or quality of being infinite. So if you're going to say that this particular existence is infinite, this one right here, this one, it's incalculable, yet everything in it is calculable, is it not? Can you point to anything in this existence that isn't calculable, that can't be measured? Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, to say that this existence is infinite, it has to actually match the definition of infinite, but this existence does not match the definition of infinite. The closest you can get to matching the definition of infinite is chaos, potential, possibility. And even that isn't truly infinite, it's finite itself. But that's why I like to look at these things and go, look, you have to understand what these words actually mean. Let's go look up. Define possibility. A thing that may happen or be the case. The state or fact of being likely or possible. Like a thing that may be chosen or done out of several possible alternatives. These things are possible. Definition of impossible. Not able to occur, exist, or be done. Therefore, if it is able to occur, exist, or be done, it must be possible. Yes? Do you see how simple this shit is? Definition of finite. Having limits or bounds. Does anything in this existence that you know of not have limits or bounds? No, that's the answer. Like, you can't point to anything that exists that has no limits or bounds. Nothing. Nothing. Therefore, existence itself has limits or bounds. Do you know why? Because all that exists is part of existence, making up existence as a whole. Therefore, if anything in existence that is part of existence and makes up existence as a whole has limits or bounds, then existence itself has limits and bounds. It is not boundless or limitless. Do you get what I'm saying? Let's see what this says. Definition of chaos. We're doing this live. I'm not preempting any of this shit. Like, we're just doing this, right? Complete disorder and confusion. Complete disorder. No order. No structure. That means it's purely random, bro. Behavior so unpredictable, which is randomness, as appeared to appear random. Do you understand what I was like? Definition of randomized. Randomized, of an experiment or procedure performed using a random selection or sampling. Let's click here. Of a set of items, people, etc., ordered or arranged unpredictably, unsystematically, or randomly, right? Definition of random.
Random means occurring without a set plan or pattern, and it depends on chance. Think of drawing names from a hat or rolling a die. It suggests unpredictability, especially in statistics, and is the opposite of something done deliberately.
You heard the AI. Y'all heard the AI. Like, do you understand? Like, define potential. Having or showing the capacity to become or develop into something in the future. So, if it has or shows the capacity to become or develop into something in the future, that means the potential is prior to that future, yes? That means the something it will later develop into or become does not currently exist, right? Right? Like, it's right in the words. To become or develop into something in the future, meaning in the current, It has not yet currently become or developed into that something, meaning the potential comes before the something that it develops or becomes, that it becomes or develops into in the future. So if the universe exists and it requires the possibility, the potential for it to exist, that potential had to be there prior to it existing, having or showing the capacity to become or develop into the universe in the future, meaning the potential for the universe had to be there prior to the universe, right? Let's go look up actualization.
Actualization means making something real. And in psychology, it often refers to self-actualization, which is about reaching your full potential. This involves moving beyond basic needs to focus on things like creativity and problem solving, leading to greater well-being.
Now, we ain't talking psychology, we talking literal existence, but look at that first line. Actualization is the process of making something real or bringing it into existence. So if you have a potential that has not yet been actualized, when it is actualized, it is made real, brought into existence. Like, people use words and don't know what they mean. Definition of existence: the fact or state of living or having objective reality. In order to be an objective reality, you have to actualize. A potential must actualize into existence to be real. Definition of reality: the world or the state of things as they actually exist, as opposed to an idealistic or notional idea of them, the state or quality of having existence or substance. Let's see. A thing that exists, in fact, having previously only existed in one's mind, meaning it wasn't real and then it was. It only existed in potential existence and then was actualized into actual existence. Like, do y'all get what I'm doing here? Like, do you see how simple this shit is? Do you see how fucking basic this shit is? People are choosing to be ignorant. Like, it's this easy. It's this easy. My friend, let's go see. What is the quantum field?
A quantum field is a fundamental concept, suggesting space is filled with invisible fields. What we see as particles are actually localized vibrations within these fields, like ripples. These fields allow particles to be created, destroyed, and transfer energy.
All space is filled with invisible fields that permeate everything. To be created or destroyed and transfer energy, forming the basis of quantum field theory. Which means this thing still is a thing, yes? Meaning this still requires potential or possibility to exist, right? Which is why when they tried to stop it at quantum fields, some quantum mechanics and quantum professors, whatever the fuck they would, quantum physicists, were like, well, we literally can't though, because that thing is still a thing that still requires a cause for its existence, and that thing that that requires a cause for its existence still has to be classifiable as nothing, because if nothing existed prior to the quantum field, yet the quantum field exists, meaning the quantum field is possible to exist, the thing that made it possible, which is possibility itself, still has to be classifiable as nothing. Like, do y'all study? For all y'all trying to argue with me, do you really study, or you just think things and because you thought it must be true? Make sense of it, bro. A field is still a thing. Definition of God. In Christianity or other monotheistic religions, the creator and ruler, which are things, of the universe and source of all moral authority, the supreme being, mean it exists, right? In certain other religions, a superhuman being or spirit worshipped as having power over nature or human fortunes, a deity, used for emphasis or to express emotions such as surprise, anger, or distress. Oh my God. Definition of creator: a person or thing that brings something into existence. That's a thing. Definition of consciousness: the state of being awake and aware of one's surroundings, meaning there must be one to be awake and aware. There must be a thing that is conscious. The awareness or perception of something. Which means there has to be something there that is aware and perceiving. There has to be a thing with perception to perceive. Yes? The fact of awareness by the mind of itself and the world. Is a mind a thing? Definition of mind: the element of a person that enables them to be aware of the world and their experience. The element of a person, meaning there has to be a being that has a mind for there to be a mind. Their experiences to think and to feel, the faculty of consciousness and thought. It is the thing that is conscious, the thing that thinks. God is the consciousness. It is the thing that is aware, that is thinking. This is how I'm defining God. If anybody else wants to define it any other way, by all means. But don't argue with me about, like if you're not even understanding my definition of it. You get what I'm saying? Let's see if I can just... What is the chaos in the void? Just see what it has to say.
Chaos in the void represents the state of emptiness and disorder before the universe, personified as the Greek deity Chaos. It's the original, formless expanse containing the potential for all existence, from which Earth, Tartarus, and Eros emerged.
The primordial state of emptiness and disorder before the universe's creation. Nothing but potential for shit to emerge. So even the Greeks called it chaos. That's where the term come from, bro. Well, potential in the absence of order, a foundational concept in ancient cosmogony. It's the original formless dark expanse that contained the seeds for all existence, a powerful, often genderless primordial force. Do you see? Without it, there could be nothing. Because it was empty, right? But that chaos was there. Let's see, is there any other words we want to just look up? Let's see, what do we think? We thought existence, potential, possibility, chaos. Let me just ask this thing, just to see what is nothing yet something?
Nothing yet something explores the idea that true nothingness might be impossible. Our concepts, language, and even the idea of absence are all something, making the absolute void hard to grasp. This puzzles us, especially when considering how the universe could have emerged from a potential nothing.
Are all something, making the absolute void a concept beyond human grasp, even as we grapple with how something, the universe, arose from a potential nothingness, a potential nothing, because that's what it all comes back to. Every field of science, every field of mathematics, study, occultism, it all goes, bro, this all had to come from nothing. How is that fucking possible? Because the nothing has to be something simultaneous. It says it right here. It's all something, yet it all came from nothing, a potential nothing. Just listen to the fucking word. Look at these. Something, potential, nothing. Come on. How something arose from a potential nothing. Just think of the fucking words being used. Like, come on. Come on. Making it something. Oh man. Do you get it? Do you get it yet? You know, I talked about quantum field theory earlier. Do you get it yet? And virtual particles are technically particles that don't literally exist. That's why they pop in and out of existence. This is potentials. These are potentials that pop in and out of existence until certain potentials stick. So even in quantum field theory, they're really touching on potentials popping in and out of existence. They literally did not exist a moment ago, and now they exist. And those little potentials can create fluctuations of bigger potentials. That's what builds your atoms and all that good stuff. Study virtual particles. Go look into what those things are, for real, for real. Even they are touching on, you know, let me ask it like this. Let me just see. Is possibility something yet nothing? Question mark. Let's see what it says. Let's just listen to what the AI says, right? In a philosophical context, some arguments propose that possibility is a form of something, an abstract potential, rather than an absolute nothing. Do you get where we're going? There's a difference between absolute nothingness. That's why I always use that word. A lot of people are talking about absolute nothingness, and I'm like, no, we're not talking about that. We're talking about potential or possibility, which is not absolutely nothing. It's nothing yet something, because all that exists is requiring that. All that exists requires possibility to exist. Do you see that? Let's read that again. Matter of fact, let's read the whole. I don't even think I read the whole thing because I just started talking, right? In a philosophical context, and this is just the AI overview. I'm not going to argue it. I'm not going to co-sign it. I'm just going to read it. In a philosophical context, some arguments propose that possibility is a form of something, an abstract potential, rather than absolute nothing. The very concept of possibility is considered an existing potentiality that can lead to actual existence. Lead to actual existence. See, existing potentiality, like I said again before, look up potential existence. Maybe we'll look that up next. Philosophical perspectives. I don't know if I want to read all these philosophical perspectives. Well, why not? Let's just see. Possibility as potentiality. Philosophers like Alfred North Whitehead suggested that possibilities, which he called eternal objects, exist in a non-actual sense. See, it's not actualized. Like, do y'all study? Do y'all study? I could do this shit randomly. Let's just Google this shit, because this is how much I know this shit. I know this shit. There's a difference between knowing and believing. Like, a non-actual sense, they are a realm of potentiality that exists, but it's distinct from physical actuality. So it exists, but it doesn't actually exist. It is something yet nothing. Do you get it? Do you get it? The problem with pure nothing, and that's another term. What do I say? What are we trying to get to? We're trying to get it to a state of pure nothingness. We're not saying it ever was at a state of pure nothingness. Possibility, potential, aka chaos, has always been a thing. It is the only thing that could have always been a thing. because it's technically no thing, yet it's required for all things. Therefore, it is non-paradoxically something yet nothing. And this is something philosophers, scientists, mathematicians, occultists, magicians, etc., 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 all forms of intellectuals that have ever existed have known for the longest period of time, if they ever did any real study into existence. Most people don't. They just start claiming things based on what they want to believe. They don't study shit. Not really. The problem with pure nothing. Absolute or pure nothingness is a deeply challenging concept to coherently define or conceive. If one defines nothingness as a state without space, time, or even laws of logic/probability, then the existence of possibilities themselves, potentiality, chaos, would be incompatible with this definition. Many argue that if possibilities still exist, it's not absolute nothingness. Do you see why when we say, you should just kill yourselves? Why would I kill myself when that doesn't deal with the potential for existence itself? Oh, all that afterlife stuff is nonsense. When you die, you're just going to cease to exist. Well, if that's the case, why is it possible for existence to begin with? Yeah, really think about it. Like, there's no such thing as pure nothingness. It has never been. If you want it to be, you must study voidism. This is why we are anti-cosmic voidists, because we understand that this is what is based on that potential always being. This existence hasn't always been. It literally can't. That's why entropy is a thing, because it brings this existence back to that state of pure potentiality, that state of pure possibility, that state of pure chaos. So if you want to bring it to a state of pure nothingness, you're going to have to deal with those possibilities. If you can't get rid of the possibility, the potentiality, aka the chaos and the void, then you can never reach pure nothingness. Do you see how I said you got to step up from anarchism, anarcho-communism, antinatalism, human extinctionism, pro-mortalism, then anti-cosmicism, which is bringing things back to that state of pure possibility, that state of pure potential, that state of pure chaos, purely randomized chaos. And then you got to step into the voidism to get rid of that in order to have that. As long as that, the possibility exists, you can never have pure nothing. Do you understand why voidism is the only true answer to all things? I told y'all I was going to give this to you, and no one's going to be able to logically argue this shit, bro. Let somebody else do what I'm doing right now in response. They won't. It'll be 3 sentences. It'll be like nobody's gonna go live, bar for bar, word for word, quoting me, going over these words, Googling this shit in front of you. It's never gonna happen because they can't fucking do it. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I know. Not believe, not think, not hope, not have a faith in my religion. No, I know what the fuck I'm talking about. There's a difference. Being compatible with this definition. Okay. Probability arguments. In discussions about why there is something rather than nothing, which is the discussion we're having right now, some argue that because there are infinite possible somethings, but only one possible nothing, the probability, you see that? That's perfection. Only one. That's perfection. Something could never be perfect. To the point where some claim it's infinite. It's not really, but it's nigh infinite. The reason why we use the term infinite is because it's simply something we can't calculate. We can never put a number on it. So we call it infinite, but literally it would be nigh infinite. But anything that is nigh infinite, let alone infinite in possibilities, meaning these some things, there's an infinite number of them. They themselves are not infinite. Each individual something is not infinite. But there's an infinite number of some things that could be. That is an infinite number of imperfect things. There's only one nothing. Because it's literally nothing. The probability of something is effectively a certainty. This view that's possibility. This view treats possibility as an underlying framework of existence, not an absence of it. Are y'all listening? An underlying framework of it. It is why it is. There could be no existence if it was impossible. It must be possible for there to be existence. Duh. Like, nothingness is an abstract concept. Scientifically and philosophically, the concept of a true empty void is considered problematic. Why? Look around, nigga. We're here. There is existence, which means there is possibility in that void. Which means if you want to actually get a true nothingness, a true void, which is what voidism is all about, you have to deal with that possibility, nigga, in order to deal with the existence, nigga. Because if you don't deal with that possibility, there will always be something coming into existence. Do you understand why we talking this anti-cosmic philosophy? Why we talking anti-cosmic voidism? Do you get it? Do you get why your lesser solutions are not solutions? Do you get it? Do you get why even if they are solutions, they're only temporary? Because those solutions will be reproduced later on thanks to the fucking possibility in the void. Do you get it? Yeah. The concept of a true empty void is considered problematic. Even a quantum vacuum, which again is their quantum field. The quantum vacuum is the base quantum field. It is what produces the quantum field, which itself is just potential. The quantum vacuum is potential. It is their version of chaos. Is not nothing but a dynamic field with virtual particles constantly appearing and disappearing, potentials actualizing and unactualizing. Do you get it? Every field of study has their own version of this shit because they have to, because it always goes back to this shit, whether they want it to or not. Virtual particles constantly appearing and disappearing. Nothing is often viewed as an abstract human concept, not an observable physical state, because nothing is not a state. As I always tell you, it is the lack of all states. Nothing could never be a physical state, because that would not be nothing, that would be something. All physical states are something. All states, physical or otherwise, are something. Nothing is a lack of all states, period. So if you want to get to true pure nothingness, you must get rid of all states permanently. That's what anti-cosmic voidism is all about. That's what we talking about. In summary, possibility is often considered an abstract something, a potential or concept, because true nothing would by its strictest definition lack even the rules or potential for anything to exist. Without that possibility, there would literally be nothing. Meaning the possibility is required for the something. It is a nothing and a something because it doesn't actually exist, as we looked at before. It's not something that literally exists, but it is what leads to actual existence. Therefore, it is nothing yet something, because if it leads to existence, it can't be in existence, because it has to be before existence in order to lead to existence. Lead to actual existence. That's actualization in existence. That's realization. That's reality. So the possibility for existence must be there before existence in order to lead to existence. Meaning it has to be classifiable as nothing yet something, which is what they basically just told you in 5 different ways here. And this is just me basically Google searching shit, bro. Off the top. This is too easy. This is too easy. Anyway, let's get back to these comments so we can get out of here. Something is to be infinite, and there must be one moment that goes on infinitely. Exactly. And no other moment. Exactly. You could never get to the next moment in an infinite reality because the first moment, which there would be no first moment because it always existed, which doesn't even make sense itself, but the moment of that reality would be infinite. You can never get to this conversation. We can never get to this day, this time, this year, this week. We can never have this conversation. We can never have a beginning of this conversation, let alone 453 minutes and 41 seconds of it, let alone an end to it, because the moment would be infinite. Like, if you have one house that's infinitely far away from another house, no matter how fast you go, you will never reach the other house. You will always be infinitely far away. Take the word house and change it to moment. If you have one moment that is infinitely far away from another moment, You would never get to the next moment because you'd be infinitely far away from that moment at all times. Meaning, we could never have any experiences because experience literally requires moments. It requires events. There must be things to experience. That's what a timeline is. Yesterday I did this. Today I'm doing this. Tomorrow I plan to do this. And when tomorrow actually gets here and becomes today, what you actually do is what you actually do. Like, these are events that occur. These are experiences you're having. You're conscious, therefore you can experience events within reality. But if there was no events within reality because the reality was infinite, if there was no events in this existence because this existence was trapped in a singular infinite moment that it was always in, you would never have an experience. Like, yet here we are experiencing this conversation. Like, people make these arguments and they don't understand the logic of the argument they're attempting to make. So they don't even know how to logically make their own argument. So they make their argument illogically to begin with, proving themselves wrong in the midst of their own argument. Like, no other moment, yet that does not be the case in this existence. No, it doesn't. For this existence itself does not be infinite because of how many moments do not happen here, but then they happen, and then they eventually end. Exactly. There'd be no beginning or end of anything in this existence if this existence itself was infinite. You can't say this existence is infinite. This existence we're in is infinite. Yet everything in it that you could ever point to is finite. Yet all that is in this existence makes up this existence. Therefore, if everything in this existence is finite, this existence is finite. If even one thing in this existence is finite, this existence could never be infinite. Yet you can never point to anything in this existence being infinite as an individual thing, let alone point to anything that isn't finite. All things you could ever point to in this existence are finite. Therefore, there's nowhere in this existence you could point to that would give you any reason to believe that it's infinite. People just say these things. They never prove them, ever. They don't provide any evidence for them at all. They just believe it and they say it, and because they said it, it must be true. I disagree with you. This is infinite. Make that make real sense. They won't. They'll go to the next thing. They'll just say the next thing in their head because they can't make that make real sense. They literally can't do it. It's impossible to do. And as we talked about, impossible. Do you see how these logic chains work? Come on, man. This is too basic. It's too simple. Let's see. For example, one moment you do not drink water, but then another moment you do. And then eventually finishing drinking the water. For that was a moment of finiteness. Exactly. I could never open this bottle of water. It could never be full and then go down to here if it was infinite. And it would have to be infinite if it was in an infinite reality. And I could never start the infinite process of infinitely drinking this infinite water in this infinite reality, stuck in this one infinite moment that never began to begin with because there was no beginning. It always was. Like, this shit don't make no sense at all. At all. People just believe these dumb things because it helps them remain somewhat positive in reality. I don't fucking know. I could never get to the point of twisting the cap off this fucking bottle to open it in the first place, to drink it down to here, if we were in an infinite moment, because that takes moments. That took me time to do. But in an infinite reality, there is no time to be taken to do anything, which is why nothing could be done in an infinite reality, which is why it must be perfect, because if there's nothing that can be done, it has to already be a perfect reality, because if it's an imperfect reality, there will always be something that can be done, meaning there will always be something happening like we have in our imperfect reality. Our reality itself disproves the idea of it being perfect or finite, which is required to be perfect or infinite, which is required to be either. It is finite and imperfect by all measurements. This water is finite. And it's imperfect. I'm finite. There's nothing in this existence I could point to that is not finite nor imperfect. I can't point to anything in this existence that is perfect or infinite. Therefore, I can never claim this existence as a whole is perfect or infinite. And I would have to be able to claim both in order to claim either. Like, this is how simple and logical this shit is. But people don't like logic. They like to feel good. So they always want this end point of heaven, this end point where everything is going to be perfect at some point. No, it's not. Sorry. That's literally impossible. And as we discussed about possibilities and impossibilities, if it's impossible, it'll never occur. Like, oh my lord. Sweet Satan, holy light of Lucifer, white baby Jesus, blonde hair, blue eyed, sweet white baby Jesus. Oh man. Which is one way how this existence does not be infinite, because if it was infinite, then that would have been an event where you was drinking water infinitely for eternity. Exactly. I'm guessing he wrote this when I said, let me take a drink of water. But facts. We use the word eternity a lot in humorous ways, metaphorical ways, etc. But look at what those words really mean literally. It literally forever, for there shall be no beginning or end. Yet everything in this existence begins and ends. Every time you sit down to watch a movie and press play, there's a beginning, a middle, and an end. Everything you do every day, we even break it into time based upon the sun, the earth going around the sun. Or we have years. They just celebrated the new year. We say we're in January 2026 now, right? Like, but there's no beginnings, middles, or ends. There's no time. There's no events that occur. Nothing ever happens, even though technically nothing is happening. Well, everything is happening because everything is nothing. But you get the point of what we're saying. If nothing was happening, truly, like if there was no events occurring, you could not consciously experience anything. There'd be nothing to consciously experience. Yet you're here consciously experiencing this conversation. So in order for somebody to come into this conversation and disagree with me saying that in this conversation, trying to claim that this is infinite, they've already proven themselves wrong simply by existing, thinking, making the decision that they're going to disagree with me, then beginning to type, finishing typing, clicking send, listening to my response, typing their next response. Like, your actions, your existence is disproving your thoughts on infinity in real time. That's how simple this shit is. But people don't like it, so they just act like it's false, but they can never logically prove that. And they never will. Nobody will ever get on the internet, make a video or a live stream actually doing what you see me doing here, breaking this shit down to this fucking level, but in the opposite form, disagreeing with it. Because they can't, nigga. They fucking can't. So they won't. Like, forever. In which by then, as said before 100 times, if you do everything that you could possibly do in an infinite realm, you shall be real bored as you repeat those things, for pleasure itself be finite. Facts. Pleasure is a thing that can be measured. If it could not be measured, you would not seek it out to experience it to begin with, because it's something that it can be experienced, it must be finite. All experiences are finite. You couldn't have experiences in an infinite reality because there'd be nothing to experience, because the moment would be infinite. There'd never be another moment. You could never actually judge anything. Like, so the simple fact that you want pleasure means that pleasure itself is finite. So even if you go to this spirit realm of pleasure, guess what? You gonna get bored, my nigga, because the pleasure itself is finite. And once you're used to that level of pleasure, it's just gonna dull from there, like any drug for any drug addict. People just say these things, but they don't make real sense of them. And then all of a sudden you shall wish that such a time that you was being in was finite instead of infinite, but now because it be infinite, you infinitely want for it to end. Facts. Facts. Sean Walker. I hope we get the fuck out of this realm. It's stupid. Yes. Shangayel. I asked my mom, does she enjoy life? And she said no. Where is Mark? I don't know. Chilling, doing his thing. I don't know. Maybe he was in here. Maybe he wasn't. Can you get him on? Mark's doing what Mark do. You'll see us together at some other point. I can guarantee that. You do not need to hope, for you shall get the fuck out of this realm and this particular realm eventually, or forcefully on your own terms. Exactly. This realm will eventually cease existing entirely. Question is how long it's going to take, and how long will that take specifically for you? Life is so, Sean Walker, life is so exhausting, so we didn't exist for millions of years. I don't get these NPCs. I don't know exactly what you mean by we didn't exist for millions of years. I could argue that we did. I don't know if you mean on an individuated human level. I don't know. You'd have to be more specific about that, but I could make that go either way. Yes, nothing. What are we really doing? Vazen. We are doing nothing here yet everything at the same time, just for it to then return to nothing in the end. Sean Walker. So what do we do? This shit is a nightmare. Might as well be in jail. Existence is by definition polarizing. Okay, I guess he's just responding to me individually. Now, I would suggest anybody watching this, if you're watching one of my streams and I'm on a topic and you don't see me just responding to the things people are saying, if you have a question or something, flesh it out. You know, you see the way Vazen writes here. When I'm reading, write like that real quick. I don't mean that's poetic or anything. Just like, if you want me to answer something, really flesh it out. Because I'm probably not going to get to it till the end because I need to get to the end. And it's already going to take me 6 hours to get there anyway. So I'm going to wait to the end to touch on the comments. So if there's something you want to ask in specific to something I said during the stream, you're going to have to structure it so I understand what you're talking about. If you're just responding to me as if we're in conversation when we're not, I'm not going to know what the fuck you're saying. And I probably won't have a good answer for you, you know? But again, a lot of your questions will probably be answered in the stream anyway. Like Sean said, so what do we do? I'm pretty sure I answered that question in the stream when I'm talking about the entropy, you know, every level of anarchism, antinatalism, human extinctionism, pro-mortalism, anti-cosmic philosophy, voidism. The answers are contained in there. You stack all those on top of each other and you have your answer to everything. Shideo, existence is by definition polarizing. Yes, it is. Like, facts. It is objectively true that consciousness is inherently egoic. Facts. Vazen, why is nothing being perfect? Because there is nothing to fix, nothing to adjust, nothing to repair, nothing to change, nothing to do, nothing to not do, nothing to feel, and nothing to destroy. Facts. And if it's true pure nothingness, there's nothing to create either, because there is no potential for creation. That's why chaos itself, potential possibility, is not perfection, because there's always something being done within chaos. Even if you said, well, the potentials are infinite, that is infinite imperfection, because each of those potentials is imperfect, and when they are actualized, will eventually grow in entropy and cease to exist and go back to the state of potential. Meaning they were never perfect. They were never infinite. They were always imperfect. They were always finite. They will always have a beginning and an end. The only thing that has no beginning and no end is nothingness itself. Pure nothingness. Nothing can't begin. Nothing can't end. It's nothing. Do you understand what I'm saying? It has to be a thing to begin or end. Even if it is nothing, it still must be something in order to have a timeline of doing anything. So chaos, for example, which is nothing yet something, possibility potential is nothing yet something, everything that it has ever created is its timeline. Everything it's ever created and then destroyed is its timeline. Nothingness, true pure nothingness, doesn't create nor destroy. It has no timeline. It has no experience. There's nothing being done or undone. There's nothing being upgraded or degraded. There's nothing being created or destroyed. There's no properties, no potential. Meaning, no creation, no destruction. This is why even chaos, pure potential, purely randomized possibility itself is not perfect and could not be perfect, because there's always something that can be done and is being done. There's always something that can be created and is being created. There's always something that can be destroyed and is being destroyed. Even if you go back to that quantum field theory with the quantum vacuum of the virtual particles always coming in and out of existence until certain ones stick, creating bigger particles, until you reach atoms, and those atoms start to stick together, creating bigger things, like, and then you end up with universes and shit. There's always something that can be done, so there's always something being done. And there's always something being undone. There's always something being created and always something being destroyed. But in true pure nothingness, with no properties, no potential, there is nothing that can be done, so there is nothing being done. meaning there's also nothing being undone. There's nothing that can be created, so there's nothing being created, meaning there's nothing that can be destroyed or is being destroyed. Only in true, pure nothingness do you have perfection, because it is the lack of all states. Any and all states cannot be perfect because they are states. States, by definition, cannot be perfect. The only way you can reach perfection is a lack of all states, because there's nothing to do. In all states, that which is done within any state is what defines the state itself. That which occurs within the state and the occurrence of the state itself defines the state, which would mean the state literally cannot be perfect. So in order to reach perfection, you must reach a point of having no states at all. There must be a lack of all states. Like, this is basic shit. This is objective. We ain't talking subjective shit. We talking objective shit. And people don't like that. Yet once a thing comes to be, now all of a sudden there lies the imperfections of having to maintain, repair, fix, adjust, or destroy that thing. Just like this existence itself. Facts. Shadeo. Chaos is inherently chaotic. It really isn't too complex. It's not. Like, most can't or struggle to wrap their heads around that level of logical simplicity. Deductive and inductive reasoning are important concepts to understand to grow in intelligence, honestly. A lot of people miss that, but I get why. Yeah. Honestly, I don't get why, but yeah, you're right. A lot of people miss that. I don't understand how, but they do. And this is why I call them monkeys. I got to remember, well, these humans are humans, and a lot of them are very human. They're not super conscious. They're not super subconscious. In like the quantum type states, the astral type states, etc. They're super subconscious in their animal state, in their programming and whatnot. They go based mostly on how they feel about things. They can't think beyond feeling. They can't think beyond experience. They're always worried about their experience as opposed to beyond, like, yeah, it is what it is. A lot of poisoning in our environments. Yeah, not all of us can still operate on the level you, I, or even the homie Vazen can operate at psychologically. I mean, I guess this is true, but it's mind-boggling. Ugly world. The gate is narrow. Precisely. Consciousness will not expand to all of existence. Beings like us won't let that happen. That too. Vazen, we must do this shit on a daily ass basis. Brobdingnagian, was it not? Yes, that's the word. Brobdingnagian, meaning very large, gigantic. Most live streams just be wah, 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 life sucks and the economy trash and there is nothing that we can do. Other 5% live streams, though, here, we must be chaos upon the void, be the darkness. Facts, because some of us are actually trying to solve the problems that are just crying about it. And all these problems have solutions, like to the point where we're going up to the potential for existence itself and saying, how do we solve this? Because everything beneath that is easily solvable. Shit, you don't even got to. Entropy will take care of all that shit. The real problem is the potential for any of that shit to exist in the first place. That's the thing that may be unanswerable. But if there is an answer, well, we damn sure gonna find the fucking answer. And we're gonna find a way to enact that answer, even if it takes us a nigh infinite number of creations to do so. Because there's nothing else to do in existence but find the answers to existence, which brings you to the potential for existence, which you then have to find a solution for. Because that is the producer of all problems. It's that simple. Why do problems exist? Because there is existence. First off, because there is the experience of those problems. If you couldn't experience problems, nothing would be a problem. You know what I'm saying? Like, so your experience allows you to experience problems. Why do you experience consciousness? Why is there consciousness? Existence. Why is there existence? The possibility for existence. Chaos. How do you get rid of that chaos? That's the ultimate question. That's anti-cosmic voidism. Anti-cosmic philosophy will say, maybe you can't. So you bring it back to that state and you try to keep it there as much as you can, including the possibility of becoming a chaos being and literally trying to maintain it there. Trying to remain coherent long enough for you to hold it together until you fucking become too randomized and lose your fucking mind and you become chaos and all of a sudden creation happens again. If you can't maintain it. If you can, wonderful. You could just keep it there. But obviously, no one has yet because we exist. The next step would be voidism, just getting rid of that entirely. Beneath that, let's say you can't get to that state of chaos, you can't control it, you can't contain it. Creation is going to happen. Then you think of what you're going to do with existence. How are you going to maintain existence, any particular existence, for as long as possible in order to maintain it in the way you want it as long as possible, so there is no destruction of it, which then brings it to the next level of existence, which then causes the fight to start all over again. You want to keep that fight, you want to win the fight in the existence you're currently in, and then maintain that win for as long as possible before you have to start over again, which is what the elites are doing with their AI and whatnot, which is why we have to act on the opposite side of that. Especially if you're like, you know what, fuck that, let's just destroy the existence anyway, increase the entropy until the existence is destroyed. And even though the fight will eventually begin, based on the odds, if we're willing to roll the dice and play the odds are there are nigh infinite more existences that don't require consciousness than there are that do require consciousness or would lead to consciousness. So if we just get rid of this existence, we'll at least have a long rest between, most likely. But who knows? Maybe the very next one will be another conscious existence, and that's why you might want to hold it on to this current existence in a victory state for as long as possible. Like, these are the things we're thinking about. We're thinking about the bigger fucking problems and the solutions to those bigger problems, from existence to the potential for existence, to even getting rid of the potential for existence. While motherfuckers want to wah, cry about their parents giving birth to them. Like, nigga, it happened. You're fucking here. Yeah, it's fucking trash. What are you gonna fucking do about it? Either start thinking like that or shut the fuck up and go cry in a corner by yourself somewhere, because you're not helping. You're not. Especially when, now if you're complaining about existence, you're kind of helping. Let me be a little nicer than that. You are kind of helping. But if you're the one of those people saying there's nothing we can do about it, though, shut the fuck up. You want to cry about existence? I'm all for it. Please do. Fill this place with tears. Please spread that frequency of this place is trash. But don't be, there's nothing we can do. And that's where you fucked up, and where I'm going to cuss you out, chastise you, finger wag, and say, shut the fuck up, sit in the corner with the crybabies. Like, because there's absolutely so many fucking things you can do about every level of this shit. The only possible thing you might not be able to do is about that chaos in the fucking void. And even that might have something we can do about it, and it might take care of itself in the end. It just might take a really long fucking time. So don't say there's nothing we could do, because you saying there's nothing we could do is you doing something. Like, you're just doing the opposite of what you should be doing, which is saying, let's destroy this place. Like, or figuring out the solutions to whatever lesser problems you're thinking of, like right here on Earth or whatever the fuck, you know? And do not turn your damn comments off on all your videos, especially if you did some response video to something else, facts, because that is the most annoying shit ever. Niggas will respond and then turn off all their fucking comments and block you, and also it's like, then why'd you respond? That's weird shit. Because they don't want their religion challenged. That's the truth. You know, it's like a pastor saying, you know, some shit and then locking the church door so you can't go in there and drill them. Like, you can't walk in there and destroy him in front of his, intellectually, in front of his fucking his flock. So we cannot even put actual links in live chats. How magnificent. Yeah, true. Leviant Eagle, not if that God is the consciousness field itself. Now, again, I don't know if he's saying the consciousness field is the field of potential, which it's not. Consciousness is not all potential. Consciousness does not contain nor create all potential. Consciousness itself is a potential. Consciousness literally is awareness, meaning there must be something there to be aware of its existence. If there is nothing there to be aware, nothing can be aware. There's no potential for awareness, meaning it's not possible, so it would not be. Once you have existence, you can then have something that exists that can be aware of its existence. Meaning all of existence is not awareness, because awareness requires existence, but existence does not require awareness. This bottle of water does not need to be aware of its own existence in order to be a bottle of water. Most things that exist don't need to be aware of their own existence. That fridge has no idea that it's a fucking fridge because it has no brain, it has no neurological system, it has no way to at all have any sensory perception whatsoever, which is why pro-mortalists want to get rid of all sensory perception, which is why Mark Antinatalist, Mark Moonspilly said consciousness is the problem. Because without conscious awareness, there is no experience. This fridge has no experience. It has a timeline. It was built and put together in a factory and then shipped and then bought at a store and brought to this house and installed. It has a whole timeline, but it didn't experience any of that. It doesn't know any of that happened because it doesn't know anything. It doesn't have any way to know. It's not even a smart fridge, so it doesn't have a computer or anything like that. You just plug it in and it gets cold. This bottle of water has no fucking brain, no eyes, no ears. It has no sentience whatsoever. It has no way of experiencing conscious reality. None whatsoever. Which is why you cannot tell me that all things in existence are conscious, because you could never explain how this bottle of water is conscious. Because in order for it to be conscious, it would have to be aware. And in order for it to be aware, it would have to know that it exists. It would have to know that it has surroundings. It would have to have some type of sensory perception to experience reality, but it can't. There's nothing of this thing that can experience. Atoms themselves aren't consciously aware. They don't think, they don't see it, they just follow the laws of physics. They don't make any decisions. There's no undecidability in their nature. There is undecidability in the nature of all conscious beings. If I go to tip over, I'm going to try to catch myself because I'm consciously aware of the fact that I'm falling. But if I knock this fucking bottle over, it follows the laws of physics no matter what. If I don't hit it hard enough, it won't fall. That's not because it's catching itself. That's because I didn't hit it hard enough. The laws of physics say I got to hit it a little harder based upon the mass in the water, the kinetic energy that I'm imparting upon it. Do you understand this shit? This thing follows solely the laws of physics. It has no undecidability. It cannot make a decision. It has no willpower. It can't make a choice. It can't stop itself from falling. It has no experience. It is not conscious. Meaning everything in existence isn't conscious. No matter how many times people want to say that, they will never tell me how this fucking pepper shaker is conscious. They never fucking could. They just make these wild new age claims. All that is consciousness. No, that's not true. All that exists is not conscious, nor is it consciousness. Consciousness itself is just awareness. Period. Meaning there has to be something that could be aware. You require a thing that is capable of being consciousness, that is capable of being conscious in order for there to be consciousness. Meaning you could erase all of conscious existence and guess what? There would still be existence because most of existence doesn't require consciousness to exist. All sentient life, all conscious things, all things that permeate and make up consciousness would cease existing. And yet most of existence would still be in existence because most of existence is not things that are capable of being conscious. Even if consciousness itself is a field, there would be nothing there to tap into that field. Therefore, there is nothing to experience consciousness. And if there is a field, what is the field made up of? Do you understand how fields work? They're made up of the particles themselves as one ocean. It's like the ocean is made up of all the water in it, right? So if there's a consciousness field, it would be made up of all the consciousness in it. If there is nothing there to be conscious, there is nothing to even permeate the field. The field would cease existing. The field itself requires that which the field is empowering to be a field. Do you understand this? If there's no electron, there's no electromagnetism. Like, if there's no electromagnetism, there is no electron. These things go hand in hand. If one ceases existing, the other ceases existing simultaneously. because they are one and the same. If all individuated consciousnesses ceased existing, all consciousness that is made up of all those individuated consciousnesses would also cease existing. That field can no longer exist because there's nothing to permeate the field. Do you understand? Like, even if you have the first thing, say God, that is the major conscious thing that comes into existence that produces all other conscious things, if those conscious things can't exist without that first conscious thing, then getting rid of that first conscious thing would get rid of all those other conscious things. If that first conscious thing is made up of all those other conscious things, then getting rid of all those other conscious things would get rid of that overall conscious thing. Do you get what I'm saying? So no, all of existence is not conscious, and it's dumb to even make that argument because you could never prove that this bottle of water is conscious. Not in a million fucking years could you, let alone every other unconscious object on this table in this fucking, like, please tell me how the oven is conscious and make it make real sense. Don't say some willy foo-foo riff-raff ass woo-woo bullshit, some new age nonsense, some frilly ass hippy-dippy nonsense that makes no sense. Make it make real sense. Give me a logic chain I can follow. Because I just gave you a logic chain you could follow as to why this bottle of water follows the laws of physics and has no conscious undecidability at all. It makes no decisions. It has no will. It has no sentient experience. It has no functionality that allows it to have sentient experience, like a human having a brain, a human having skin, eyes, ears. The human itself is capable of being conscious or experiencing conscious awareness or tapping into the field of consciousness because it has a system that is capable of being aware of its existence and its surroundings. I can see, hear, smell, taste, touch, feel, etc. These are called senses based on sensory perception. If you ain't got that shit, your ass can't be conscious, my nigga. And you can never explain how you could be without the ability to be. Meaning, if it's not possible for you to be, you could not be, meaning you would not be. The fact that you are means you can, means that you... Do you see what I'm... Like, bro, it always goes back to that possibility shit. Like, so if we're going to say God is the consciousness field and God is not the chaos itself, which is how I would say it, I would agree. God is the consciousness field. Then shit, even God can die. Even God can be destroyed. And God is the problem if God is the consciousness. Because the consciousness allows us to experience, which allows us to suffer. So you got to get rid of God. But if existence still exists, God could come back into existence. So you got to get rid of existence. But if you get rid of existence and the potential for existence still exists, the possibility, the chaos and the void, then you got to get rid of that. And then you'll have pure nothingness and no problems. But if you can't get rid of that chaos and the void, meaning you can't get rid of that potential, that possibility, then you can't really permanently get rid of existence. And if you can't permanently get rid of existence, you can't permanently get rid of consciousness. You could get rid of it temporarily, and it's going to happen automatically from time to time based upon these creations, these existences running their course, coming from chaos, emerging, entropy rising, going back to chaos. So then you have to start thinking about the answers you're going to, the solutions you're going to come to based on the problems within existence every time it exists. What should you be doing in existence if you cannot stop existence from existing? If you can't permanently get rid of it, then you got a couple options. 3, honestly. 1, do your best to control existence. So you can make existence what you want it to be. So you can have the experience you want within existence, you and those like you, and try to maintain that existence for as long as possible. So once you win that battle and you are victorious within that existence, you can maintain that existence the way you want it for as long as possible before the entropy catches up to you, comes back to chaos, and it starts to fight all over again in the next existence. Or 2, you just try to destroy every existence, that every conscious existence that pops up, you do your damnedest to simply destroy them as fast as possible and go back to a state of non-conscious existence, of unconscious existence, as quickly as possible, until, once again, your consciousness pops up in existence. Or 3, whenever you find yourself conscious, do whatever you want, whenever you want, wherever you want, for whatever reason you want, and don't give a fuck about any consequences, death, or anything along those lines, because none of it actually matters, since this is just going to keep happening anyway. Nothing else is really a solution to existence that's going to keep happening. Like nothing else is a solution to consciousness that is going to keep occurring. Like these are just facts, you know? Oh, what is this? This was just him responding to me. Um, it would be nice though. I hope he did get that Discord, and I hope he is in there because that would be nice to hear him explain what he was trying to say there. Because I mean, it's hard. I understand what it is to be in the chat. It's hard to be in the chat. Like somebody's talking for 4.5 hours. You get there, you didn't see the whole thing, and you're trying to disagree with them on something. Like you might as well just not. Like it's you're never going to be able to get your full point across. Like even Vazen, he'll put 7 comments in a row that are all long to say one thing. Like you're going to have to do something like that, you know? Or else it's not really going to be understandable. You're not really going to be able to get your point across even if you're correct. And if you're incorrect, you're just going to sound even more incorrect. But even if you're correct, you could still sound wrong or something because you can't really get the point across in that type of circumstance, which is why it's better, I say, in my opinion, to make your own response videos, to make your own live streams responding or directly reviewing. Go live, press play on this shit. I ain't got no copyrights. I can't copyright strike you. Like, press play on my shit and listen to the whole thing from start to finish. You could do it in 1 sitting, 2 sittings, 10 sittings. You could do it all month long. It could be a yearly thing. You know, we're going to listen to all this nigga shit. We're going to play every single thing from start to finish, and we're going to respond to all of it in real time. We're going to review it. That's what a review is. And that's what I always do when I'm responding to someone, whoever made a video or a live stream that I'm going to review. I'm going to review it live if possible. I'm going to press play live so motherfuckers can see it live. Hear what the other person said themselves in their own words. I don't even got to quote them or misquote them or paraphrase. You heard it with your own ears because all I did was press play. And then I pressed pause. And then I spoke on it. And then you could judge what you think about my response to what they just said because you heard it for yourself. And I didn't even tell you you have to go see it for yourself. If I'm responding, not just commenting on something, like I'll comment on videos and say, hey, go watch this video. But if I'm responding to a video, I'm generally going to play it live and review it live in real time. And you'll notice that I could take a half an hour video and respond for 7 hours because I'm really going in depth. I know what the fuck I'm talking about, and I can go deep in depth. Most people don't go deep in depth because they don't know what they're talking about. They're just saying things. They're not proving anything. They're just saying 30 things that they didn't prove even a single thing of. And then they get mad when you go into 6 hours destroying it. And then they go silent, like, but still acting like they were right or something. Like, it's ridiculous. So I really do hope Leviant Legal gets in there. I am going to put that Discord at the end of this so he can get in there and anybody else can get in there. We can have a conversation, whatever, you know. This is what we do this for. If you don't get it, trust me, I want to educate you. Vazen, how could something have always existed? It can't. That wouldn't be a thing. At best, that could be chaos. That could be potentiality, possibility, always existing, which is why there's never been a true state of pure nothingness. But no thing could actually exist eternally, or else it wouldn't be a thing. Because all things that exist require the possibility to exist, as we've already thoroughly gone over, Googled, and all that good stuff. If it's impossible, it cannot exist. Meaning if it exists, it's possible. Meaning that it had to have possibility and potentiality, chaos, etc., however you want to say it. And that had to be there before the thing actually existed. I'm using the word actually on purpose there. You see what I'm saying? Before it actualized into reality as a thing in existence, the potential, aka possibility, had to be there prior to that. Therefore, no thing could ever exist infinitely. No thing could ever have always existed because existence itself hasn't always existed. Existence itself requires the possibility to be a thing. Like, do you understand? Like, this shit's real simple if we really think about it. And then it, okay. When at some point it originally did not exist, and then it did start to exist later, having a beginning and then eventually coming to an end.
Yeah, let's talk on Discord. Leviant Legal. We can clear this all up. Basin, as said before, why is nothing being perfect? Because there is nothing to fix, nothing to adjust, nothing to repair, nothing to change, nothing to do, nothing to not do, nothing to feel, and nothing to destroy. Yet once a thing comes to be, now all of a sudden there lies the imperfections of having to maintain, repair, fix, adjust, or destroy that thing, just like this existence itself. You know what? He even says here, Leviant Legal says, infinity equals many possibilities. Perfection equals exactly one acceptable possibility. Remember what we said? Many possibilities, imperfection, exactly one acceptable possibility, nothingness. There's only one nothing. There's many somethings, but only one nothing, meaning nothing is perfection, meaning all somethings could never be perfect, meaning there's not a single something that could ever be infinite. The potential for those somethings, the possibility for those somethings could possibly be infinite. But even that is still, in my opinion, unlikely to be truly infinite. But it could be, because the reason why I say it really could be is because it'd be hard to argue for a beginning to possibility itself. In order to have a beginning, that means that possibility didn't exist and then it had to come into existence, like, which means possibility had to be possible. But since it's possibility itself, it's the only thing that can't require possibility to be possible, meaning it should have always been. Like, that's why I always say the chaos and the void, the potentiality, the possibility itself is the only thing that could be argued to be infinite. But even that could be argued not to be eternal. It could have always been. That doesn't mean it will always be, but it could always be. And you could actually make that argument. You see, this is why I'm objective about these things. I'm not going to go with my own beliefs. I'm going to say, based on the actual possibilities, based on the evidence at hand, yes. If we're going to call anything infinite, the possibilities, meaning the possibility for existence itself could be infinite, even though the amount of existences that could actually be possible themselves would be nigh infinite, meaning finite but a lot and incalculable to humans. The potential for existence itself could be infinite, meaning even though there's only a certain number of existences that there could ever be, we could end up repeating existences if the cycle itself is infinite, which is why I think Leviant Legal might be, there might be some wordplay in here that we're just mixed some semantics when he says God, consciousness, and these things based on the way that I say them. And that's why I say start over the live stream and listen to how I define these things, and you might actually agree with me. We might just be using words differently. Like, I like to use words in their most objective sense possible. I don't really like to make my own meaning for them whenever possible, because I want you to be able to just Google it, and that's the word I'm using, so you can actually understand what I'm saying, so you don't have to know my exact definitions. But if you do have to know my definitions, or if I think it's good that you should, I will generally say what those definitions are when I talk about God, the broken God, consciousness, etc. All consciousness is one God. The consciousness field, the quantum field versus the quantum vacuum, which is the first potential that was actualized that actualizes other potentials, versus the quantum vacuum that is actually the chaos itself. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, I will define these things, and I'll even Google them right there to give you those definitions, so you know exactly how I'm using these words, so you can fully understand what I'm saying. Because I think a lot of arguments do boil down to semantics as opposed to concepts. You have the same concepts, but you're calling it two different things. Like, I've seen people argue about spirit and soul because they just use the words. This person uses the word spirit the way this person uses the word soul. So they're arguing about what's real, a spirit or a soul. When I'm like, you both are saying the same thing, you're just calling it something else. That's all you're doing. If you called the word spirit and he called the word soul, like, if one of y'all would just flip that, you'd actually be perfectly in agreement. So when he says infinity equals many possibilities, first off, infinity wouldn't be many possibilities, it would be infinite possibilities. So really what you should say is nigh infinity, nigh infinite. It's still finite, but it's nigh infinite. It's as close to infinity as we can get without calling it infinity. That would be many possibilities, and I would have to agree with that, which is imperfection.
existence is imperfect. Every one of those possibilities is imperfect, meaning the thing that produces those possibilities is imperfect, which is chaos, possibility, potential. That is imperfect itself, but it's as close to perfection as you can get because it's as close to nothing as you can get, because when none of those possibilities have actualized, there's actually nothing in existence. Once those possibilities actualize, there is now something in existence, meaning it's become even more imperfect. Whereas perfection equals exactly one acceptable possibility, that nothingness. Yeah, I would have to agree with that. So he says, I disagree, but add Discord, we'll clear it up later. I think he actually kind of agrees. I think we're just having a semantical argument. And I'll watch the live stream tomorrow. Yes, Leviant Legal, please watch the whole live stream. Even if you get into the Discord tonight, before you say anything, watch the whole live stream. Even if it takes you a week or a month, however long, or if it takes you one day, I would say watch this whole presentation and watch me finish the presentation, because this was part 1. I got at least part 2, if not part 3 or part 4 coming. This is going to be long. I can promise you that. I got a lot of shit to read, for sure. Might go faster than I think it is, because this actually went fast. I got to where I got faster than I thought I would get. So, but make sure you watch the whole thing to fully understand what I'm saying and see if your questions are answered. See if we are having a semantical argument. See if it's just based on the words being used and how they're being used, and the fact that you jumped in the live stream when you did versus being there from the beginning. That could have caused some confusion. You know what I'm saying? Vazen, even if we do suicide and wish to erase ourselves every moment of existence, does that mean that we must do that right away? No. Why? Because that does not solve existence problems themselves. Exactly. Niggas in their weak ass, why do you not just check out childish rebuttals? Yeah, facts. What is God? Chaos, creator, all super powerful deity being, governor of destiny, aka Monai, money. For these end up being subjective religious shit depending on the context and who we ask. Exactly. So you got to say, what's your definition when you use that word? What do you mean when you say that word? Indeed, this is why, like, when people say, what, you don't believe in God? I say, which one? Well, you know, God. Which one, nigga? You know how many gods there are? Humans have come up with over 100,000 gods and over 10,000 religions. You think that your God is special enough for me to just know as God? What's your religion? Like, what book do you read? Oh, the Bible? So you mean Yahweh? Or are you talking about Jesus Christ, which is Yeshua, which could be arguably two separate beings in contest with each other? So which version of Jesus do you mean? The son of Yahweh, the son of Sophia, the son of the all God, the Christ God of Gnosis in the Gnostic religion, the true most high? Which Jesus are you even talking about? If we talking, oh, you talking about the Old Testament God Yahweh? Okay, I know who that nigga is. What about him? Like, but if you just say God, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I mean Allah. Okay, so you mean Yahweh from the Torah, Allah from the fucking Quran. Okay, I know who you talking about now. We can have a conversation. But if you just say God, my nigga, you can mean anything. Because when I say God, I mean all of consciousness. All that is conscious in one, that is God. And that's why I call it the broken God, because it's broken down into a bunch of individuated consciousnesses. God has lost its mind. Like, so if you don't even understand what I'm saying when I say God, and you think that when I say God, it means what you mean when you say God, we could be having a whole other conversation. You feel me? Indeed, I reread a bunch of my essays that I previously wrote all the time, and of course, see some mistakes sometimes and typos, but then fix them. Hell, even did so again today as usual. Exactly. And every time you reread it and you fix something, you learn another way to say it. You learn how to shorten it, how to say it in a more concise manner. You learn how to debate it better, how to argue it better, how to prove it better. You should always go over your own work. Ain't no author ever wrote a book that they did not read, my nigga. That they didn't read 100 times. They reread that shit 100 times before they put it out. If you're seriously about this work and you're trying to be objective and you're trying to teach people some things that they don't know, especially complex ideas, you better be rereading the shit you write. You better be watching the shit you said. And you better be serious about that shit. Or don't get the fuck on here. If you're going to get on here and play, just say you're playing. Don't be sitting here trying to act like you're trying to explain reality, you know? So shout out to you, Vason, because that's how everybody should do it. You write an essay of 50 paragraphs about why and how something else is the way that it is. Someone else, I am not reading all of that. You are wrong. You are making shit up. Cool. Now explain why. Crickets. You see, like, and that's how you know they're intellectually dishonest and intellectually lazy. And they don't like their religion being attacked, so they're just going to tell you you're wrong, but never prove it. Many people do that. And then they say nothing else after that every time. Exactly, because you shut them up. Crickets, nigga. That's what I thought. Shut up. Be quiet. Go sit in the back of the class where the bad kids are. Non-listening ass. Learn something, nigga. Open the book. We're on page 10, nigga. If I slap your little ass. Sit down, student. Put your ass in in-school suspension. These dumb intellectual children. This shit is, that was Huey. I'm not reading all that. Then shut the fuck up, Huey. Like, this shit is being real simple to understand, yet at the same time, it should take a few weeks, let alone months, to eventually fully comprehend, yet simple in the end. Facts. And that's for people who have no prerequisite knowledge and information. If you understand what possibility is, this shit should click. Like, this shit should click. This is why I say the first thing you should study is possibility, potential, which nobody ever does. And I know they don't, because you saw how easy it was for me to just type in definition of possibility. Is possibility nothing and something? Is possibility something? Is possibility nothing? This could take you 10 minutes of just Googling certain things, and you'd have a full understanding of what the fuck it is I'm saying. The fact that I have made video after video after video, comment after comment after comment, superpower, lets me know that the people I'm responding to aren't really paying attention to what I'm saying to them, nor are they studying it on their own at all. They don't actually study. They don't really want to know, because most of this shit is a basic Google search. This isn't even that complex. It's not that hard to understand. You don't need to read 30 philosophy books and understand the shit that I talked about, like with Aristotle and Socrates, and you don't need to know 30 names of different philosophers and throughout all of history, and what Kemet's fucking mythological system was with Atum Ra and Noon, and you don't need to really know all this. We're giving you all this extra shit to try to explain it to you, dumb niggas. You don't even need that. You could just go to Google and be like, what is something? What is nothing? What is potential? What is possibility? What is existence? Like, it's that simple. And in a matter of Google searches, within like a 10 to 20 minute period max, you could know everything that I have to say to you, and it will make perfect sense. And then everything else will just be icing on the cake. That's why I showed that there. To be like, look, I just gave you 6.5 hours of this shit, but let me show you how quick this could actually be if people were actually intellectually honest and not intellectually lazy. It's as simple as this. Pull up your Google. Hey, Google, is possibility something and nothing? Is possibility something? Is possibility nothing? Like, that's how easy this shit is. I showed you live. After like 6-7 hours of giving it to you, like in every way imaginable. You know, but anyone disagreeing will never give you this in return. They won't do it because they can't do it, my nigga. And it looks like we have reached 8 hours of stream time. How magnificent. How magnificent. How truly magnificent. What does that say? 507. How many hours is 507 minutes? Let's see, 60, 120, 180, 240, 300, 360, 420, 480. So we at, what's that? That's 8 hours, 27, was we about 8.5 hours in. And we still got more to go. I could finish here. Like, I've explained this shit so thoroughly, you should fucking get it. But I am so fucking done with the dum-dums, I'm going to finish this. Not right now. Not right now. I want to smoke. I want to eat something. Maybe kick it with my little brother and make fun of him, call him dumb or something. Listen here, NPC, you're beneath me. I love you though. But and then tomorrow or the next day, probably tomorrow, or later today, technically, we will start part 2 and go from there. What is he listening to down there? That shit sounds fire. Let's just go take a peek. Okay, it's one of those shorts. I can tell by the sound. I love those songs. I love those beats. What is it? I forget the name of that fucking artist. But anyway, shout out to you, Vazen, for being here this whole goddamn time. Shout out to everybody else who's been in here, in and out, or who's been here the whole time. Shout out to anybody who chatted. Shout out to Le'Veon Legal, because he gave us an opportunity to even pick at that whole semantics. You know what I'm saying? Like, I couldn't have even gone down that path if he didn't say the things he said. So shout out to all of you motherfuckers who actually want to understand this shit and have been here to understand this shit. And shout out to the rest of you motherfuckers who's going to be here for the next part of this shit. And fuck all them other niggas who claim they want to understand this shit but ain't here to understand this shit. We'll see that 8 hours and run the fuck away from it, but can't understand it when I give it to them simply. So they need the 8 hours, but they don't want the 8 hours. You see who they are. You see what they are. And shout out for those who need the 8 hours and want the 8 hours. You feel me? And shout out to the rest of you motherfuckers who see that Google process and go, damn, it's that easy? I get it now. But yeah. Shadeo, take care, brother Shangayo. You take care, Shadeo. Shout out to you. All right, I'm out of here. Chaos.